Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Today, I just learned about one of the most bafflingly unhinged criminal cases I've ever read or watched. And it's honestly made me disappointed in all of you for not making me aware of this situation sooner. Shame on you in particular for hoarding this filth to yourself and not letting me into the lunch table to learn about it with you. I'm talking about the wild case of Nicholas Alaverdian, otherwise known as Nicholas Rossi, aka Arthur Knight. This man's got more names than a phone book. He goes by many different gamer tags. I wouldn't be surprised if more aliases come to light and there's shit like Dark Ruler 52XX or something. And his story in this whole situation is an unbelievable, true story of absolute lunacy. Dateline recently ran a piece on the Nicholas Alaverdian situation, trying to untangle all of the wild web of mysteries that have been woven here. It is just vile, evil shit. Nicholas is a degenerate worm of a person, but he's also a goofball goober who came up with the dumbest idea ever when he was confronted with the reality of his crimes that he is accused of committing. He is accused of extremely serious charges. He is accused of raping multiple women in Utah. And he came up with this galaxy brain scheme in order to escape the repercussions. He faked his own death. He must have been inspired by Dino Spumoni from Hey Arnold, when Dino Spumoni faked his own death to increase record sales or whatever. But in this case, it was a lot darker than that. He faked his own death to get away from rape charges, and then he fled the United States. He was recently put back on the radar after he checked himself into a hospital for COVID-related symptoms. Eventually, pieces of this puzzle started falling into place, and authorities were able to connect the dots that, this guy claiming to be Arthur Knight may actually be this wanted fugitive that the US really wants to have extradited. And that's led to about a year-long battle with Nicholas Alaverdian or Arthur Knight or Nicholas Rossi in order to have him face justice for his actions. I'm going to go ahead and play you a quick clip from 5 months ago when a different news organization was covering the basics of the story, just to give you a more concise breakdown than what I just provided.
It was breaking news on 12 News this morning. A Scottish court has ruled that a man who goes by the name Arthur Knight is actually a Rhode Island man who faked his own death and is wanted on rape charges.
Kate, Nicholas Alaverdian, also known as Nicholas Rossi, claimed to have been the victim of mistaken identity and insisted his name was Arthur Knight. A court in Scotland ruled that evidence showed that was not the truth.
The person appearing before me is Nicholas Rossi, the person whose extradition is requested by the United States.
35-year-old Nicholas Alaverdian was arrested last year after checking himself into a Scotland hospital with COVID-19 symptoms.
So it's been this ongoing battle where he is claiming that it's a case of mistaken identity. He is not that guy wanted for rape charges. This is a huge misunderstanding. Everything's all cattywampus. You got it all wrong. That's an innocent man right there. Unironically pulling the old cartoon gag of wearing like glasses and a fake mustache and pretending that you're not the person of interest. Like the ultimate disguise.
In July, Knight was arrested again, and prosecutors matched his fingerprints to Alaverdian's. Friday, prosecutors of the Scottish court revealed they were able to tell he was Alaverdian after matching the tattoos on his arm.
I am ultimately satisfied on the balance of probabilities.
Alaverdian is accused of raping 2 women in Utah and sexually assaulting another in 2008.
I wanted to include that section from the broadcast because I didn't want to leave any wiggle room for some pseudo-intellectuals on Twitter to try and make some brain-dead argument about how the authorities got it wrong. They did do their due diligence in gathering evidence to try and confirm that these are the same person, that Arthur Knight is not real. That is not an innocent man. It is the same man who was wanted for those rape crimes. Like, it is not a case of well, maybe they just didn't do enough. It's not like they just had one investigator, pounding cheeseburgers and wiping the grease on like some papers of Nicholas Alaverdian, and then he saw that after looking at a picture of Arthur Knight and he's like, Eureka, it's the same person, they look similar. That wasn't the case. They have the fingerprint evidence, they also match tattoos, they do have a good bit on their side to lend validity to the claim that this is the same person. But if you're still not sold on that, maybe the interview will be enough to get you on the right side of history here, because they have an interview with Arthur Knight, and it is one of the wackiest clips I've ever seen in a criminal case in all my days. It is gold. It is absolutely fucking extravagant. This is like some thespian A-tier acting.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. But I can't, because I can't breathe, I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly, exactly.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian?
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nicholas Alaverdian. I do not know how to make this clear.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act.
Oh,
Andrea,
no,
that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
If this man isn't up for an Oscar this year, then the entire industry is dead and corrupt. Absolute unreal. That is a passionate performance. He is literally performing for his life right now. Like, this is high stakes. This clip is how I found the story, by the way. I thought what I was watching is James Corden's only entertaining piece of content ever. I thought it was James Corden playing a character. And I was like, wow, James Corden actually did a decent job. Like, this made me giggle a little bit. And I was like, holy shit, wait, this is real. Like, that whole segment where he's like, oh, you think it's fake that I can't breathe and can't walk? Well, then what do you say to this? As he, like, miraculously rises. He's like, well, watch this. Whoa! This whole thing really feels like a sketch from Whitest Kids You Know. The whole interview is unintentional brilliance. Also, hats off to his supporting actress here. She also does an amazing job. So, like, when he's going to stand up, she's like, oh god, no, don't do it, you're gonna die! You're just gonna kill him! Like, he's about to explode from standing up. She's like, no! As he, like, slowly begins his ascent out of the chair to prove a point. Explain this then, science! Ah! It's so good.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian?
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nicholas Alaverdian. I do not know how to make this clear.
This segment is also fantastic, very reminiscent of SpongeBob Rock Bottom. I can't understand your accent, except here it's gasps for air. Which, of course, is all part of the act, but I really appreciate that he's not afraid to draw clear inspiration from other art, such as SpongeBob. So I appreciate that. Also, the wambulance pulls up and he starts trying to get some tears out. He's not doing a good job of selling the crying. So if I was to critique his performance here, I would say he needs to work on getting tears out because his eyes are very dry. He doesn't actually get any moisture in there. He doesn't get any of his tear ducts firing, so that falls a little flat with the fake tears, but imagine if he was able to pull that off. This would have been a true combo of acting expertise, and it would have been one of the finest performances we've ever seen.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act.
Oh,
Andrea,
no,
that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
What a dynamic duo here. A power couple. The chemistry between them, the synergy, is immaculate. So the interviewer asks, what do you say to people that are saying these are just crocodile tears and you're putting on a show? Without missing a beat, the woman there is like, oh, geez, come on. Have some class. Can't you see this is a broken man we're dealing with? Oh, jeepers. Zoinks, come on now. Where's the professionalism? Really? You're gonna hurt his feelings. And this is the cue to Nicholas to immediately, go fucking hog wild into the fake crying, which he's not great at, but it's complemented by the woman sitting opposite of him to kind of like egg him on and try and be there as like this shoulder to not cry on. So really just a fucking fantastic team they make. What a great pair. Now, unsurprisingly, the great acting here wasn't enough to get him an official pardon or anything, so it's still not looking great for Nicholas Alverdian at the moment, and here's hoping he will finally face justice for his crimes that he is accused of. This is just an incredibly wacky fucking story, and one that's been, like, many years in the making. Like, I'm shocked I've never heard anything about it, because this really feels like a pretty high-profile case, but maybe I've just been oblivious to it, or it just never really got the mainstream attention, which is just surprising, because it is really weird. The whole thing is very weird. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit after finding the clip and kind of going down the rabbit hole. That's really about it. So yeah. I've been actively following all of the Netflix updates in regards to their password sharing policy because I always get really interested when a company the size of Netflix makes business decisions that could ultimately lead to its demise. This idea of something being too big to fail, but then failing anyway, is always so interesting, like Blockbuster. Once a household name, but now a household joke. Netflix watched Blockbuster jump off a cliff and said that looked like fun, so why don't we try it? Which is poetic considering Netflix did play some role in the demise of Blockbuster, and now they're making decisions that are very possibly leading them to the same fate. I'm sure all of you know they don't like password sharing anymore. They're waging war on the 100 million password sharers. They're trying to commit a genocide on them. They've made a very strong stance, wiggling their finger, saying, no, 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 no more of that, Buster. They've pumped up their SpongeBob anchor arms and they're busting down your door and removing access to your Netflix account if you're a password sharer. I've already talked about this twice, but it just keeps changing and evolving quicker than a fucking Pokemon. So initially, their plan was restrict access to anyone that shares passwords, where it's only a one household service where you have to be in a primary location in order to access it, and you only get a 7-day grace period while you're traveling to access Netflix. That was as lenient as they got, and they put all of these rules into effect in some Latin American countries, but now they've also put it into effect in Canada. Mudahar recently made a video covering all of this. Here you can see a notice that you receive. A Netflix account is for people who live in the same location. So if you're not a member of the family, or at least a stranger living inside the walls, attic, or basement of someone's household, you won't be able to access their Netflix account anymore. You'll just be kicked off and unable to access it. Now, originally, this was going to be going global, right? But after backlash, they tried to play the it was just a prank bro card and say that this policy wasn't meant to go live on the American services, so when it hit the website as like an upcoming policy change, they tried to backpedal saying, whoa, big oops moment here. That's not happening yet. But then confirmed that it is happening in Latin American countries, and now it's happening in Canada, so you can extrapolate from this that it's likely coming to America very soon. Going to the website, you can see a bit more in detail exactly what the plan is. We've always made it easy for people who live together to share their Netflix account with features like profiles and multiple streams. While these have been hugely popular, they've also created confusion about when and how you can share Netflix. Today, over 100 million households are sharing accounts, impacting our ability to invest in great new TV and films. What's impacting your ability to invest in great new TV and films is common fucking sense. You guys have brain rot at the office and literally greenlight the worst shit imaginable. It is unreal, the low quality of some of your Netflix originals, and you don't even promote half of them. In the last video I made talking about this whole situation, I mentioned Bruise Brothers, which is a show that I think had 10 people watch it, and one of them was Matt, and he said it's the worst comedy he's ever watched in his life. And Netflix tries to like bury that under the rug, yet they financed it, right? Like, you are putting money behind projects no one wants, no one hears about, and no one likes. That has nothing to do with the amount of money you have in your piggy bank, because you are shaking your piggy bank like you're trying to make it rain on a stripper. You're just putting it into projects that are bad and doomed for failure. It has nothing to do with your actual financial bottom line. You have plenty of money to invest in good TV and films. You're just not. You're putting it into trash, garbage, and clearly you're not being rewarded for it. And also, talking about the confusion around how you can share Netflix, you slimy weasels, you absolute fucking worms. What a despicable load of horseradish. You used to encourage password sharing. This little blemish is still live on your public Twitter right now. Love is sharing a password. Now, if you want to say that you've completely changed your stance on it, that's one thing. Love is no longer sharing a password. In fact, that's sin. Sharing a password is unforgivable sin, a breaking of the 10 Commandments, and you're going to jail for it. You've changed your mind. That's what you should say. Not try and chalk it up to confusion as if you've never encouraged password sharing. You used to, and now you're not. Okay? It's changed. There's not fucking confusion. You're just delusional. You're the crazy one. You're taking crazy pills, not me. I'm not dumb, you're dumb. They continue to announce that it's rolling out in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain, then talk about what's coming. So setting primary location, which is the one household system, managing access and devices, which they're saying you can now easily manage who has access to the account, even though that's never really been like a pain point or a headache. Like the only reason Netflix ever got super popular in the first place is because of the convenience and the ease of use. So it's actually just easier to pay for Netflix as opposed to pirate something. So it's never been like hard to do that. I don't know why they're advertising it as like a new easy service. So that's a weird bit of fluff there. Transferring profile, so people using an account can now easily transfer a profile to a new account, which they pay for. Watch while you travel, so you can still access Netflix when you're on like a vacation at a hotel and shit, but it's only for a limited amount of time. It's not like forever travel, at least not as I understand it. I don't know why they're leaving it kind of vague there. But then this one is a little interesting. So now you can buy an extra member. So members on our standard or premium plan in many countries, including Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain, can add an extra member sub-account for up to 2 people they don't live with, each with a profile, personalized recommendations, login, and password for an extra $8 a month per person in Canada, and then adjusting the rates for the other locations. So you're paying a subscription per person per month. And here's just a visual of all the plan features. So premium is clearly the highest tier where you get to purchase membership for 2 other people. And this whole thing is very confusing to me because it seems like there is absolutely no reason to purchase extra members on your account. You're not getting a crazy discount on it, and when you do pay for that extra membership, they're getting their own separate login and password. All you're doing is picking up the bill. So you're paying 2 monthly payments, your account and now theirs. So what the fuck is the point? At that point, you're better off just giving them $10 in the mail and saying, hey, go crazy, go hog wild, make a Netflix account with this. Like, what is the point in paying for that password sharing? And that's the wrong word because you're not even sharing passwords. You're just sharing the embarrassment of paying for Netflix twice, really. The idea, I suppose, is, like, let's say when this goes live in America, my parents won't be able to use my Netflix account. Well, I can still give them access to it if I'm a premium member by paying the fee for them too. So then I just pick up the bill for both of us and they can still have their own separate Netflix that I'm paying for as opposed to them. So it's not really password sharing, it's just giving you the opportunity to pay for a couple of other people to have access, which I think is just kind of worthless, really. I don't see that being a super popular idea. Though the more I think on it, the more I think there was actual potential with the core concept here. I don't know the exact numbers, but I would imagine the majority of people that are sharing Netflix passwords aren't sharing it with like fucking 10 or 20 people. They're probably sharing it with close friends and family, at least in my experience, that's who's sharing. So that's like 2, maybe 3 people. Like, you know, a divorced family where the kids want access to Netflix at both mom's side and dad's side, and so they share an account to make that easy. They can't do that anymore without paying multiple times, but why not take this idea and expand it like this? You have X amount of free account sharing, so you can designate like 2 family members that can still share your same Netflix account for free. Nothing changes there. But then if you want to extend it to like 4 people, 5 people, whatever, then you pay. So then you'd pay like an additional $8 to get like 2 more people that you can share it with. So I feel like that'd be a much more lenient way of monetizing in a very similar fashion that wouldn't immediately just be like fucking going crazy with it and making it super brutal. The motivation behind this idea is clearly to monetize the 100 million people currently accessing their service for free. However, I compare this decision to when OnlyFans spent 12 hours saying that they're going to be removing adult content from their site, which would instantly kill OnlyFans. They eventually had that eureka moment where the light bulb flipped on in their head and they're like, wait, if we remove porn from OnlyFans, we're going to be buried 6 feet under. We're fucked. So then they reversed it. I still don't understand exactly what happened during that time period at OnlyFans headquarters. They must have been hit by like some kind of cosmic stupid beam that reset their IQ to like 3. And they're like, oh, OnlyFans is not a porn site anymore. Now it's going to be about cooking and sports and shit. Or whatever else they were trying to say. Maybe they got confused on the date and thought it was April 1st. I don't know. But that was still one of the most comically awful business decisions I've ever seen. And now Netflix is trying to compete with that by taking 100 million users away from their own service and expecting them to come back groveling at their feet with money in their hand in order to access the worst Netflix original content imaginable. Slapping 100 million people and then still expecting them to bend over and goatsy for you so you can fuck them financially is just an absurd notion. I'm sure some people that are kicked off will pay for it going forward, but I think the vast majority won't because there's so much competition, so many other places they can go, and also this isn't like some invaluable service people can't be without. They'll probably just not bother in the first place, especially considering how weak and winky-dinky the catalog is, full of stinky Netflix originals with almost none of them being good for 2023's upcoming slate. I looked at the docket for the upcoming Netflix originals this year, and there's only like 2 that stood out as potentially good, which I feel like is the primary reason Netflix users even have an account is for the originals, because if you're just on Netflix for like some of the old classic shows that are still amazing bangers, you can still find them elsewhere for cheaper than your subscription model right now. And since this is becoming wildly inconvenient for the 100 million users that were password sharing, most of them, I imagine, will start turning to piracy. This will incentivize piracy to pop off once again. So they're just not going back to Netflix, at least not a super meaningful number of them. That's my prediction. But yeah, that's the latest update on Netflix ruining their own business model. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yesterday, the CEO of YouTube stepped down. Susan announced that she would be walking away from the company and would be taking on a smaller role at Google, and she'd no longer be the public face of YouTube, a face that has historically been treated like a toilet seat by the community. Susan has shouldered the blame for the majority of the things wrong with the platform, and rightfully so, I would argue. She's basically just been the community's spittoon. For any time there's something wrong, people just start spitting on her and accusing her of being the mastermind, the puppet master behind all of the bad decisions. Whether or not that's true, I have no idea, but she was the CEO, and there were a lot of things that needed fixing, never got fixed, and YouTube has been in a tumultuous state over the 9 years of her at the helm. However, this led a lot of people to believe that with Susan stepping down, things would magically improve. A lot of people were pessimistic, but then over the course of the night, I noticed a lot more people being like, this is great, the platform's gonna be saved, holy shit, now we can have fucking Captain Underpants come in here and bring about the golden age, or, you know, this and that. Because Susan's no longer there, I mean, she's going to have to be replaced by somebody great, was the perception a lot of people started to adopt. However, in the wise words of Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a shittier fish. It was announced who the new CEO would be, and over the course of the night, people started to look into them. The new CEO is Neil Mohan, and Neil Mohan was previously the CPO of YouTube, the Chief Product Officer, and people found out that Neil Mohan was actually the one responsible for that huge push YouTube tried to make into the Web3 crypto NFT space. In 2022, this goofball proudly posted YouTube's most embarrassing update. It was a look at what's coming for the year, but what was really standing out to most people at the time was this ham-fisting of Web3 blockchain and NFT shit. So Web3 opens up new opportunities for creators. We believe new technologies like blockchain and NFTs can allow creators to build deeper relationships with their fans. Spoken like a true asshole who owns 2 Bored Apes and thinks he's going to own the planet. Together, they'll be able to collaborate on new projects and make money in ways not previously possible. For example, giving a verifiable way for fans to own unique videos, photos, art, and even experiences from their favorite creators could be a compelling prospect for creators and their audiences. So basically, just trying his best to justify an inclusion of Web3 crypto NFT shit. I'm going to tell you right now, NFT is one of the yuckiest words in the human language right now. It is an acronym that elicits more pain than CBT, cock and ball torture. It's painful. and it's synonymous with scams. And this was during a time where NFT crypto scams were still rampant. It's not like this was before the huge wave of bad actors came in and ruined NFTs. No, NFTs have been a scam for quite some time, even during this time that Neil tried to push it to YouTube. So there was huge pushback, and I guess somewhere along the pipeline, some team decided to slap this idea down, because we got lucky enough to not have it come to YouTube. But now that NFT Neil's at the helm here, the one at the top of the food chain calling the shots, who's to say he won't dust off this little poop nugget here that's an absolutely atrocious idea? And maybe this time around there's not that rogue vigilante Batman to say, not on my watch, and decline the idea. He is, like, the leader now of YouTube. And it's a little concerning how hog wild he wanted to go with Web3 coming to the platform. So that is very, not great, and a lot of people are much more pessimistic now after learning about this. But it also gets even worse. As Chief Product Officer of YouTube, that means Neil would have also had a hand in removing dislikes. Now, I'm not putting this entirely on his shoulders. This was a decision made by a lot of people at the highest level of YouTube. But Neil, as the CPO, would have 100% had a say in it, and it's very possible that he was for the removing of dislikes, which is another huge problem. That is still one of the worst features, or really removal of a feature, YouTube has ever had, and they still haven't backpedaled on it. And with Neil at the helm, I'm very less optimistic about it coming back, since he was already in a position that likely played a huge role in bringing it to the platform in the first place. I see a lot of people misattributing this solely to a Neil idea, but I can find no information on him being the one that proposed it. He was just leading a team that obviously worked on it. So maybe there is a chance Neil was outspoken against it but overruled by his peers. I'm hoping that's the case. Like I said, there's a very easy layup here with Neil as CEO to immediately earn the trust of the entire community, and that's to announce that dislikes are coming back. Dislikes will be public again. If he did that tomorrow, he's like, listen guys, I'm a champion of the people here, I'm bringing back dislikes, this was awful, I don't know what we were thinking, we were drinking stupid juice at the office when we came up with this idea, it's coming back. If he did that, everyone would immediately rally behind him and be like, oh my god, YouTube could possibly improve, he's gonna listen to community feedback, this is great. But I'm not sold on that being in the realm of possibility ever. I'd like it to be, but after reading all of this about Neil, I'm starting to think he may have been a pretty important figure behind the scenes for some of the worst features that YouTube was toying around with. But again, this is speculation. He could come in and do an amazing job, and that's what I'm hoping for, but it is not a great start considering what he's publicly tried to bring to the platform in the way of fucking NFTs. Like, the fact that he proudly posted about NFTs coming to YouTube and him wanting to be the one to spearhead the operation, that's just such a bad look off rip. Like, that, you couldn't have started your reign as CEO in a worse way. It would have been better if his fucking nudes leaked. Like, that's so much worse as being the guy trying to bring NFTs to the platform. Oh my god. But, again, it remains to be seen. He could come in here and knock it out of the park. Really fix up YouTube, really bring it to a better spot. Hopefully that'll be the case. I'm going to try not to focus too much on his past and instead look more at his future here as YouTube CEO. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this just a little bit. That's about it. So yep. Good morning, champions. I hope you all had a wonderful snooze last night with beautiful dreams. There's a few things I want to talk about today. So let's just get right into it. Many of you may have noticed I made a beer tier list a few days ago. The video is a banger, but it also was a cause for concern for quite a few people. I believe it may have triggered a protective motherly instinct in some of you. I saw quite a large handful of people that were worried I may have fallen off the wagon, and you wanted me to just once again latch back onto your bosom safely and avoid the evils of alcohol. It's no secret that I've been sober for about 4 years. It's also no secret that the reason I phrase it that way is because I love the response that it garners. When you say that you've been sober, the assumption is at one point you struggled with alcohol abuse or something like that. You were an alcoholic. For me, that was never the case. I just engage in binge drinking on the weekends with the boys, maybe a little butt chugging of absinthe here and there, but I never really had like an addiction to alcohol. I stopped drinking for one very simple reason. I just didn't need to. I focused more on like lifting and like general dietary health reasons, and alcohol is just empty calories, and it's just like I don't really need that. So I just stopped. Like that was it. But I always say that I've been sober for 4 years now, just because I love the way that people treat me after I say it. They're like patting me on the back, like, wow, congratulations, that's amazing. Inspirational even, as if I had just won like the National Spelling Bee or something. It's almost like stolen valor from real alcoholics when I say that I've been sober for 4 years, because again, it was a very easy change for me to make since I didn't have any kind of like dependency on it. So I didn't have withdrawals. I didn't have, this tough time dropping it. I didn't have to like white knuckle and just bear the pain and, fucking grit my teeth and just get through it. I just full cold turkeyed it. And I recognize that the reason people, when I posted this tier list, were a little concerned is because I've stated that I'm 4 years sober, which is the truth. I hadn't had a sip of alcohol in 4 years until that tier list, which, by the way, is a wild thing to break a 4-year sobriety streak on, to do a fucking shitty beer tier list. Not all of them were shitty, but doing just a general beer tier list with some of the most repulsive piss water tinkle brews. Like, what a way of of getting back in the saddle here. But since I phrase it like I've been sober for so long, when this tier list went up, people were naturally a little apprehensive and concerned that I would fall back into some kind of, self-destructive path with alcohol or something, which I just want to assure you is not the case and never was the case. And also, as a result of this, people have been wondering, how did I stop drinking alcohol? Because a lot of people do struggle with an addiction to it. And for me, I am not the person to be giving any kind of advice because I didn't have that. My situation was very different. I just stopped for a very simple health reason. Whereas if there's a real dependency, you probably will need a professional to help or have a network of people to help. And I'm certainly not the one to be, lending advice in that area. So to anyone out there that actually does struggle with an alcohol addiction, absolutely look into professional help. I am certainly not the one that has the answers for it. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of briefly go over this topic. Also, it's a little life hack. If you don't feel like drinking, if you're not a big fan of drinking, and your friends are the kind of people that keep trying to like pressure you, like, oh, you're not going to have fun if you don't drink, come on, drink. What do you mean you don't feel like drinking? You can just fall back on my strategy of saying like, nah, I've been sober for however long a period of time. And pretty much everyone's like really understanding of that. So that's just a little life hack for anyone out there that just doesn't feel like drinking. Now on to the next topic, which is one I'm extremely excited about. Astute observers over the last month may have noticed that there's been QR codes hidden in some of my videos, and some people have pieced together the puzzle and figured it out. It takes you to a website that had a countdown. Very cryptic shit. Also very simple things, but it was just kind of a fun little Easter egg hunt. It took you to a website with a countdown. That countdown is now expired as of the time this video goes live, and it was announcing the release of something I've been working on for a long time called Plague Seeker. I mentioned that before in my room tour video, and now it's finally out. Plague Seeker is a comic series that I've worked on for over a year now. Now, many of you know this isn't my first comic series. We also do still have Godslap with issue 4 coming out next month. Godslap is made by myself, Jackson, Danny, Matt, and Aubrey Sitterson. However, with Plague Seeker, this one's all me. I wrote and created the story of Plague Seeker, and it's edited by Jackson. The art is done by an incredible artist named Vampire0, whose name might be familiar because he also did a Godslap cover variant for issue 1. Vampire0 has created truly breathtaking art for Plague Seeker. Each page is a masterpiece. So I'm extremely happy with Plague Seeker. Also, I do have an animation on the way that we commissioned from Sikowski Studios, the same studio behind Skynut, as well as our first Godslap animation. So that'll be right around the corner, but it's not ready yet. So that'll be within the next couple months. I imagine most people will pick up on a subtle Berserk influence. I've been really into Berserk, and a lot of the inspiration for this came from me reading through Berserk. and it just kind of like shaped the tone as well as just kind of the vibe I was trying to capture with Plague Seeker. I'll give you a quick elevator pitch to sell you on what the concept is. 1,000 years ago, Earth was hit by an asteroid, and this event became known as the Calamity. Most humans were just fucking vaporized instantly, but those that survived were mutated. The closer to the center of the impact they were, the more powerful the mutation. They became known as plagues. Some of them are vicious, bloodthirsty killing machines, while others still retain some semblance of humanity. While all these plagues are fearsome, there are 8 in total that are far more powerful than anything else on the planet. The 8 Great Plagues. These Great Plagues control the world, and no one can match their strength or abilities. However, on the day of the Calamity, there was actually one more Great Plague born. At the very epicenter of the impact, where nothing had the right to survive, one creature was born far different than any other plague. He was born with an insatiable appetite, a desire to devour the other 8 Great Plagues. He is the Plague Seeker, and Plague Seeker follows his journey to eat the other 8. That's the story in a nutshell. What's available right now is issue 0, which lays out the foundation of the Plague Seeker universe. It also comes with a journal kind of documenting some survivors' journeys post-calamity, just to flesh out the world a little bit more. So this is the standard cover by Vampire Tranel, but we also do have 2 variants. Similar to how we do it with Godslap, we'll always have variant covers. So we have this one done by Ben Templesmith, and this one done by John Bivens. So all of this is available at badegg.co. There's a link in the description. And I want to also briefly explain that. So Bad Egg is actually our publishing company. So that's what we've been publishing Godslap through for the last 8 months, what we're publishing Plague Seeker through. And we're also publishing Jacksepticeye's upcoming comic book, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen by now as well. I'm not going to go too in-depth on Bad Egg Publishing in this video because I don't want this to all just feel like a big ad. I'm just extremely excited about everything here, so I wanted to at least mention that. So yeah, Plague Seeker is fully available now, so definitely feel free to pick up a copy if you think the concept sounds interesting. I think the art is jaw-dropping. Vampire did an amazing job with it, so very, very happy with everything here. Also, there is a digital version. If you would rather immediately be able to start reading it, you can get the digital version. It doesn't have to be physical, but all of it's available at Bad Egg, which the link is in the description. Now, the next topic I want to touch on is one that I've talked about on stream, but want to give a little follow-up and update to. A couple weeks ago, I mentioned on stream a huge fumble, a big blunder on my behalf in the online space. A lot of you know that I'm a big fan of Post Malone. I've been a Post-Patriot for years now. I've really enjoyed his music, and everything I've seen from him, he just seems like a fucking great guy. And I've never talked to him, I never interacted with him or anything like that, but I have been a fan for quite a long while. And a lot of you know I have an Instagram account, and a lot of you know that that thing just fucking collects dust. That is like an actual fucking tomb of activity. There is almost nothing I do on Instagram. I don't check it. I don't really post on there often. I've been posting there a little bit more because of what I'm about to tell you, but overall, I just never really went there. But about a month ago, I did decide to go on Instagram after posting a picture of my animals, and I noticed in my requests that I had a DM from Post Malone. And it is legitimately one of the nicest messages I have ever received in my entire fucking life. Talking about, wanting to do some Forged in Fire things where we forge blades together, drink beer, play Magic the Gathering. And he was just, super, super nice and, I guess enjoyed the content. And I didn't see it, so that had just been lingering there for God knows how long. I don't even remember. But it was just fucking sitting there unread, out in the cold rain, Post Malone with the nicest message ever to a man, me, who was a huge fan, and I saw it and I panicked. So I tried to reply very quickly, and I think my reply was fucking weak. So he did see it, I got the scene response, and then no reply. I went into, I felt like I was back in high school, getting left on red. I went into a frenzy again. I was like, oh my god, I fucking blew it. I blew it. It's the end. He hates me now. He fucking hates me. He probably blocked me. So I did what no man should ever do. I double texted. So I sent him another text message. I was like, hey, just circling back around. I mean, if you're ever in town, I'm super down to do some stuff together. Like an anime character, real nervous. My nose starts bleeding. Once again, fucking nothing. It's been radio silence for the last month and a half now. I fucking blew it. I blew it. So I just wanted to give a follow-up. on that situation because chat still teases me about it. And this is a PSA to everyone out there. You might as well just check your messages on all your platforms just in case. You never know who might be knocking at that door. Now, the last topic I want to touch on is a pretty quick one. My second channel, Moist Clips. Historically, it's mainly just been used for like goofy moments and stream highlights, things like that. But I'm going to do a little bit more with that channel starting this week. I'm going to just start posting content on there that I know most of you don't really give a shit about. So things like One Piece update. I just finished Skypiea and I just want to like fucking diarrhea my thoughts out there into a video. And I know a lot of you don't care about that, but I'm going to post it on the second channel for anyone that does. And I'm probably going to treat it like that for content that I'm pretty interested in, but I know most of you aren't. So like another thing, and it's not all going to be anime related, but the first two things I'll probably do are anime related. Another thing I've wanted to make a video on is Casshern's Sins, which I think is one of the most underrated anime of all time. I think it's a fucking must watch. It's an amazing, amazing show. So I'll probably make a video about that and post it on the second channel there. But basically what I'm saying is the channel is going to be more than just like stream moments and stuff like that. I am going to be posting other types of content on there very soon. So I just wanted to give a little update to the direction that Moist Clips is going to be going. And by the way, that is my only other channel. All of the other ones are like fucking bot farms that are taking from stream and posting as quickly as possible. This is the only other channel I actually have. So just a heads up on that as well. So go subscribe to Moist Clips if any of that sounds interesting. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. How is I Am Jesus Christ Prologue 13 gigs? Is this thing installing the actual Holy Spirit onto my system? What in this game makes it so hefty? Like, this isn't even like the entire Old Testament. We don't even get to the New Testament DLC. And somehow it's still 13 gigs. When this thing fully comes out, it's going to be bigger than Destiny 2. The Bible was released on Steam this year. Well, it's about time. Yeah, I wanted to wait for the whole game to come out, but I just decided, whatever, we'll let it rip. I'll at least try the prologue out. I don't know how deep this goes. Maybe up till Cain and Abel. Who really knows? Actually, that wouldn't make any sense. Cain and Abel is way before Jesus Christ. I'm a bit off on my timeline here. Alright. Time to ride. Gameplay mode or story mode? So this one's like Sunday school mode, and this one's like, I'm ready to game. Let's hit it. That is AI generated. 100%. That is an AI generated piece of art.
The light shines in the darkness.
It's like an episode of Through the Wormhole.
And the darkness has not overcome it. And she gave birth to her firstborn, a son. She wrapped him in cloths
In a manger with the three wise men.
Because there was no guest room available for them.
The three wise men
And
came
there
bearing
were
a
shepherds living out in the
4090.
fields nearby.
It's a little laggy, but I'm sure it'll smooth out as the Holy Spirit gets stronger.
Yes, Jesus?
Is there combat in this game? Yeah, probably fighting sins. Like I just go around like fucking karate chopping like jealousy and greed and all that. Which one of you knows anything about John the Baptist, huh?
Sorry.
Oh. My God. Pardon. Gee, oh, sorry. Good Lord. Excuse me. Not in this town. Where is the guy who knows where the fuck John the Baptist is? Okay, that wasn't helpful at all. Which one of you assholes will just tell me where John is hiding? Are you dead? Why can't I talk to you? Alright, whatever. God is your dad. Well, yeah, but this guy's still like my parental guardian father. Why can't I jump over this? Bunny hopping? Yeah, I don't know if that was invented back then.
Hello, Jesus.
Whose sandals I am not worthy to carry. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire.
Oh, okay, hey, that's more of a threat than, like, good news. That's not a happy gospel there. Fire, huh? Did you even read the Bible? Bunny hopping was invented in Exodus 21:20. You're right, it's been a while. I don't know how I forgot that. Kind of empty. Yeah, welcome to the world back in the day. What the fuck?
To be baptized by him.
Cool.
Anyone
This is what it
who
used to
has
look
extra
like. How
clothes
cringe, right?
should share with the one who has none.
No cars.
Anyone who has extra
No
food
nothing.
should do the same.
No, Jesus was born an American. You might not recognize where we are because the names have changed, but Nazareth is actually now known as Florida. But yeah, he was born on American soil, baby. Don't you forget it. Yo, first boss. Thanks, John. Fast, though. You could just do that wherever. That's the beauty of fasting. You can just not eat wherever you want to not eat. Doesn't have to be in the desert. You could have just went home and been like, Mary, not eating for 40 days. I'm just going to survive off the Holy Spirit. No thank you, devil. I don't want any of that.
He ate nothing during those days, and at the end of them, he was hungry.
I would imagine that sounds about right. It's a nutrient beam.
Blessed are those who are spiritually needy. The kingdom of heaven belongs to them. Blessed are those who are sad. They will be comforted. Blessed are those who are humble. They will be given the earth.
Ooh, it's like photosynthesis for the soul. I see one! Yeah. Get out of here! It's like a Dragon Ball Z fight here with the key blast. Yeah! Get over here! I'm not turning it down. That's what the devil wants. Sauron.
But do you know what is waiting for you?
Or are you too afraid to do that?
Afraid? What'd you just say to me? This is like a giant egg yolk.
Why? Tell me only why you want to save all those humans. You don't deserve that, and believe me that at the end, they will betray you and kill you.
They wouldn't do that.
This is your last chance to join me, and we...
Oh! Get over here! Ha! Oh, you bastard. Damn it. Oh my. Yeah, I bet that hurts like the dickens, huh? Back to hell with you.
Alright, you win this time, for my time to come.
Well, keep waiting, bub. 'Cause the humans and I are good friends. And they wouldn't do what you say they might.
And will tempt all citizens with my darkness and
Don't!
sins.
Don't do that!
In such a way, they will stop Jesus and kill him.
No! Why are you laughing? This is serious.
He can't stop me.
We'll see about that. Bitch. Dang, I couldn't think of anything cool. Get these gems out of here! This obsidian is not welcome here.
Woman, why do you involve me? Jesus replied.
Why would Jesus
My
respond
hour
like
has not
that?
yet come. His
Woman.
mother said to the servants,
Are you insane?
do whatever he tells you.
What's your favorite Bible passage? I think this is Lutherans 14:5. Fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks, Instead, fear the man who has practiced the same kick 10,000 times. Bruce Lee.
We've run out of wine and the party's about to start.
Don't worry, I got you
I
covered,
will be
wine
very
guy.
disappointed, and I'll be in big trouble for this. I don't.
Oh, I'm going spirit mode. Whew. Going ghost. It is accurate, very. Man, this is awfully demanding. Do as I say and go and taste the water. You could just say, please go taste the water. Why lead this with do as I say?
I don't understand what
Very
this has to
douchey.
do with anything, but I'll do what you say.
Yeah, you better. I'll turn your blood to wine. Jesus Christ, still going hard on that wine, eh, buddy?
I'll knock on the door. I know he's inside getting ready still.
What do you think?
This one is amazing. What did you do to make it so good?
Urine. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jesus. You made my day even better.
I'm glad to hear it. This is your special day. But let's not forget about the miracle that I worked here. Oh, wow, okay. I'm in deep. Don't worry, I'll stop him. It's like an episode of Magic School Bus. One down.
This was the second sign Jesus performed after coming from Judea to Galilee.
Oh, nice. That was good. That was a longer prologue than I expected, too. We got a lot done. Alright. I'm looking forward to the full release. The development team seems so sweet. Like, I don't know who made this or anything, but they just, like, actually seem really sweet. And I also appreciate them releasing the prologue for free. They just, like, actually seem like nice people. It's no John Christian. I dare say it's better than John Christian. I don't say that lightly either. You know how much of a John Christian fan I am. Jesus' ass is fully modeled in the game. Vinny showed it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can get, like, a 3D model without, like, cheeks on it. It's very detailed, too. I mean, it's gotta be. I mean, those are the cheeks of Jesus Christ himself. You don't want to be dropping the ball there. You don't want to be the guy responsible for, like, flat ass. I've got big expectations and a big appetite. I hope this feeds me well. Standard mode, baby. Got the training wheels on, little Weenie Hut Jr. action. Man, there's an awful long load time. Is the game disappointed in me for choosing standard? What's wrong with jumping in with the water wings on? I don't feel like doing hardcore. Yeah, the game crashed. What a rough start. Let's run that back. Let's try standard again and hope that doesn't happen twice. No! Have mercy.
Weapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it.
Oh, fucking flashbang, Jesus.
Weren't so lucky.
Hey, what are you doing with this, bub? Jiminy Christmas.
Hey.
Stop goofing around. Let's get back to the car. Ah!
I read you. What's your situation? What the hell's going on?
I mean, what do you mean the hell is going on? We just got attacked by a crazy old man. my friend. Let's see if I can get a nice stealth kill here. Man, you son of a... What? Why would he even bother closing the door behind him in this situation? Oh, shit. Ah, God, ow. Ah, that was quite a strong punch. I'm assuming the thing that popped over his head was like a finisher I could have performed. Oh, what the fuck? Come out here. Nice. Gotcha. Oh.
Myself out.
It's not really that long of a fall. You could probably just slowly lower yourself down, no problem. Yeah, he said not worth the effort. Oh, you thought you could get the jump on me, huh? But you feel real silly now. My reflexes are too strong. I'm too quick. We have to save him! No! No! Well, that's what it is, I guess. Luckily her eyes are closed. That's big for us. I'll kill her neighbor, I guess. Can I jump through this? Yes, I can. Well, hopefully nobody heard that. Just the wind. Oh boy, they knew it wasn't the wind.
Here we go.
Unlucky. Tragic. Oh, fuck, that didn't stun him. Oh god. Take this! Oh nice, that just like bowls him over. That lady's helping me with the pitchfork. Appreciate it, ma'am. Gotcha. Pardon me, reloading. Ah! You sack of shit. What the fuck?
Next.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna have to heal. I was gonna try. He's still alive. They're ill-equipped to deal with firearms. They're just kind of standing there with a pitchfork and scratching their heads on what to do next. Alright, hold on. Oh, wow, there's a lot of them. Pardon me, though. Kick towards them. Oh my god. No, 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 no! Oh, fuck! I tried to change my angle. Oh, what a juke! Alright, hold on. Let's see if I can circle back around and pick up some of that ammo. It's mainly just money, which doesn't help me very much here unless they're willing to be bribed. They're open to the suggestion. Pardon. Pardon. Oh, you cheeky bitch. Pardon. Oh, he just... Pardon. That's so unlucky. He jumped in at the same time. Alright. I'm probably supposed to just leave. I feel like I could have fought them all, though. I wonder if you can, or if it's infinite. Pardon me, ma'am. Oh, why would... This is the same lady that had her eyes closed a moment ago. Maybe they're still closed. They were? That's fantastic news. Ma'am, you really need to stop trying to be the patrol of this town if you can't see. That is completely worthless to these fine folk. Oh, I shot the hatchet out of the air.
Next.
Oh, what? I didn't think she'd be able to grab me from there. Thanks for the egg, chicken. Chainsaw guy's over there. Oh, fuck. Ducked it, huge. I have one bullet left. And they're just not in the mood to be dropping handgun ammo. Hats off to the bull, though. It's very sweet of him. What? Move, move, move. Get the fuck out of my way. Oh. But it is just a fucking time thing.
La campana.
Destroy all blue medallions. Okay. I'll keep my eyes peeled. There's one. Oh. There's still human beings here, and that chicken got very upset about that. Wow, this sway is crazy. Damn it. There's two. Man, someone is getting very upset about me destroying these medallions. Where are you, ma'am? I can put you out of your misery. Jesus Christ. Sounds very painful for her. Oh, there you are. Watch this disrespect. Outplayed. Get up so I can do it again. Oh, now the pig's eating her? What a combo. I hear someone snarling. New knife, let's go. Wooden cog, let's go. That's big. This must be the guy with some crazy phlegm. Pardon. I hear one behind me. Move, 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 move. Gotcha. Oh shit, another one. Oh god, fuck. They got the whole kit and caboodle after me. This is the entire senior home field trip. Shit, I missed. Not worth. Oh, you still alive? God damn. Hey, 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 gentlemen, boys, boys. Cut that horseplay out. Knock it off, guys. Oh, come on, grow up. Grow up. Pardon me, gentlemen. Are you still throwing axes? Come on, guys. Have a little class. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a dodge. These poor women. I am just too quick. Fucking nothing. Who's whining? Oh god, he threw dynamite at me. Oh my god. Oh! Those quick reflexes, though. Alright, hold on. Oh, that's embarrassing. Forgive me for missing you that first time, sir. Oh, I should have left it. Can I put that string back? Tripwire? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god. Sorry again for this. You're not bothering anyone. You don't deserve that. I'm sorry. Well, that truly uncalled for. Forgive me. God damn it. I didn't turn around quick enough. I just can't have him throwing dynamite. Oh, he threw dynamite. Actually, that was so nice of him. He threw the dynamite at his friend. Can you do that again? Here, I'll stun him. Oh god, that took a good bounce. Oh god, Jesus. One more, please. Order up. Toss it. Right here. Nice, good throw. God damn it, too far. Oh! Interesting. Okay, now he's... Okay. Now he's just going full auto with it. That's just super unnecessary. Ugh. Or is there someone else throwing dynamite? What a circus. Where is she? She's everywhere at once. Oh, there you are. Man, you... This lady's the final boss. Holy shit, she is so... More dynamite! Fuck! Good God! Where did that even come... Where is it coming from? Is she up there? Oh, there you are. Her throwing arm is remarkable. I'm coming to get you. Does the egg heal? Oh. Wow, I should have been talking to the chickens more often. I thought it was like a collectible piece. Oh. Someone alive! Hello?
That hurts, you know? Seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke? You know, those things will kill you. Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh?
What's your name, stranger?
Oh, not this guy. Who are you?
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, God. Nice.
Moving here. Where?
Who knows? But later, saw some men dragging someone to the old church.
This really is an incredibly stupid and inefficient way of keeping them chained together like that.
Not healthy.
All they had to do was like both jump at the same time and like lean back, and it would have broke even easier. Nice. Good teamwork. This is probably a waste. Another excellent prank.
Payment in kind. I've got something new for you.
Does he not say, what are you buying, what are you selling? Brother, come on. Okay. Alright, then, I guess. That man just actually wanted me to put him down. Can you come next? Thank you. Let me get you into him. Nice. Why do you do this? Thanks. Throw another one. Oh, shit. Okay, throw it. Now. What are you doing? Good throw. Thank you. Okay. he still got to me in time. He threw a dud! He forgot to light it! Oh, god damn it. Now... I was waiting for it to go off, but he didn't light it. What a fucking idiot. Alright. Just let me out. This guy's not cooperating anymore with his dynamite. Jesus Christ. That's what I get for relying on a friend. Okay, so now that I know that blows up in his hand. Okay. I think it's finally just the dynamite guy, and he doesn't have a strong enough arm to reach me. Let's see if I can shoot the dynamite out of his hand. Damn, that was clean. Another one! Big parry. Holy shit, how many are here?
Out of the way.
What? Where did you even come from? Oh, I hear more dynamite. Okay. Is that everyone? Oh my god, Jiminy Christmas! More dynamite too? That should kill you. Okay, or not. I thought that would. Okay, gotcha. Surely that's all of them. Ma'am, please just go home. Just go home, ma'am. Stay down. Oh, ma'am. Don't make me do this. Oh my fucking god. It's actually unlimited. 100%. It's just like, it's actually unlimited. I have killed probably like 15,000 of these villagers now. At least she died quick. Now just stay there. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Trust me. You're better than this. You could be doing so much more. Alright, follow me then, aristocrat. Oh my... Just give me 2 seconds, please. What a fucking parry. Get that shit out of here, coward. See you later, idiot. Wow, that was clutch. Oh, God! Can I go in here? Oh, I'm gonna take that as a no. Excuse me. One of them stepped on a bear trap, I think. Okay. I think I'm safe. They probably can't come in. Oh, what the fuck? He just ate it?! Man goes from shitter to combat mode instantly and eats a shot right to the temple? What a fucking hero.
Out of the way.
God damn. Russian car fighting. Well, it's not just Russian car fighting, it's called Karjutsu. Karjutsu. But yeah, they're blowing up on Twitter. I know all about it. They also have phone booth boxing. Yeah, you might recognize the caster as JT, baby. I thought it was actual car fighting. No, they just fight in a car.
Oh, right away,
oh goodness gracious, he got the unbuckle. The unbuckle record there.
And blocks the seatbelt of Davidson.
You can see here in the top left-hand corner of your screen, reaches over, blocks the seatbelt with his left hand.
This is like some
frees himself
technique
with his
Dale would
right
have taught
hand,
you from
and
Detroit
immediately just
Survival
goes to
Training
smashing
Fitness.
Davidson into the driver's side door. And right now you can see he's trying to slide his knee through for knee on belly or possibly even mount here.
Uh-oh, he's in a bad position there.
Oh, he looks like he's got the driver's side seatbelt.
Oh, he's gonna strangle him with the
He's trying to wrap
seatbelt.
that driver's side seatbelt around the neck of Davidson. And Davidson, it's just
I haven't
it's
seen
almost
this
too
one.
late here.
Jesus
By the time
Christ.
he's figured out what's happening.
Oh my God.
He has got that seatbelt wrapped all the way around his throat. He's trying to defend, but there's not a lot that can be done here. He is in a bad situation. And
Yeah, that's
like
rough.
that, Raymond Felton wins the. Davidson doesn't
This
look
is
happy, but
barbaric.
that's the
You don't know the
main game.
meaning of the word barbaric.
And you can see here in the
This is
submission replay
civilized.
here, Felton right away gets to smashing, and as soon as he
Action
sees the
movie
opportunity to
combat,
grab that
yeah.
seatbelt, he grabs the seatbelt. You can see right
Wait until
here,
he hits the
he's
ejector
already
seat.
starting to push it across. Good job, Ray.
Oh, but God, now Davidson's got the driver's seat. He'll start banging his head on the fucking steering wheel, honking the horn with it.
Okay, round 2 underway, and it looks like.
Oh, he got the seatbelt again. You can't keep giving up the seatbelt.
Ray already all over Davidson. Davidson's trying to get.
Oh,
out of there.
wow, good wiggle, good wiggle. Oh,
He's fighting
that's
hands,
rough.
but that front headlock, that's the go. Not a lot of room to work.
Maybe throw him
inside
through the
car.
sunroof.
Okay,
Oh!
Davidson's making a little bit of space here for
Good
himself.
recline,
He's
good
laying down
recline.
The passenger side seat. Bill gets caught around his left arm, and currently.
Well, he's in a
his
good
left leg.
position right now, though.
We've got
He's
another
got that like
guillotine
squatting
attempt here
lotus
into the
technique
front
going
headlock.
on. Oh, that might be all she wrote.
Ray's got quite a bit of experience into it. Takes a submission.
Oh, he's going to the back
round.
seat.
This is a
Oh, you
two-round
can't give up the
fight,
back
and
seat.
What that means essentially is that Davidson has.
If there's one thing I've learned from Salt,
to secure a submission
that Angelina
on
Jolie
Velma, or
movie.
he will lose the match. If he can get his right
Oh,
knee
God,
down
fake
on
taxi's
the seat for a
popping off.
couple of seconds, he can score
Recline
4
the
points
driver's
from out,
side
but no,
seat.
it doesn't look like Ray's going to let that happen.
Full mount?
I think Ray would rather give up his back here, and that's what's happening. Davidson taking the back of Felton. He's
Damn, what a
wrapping up the rear
turnaround.
naked choke. Doesn't look like they're both absolutely exhausted, and it's almost 90 degrees inside the car. It is a miserable.
Oh yeah,
miserable
they didn't even turn
situation.
on the air
Davidson
in the air
realizing
conditioner.
The
Oh
safety
no!
lock. The safety lock stops Davidson, and it looks like Ray heard the safety lock and then grabbed this. It's going to happen.
This
for
is like
Davidson. But what a
wrestling, but
fantastic
with
match.
also
We got
doing the
20
hot
seconds
car
left.
challenge.
Davidson can try and secure something here, but he doesn't have any time to finish.
No, there's
Let's
no
listen in here.
time to finish here.
Oh, we've got a tap. Wow.
Oh, wait, what?
With 1 second left, Davidson rear naked choke tap out over Raymond
Okay,
Felton.
little plot twist there.
Wow, let's take a look at the replay here.
Everything wasn't lost at Makeout Reef this time.
Q Davidson won the second round with a rear naked choke, and here we
They
are
should add
in the
another
back
element
seat.
to this.
4
Like
minutes
when they're
for
in their
one of these two
backseat component,
competitors to
there should be an
submit the
Uber
other
driver
one
up
and win the
front, and
match.
you get
If
like
that does
a,
not happen,
I don't know, maybe
we will
something
go
on the
immediately
judge's
to
scoring
sudden
card if
death.
you tip him.
And he's trying to fiddle with the seatbelt.
Maybe get the
again.
headrest
This
off
time
and start
he's
beating
going
him
to
with
that
it.
back seat belt, and it looks like the safety lock. And he's got it.
Oh, that's gonna be
Davidson
gonna be
with
tough.
6 points. That'll go to the leaderboard for the season. But right now,
They should add a
Davidson is
component where the
trying to win
vehicle's
match.
moving, so you have to
He's
do it in
got
a
the
moving
seat
vehicle
belt, and
too.
he's trying to wrap it around them. You can hear these two athletes breathing. This is it. They are miserable and absolutely exhausted.
Oh!
Davidson pushes the passenger seat forward.
He said enough
and now
enough
he's got the
fishy
seat belt
business.
all the way
I want the
around
whole
neck
seat
of
belt.
Ray Felton. He's got the seat belt on the right side.
He's got two
He's
seat
gonna reach
belts.
under now with his
He's
right
dual
hand
wielding.
here. He's going to reach under and he's going to grab the
Gotta
seat
fucking
belt
decapitate
and
him.
pull it behind the head of Felton, pushing with his left hand and using his right forearm. And
Yeah,
there
no
you have
shot.
it. It's an
Yeah,
Ezekiel
there was no
seatbelt
shot he gets out of that.
by Q Davidson to win the match. Almost looked like we were watching a crime. Raymond Felton, fantastic fight. Q Davidson.
That
what
did
a
look like a
great,
crime. It was
great
like murder
come from behind
footage.
win. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Edison versus Punisher. Okay, just one more quick one. With a name like that. Oh god, he's got the door open! He's gonna fucking start slamming his head against it. Slamming the door into it.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh, jeepers!
On the side of the car, and
Oh,
there he
fuck!
Goes. He's thrown Sam out.
Oh god, they even broke the windshield. What the fuck happened?
Leverage with his.
Jesus, wait, this one's crazy.
And there it is.
4 points, red.
Oh, what? Now this is an interesting technique. The motorboat of death.
Position to be in. The opponent is behind the steering wheel. Faust is looking to make
Good
a little bit
tactic
of,
though, open the
A
door.
little bit of space here so he can work, and he's opened up the driver's side door. which doesn't seem like it's
Smothering with his own tits there. That was a good strategy.
Sam just, it looked like an unintentional eye poke there.
Yeah, that is a big guy. Holy
Laying
shit.
Flat in the driver's side seat with his head on the armrest.
Maybe put a finger in his ear. Lick your finger and put in his ear a little wet willy. It'll stun him.
Sam's looking for that right
All's
arm.
fair
Now he's
in
looking for the
Karjitsu.
left arm.
Oh
Sam's
god.
just hunting here, and it doesn't look like
We've
there's
got to
much
get
available,
something
but he
cooking
is in
here.
great position.
Come on, Rants. Get your finger and like go up and down on his lips. Give him one of those.
Into the car, or Faust is shrimping
It'll
his way
scare
over
him.
to the other seat. Oh, here he goes.
No, baby.
Side of the car, and there he goes. He's thrown Sam out. Sam's head is
He's
about
wiggling.
an inch from the mat, front of the throne.
It looks like being in the driver's seat is a huge
Sam's staying
disadvantage.
very calm. You can look at his eyes and see he's very, very calm here, but he's in a bad position. Faust
This
is
looks
secured
very-
mount. He's got
this almost looks
about 8
romantic.
inches worth of seat belt here. The safety lock has kept him from.
He's not even taking the threat seriously right now.
I think Sam is successfully defending. Get a different camera.
What is he? I can't tell what I'm looking. Oh my god.
Gripping the wire that holds the headrest to the seat, and also in that hand.
Yeah,
he's
that's
got
gonna be tough.
8 inches of seat belt. So he has got Sam trapped against the seat.
This is one of those moments
Listen
where
to
you
the
need to be able to breathe out of your ass.
Sam is unable to move. His head is stuck to the seat. He's being choked by the seat belt. Faust is in position. He's got.
Oh, he's getting with like the Joker laugh. They're going crazy in the hot car.
Going to do with it, but he has got a fantastic.
Someone let out a little fart there. What was that?
Here for some sort of a front choke.
Oh, that'd be a good strategy actually. Stink them out,
Work inside the car.
rip ass, and then go to town. I think Rance really kind of took control of this round here.
And it looks like we're going to the third round.
That's the back seat time.
Heavy breathing from both competitors.
These are some big boys here for the back seat. That's not a whole lot of room to work.
And methodical. Faust is trying to shove him in between the seats.
What are you watching?
And just a little bit of a misstep by Sam has put him in a
Oh, you gave up your belly.
Holy
You
smokes.
showed your belly. You showed tummy. Oh, but wait a minute.
Sam, the bully choke. But while doing so, he has absolutely gotten himself into a bad spot. His hips are trapped between the two front seats, and you can't
Oh
see
yeah,
now,
that's
but
gonna be all she wrote.
Faust has figure forward the legs of Samuel Eidson.
He's gonna turn the car on, rip the wires out, and shock him with it.
Currently, Faust is a very, very serious situation here. There's no mobility whatsoever for Sam.
Yeah, he's got his legs locked there. He's got him in like a coffin stance.
Oh my gosh. Sam's trying to stay as calm as possible, but able to escape.
Yeah, I think this one's kaput. I don't see how Sam gets out of this. Unless he rips the steering wheel off and starts like slapping him around with it.
Oh, he's going to jiggle the keys here, create a little bit of a diversion. And he has absolutely passed from the back seat to the front seat. He still has mount. Wow.
Jiggling the
Punisher's
keys
tricky
for a
little guy
diversion?
here. That was clever. Floorboard.
Just hide in the floorboard, Sam. He can't get you there.
Okay, here.
What is
He's gonna try
happening?
to win this fight right here. 10
Oh,
seconds.
oh.
Holy smokes. Sam's
that-
head is stuck behind the steering wheel.
And what is
Sam can't
Jesus.
move. Oh my gosh.
What is it? Jeepers creepers.
Sam and Faust has pulled in the match. Rance the Punisher Faust by submission. Holy smokes.
All right.
Wow. Two championship.
Man, Sam was in such firm control for round one. But then it was all Rance.
But the third round, it was.
Today I did something that I was pretty sure I wasn't going to enjoy. And I think taking these kind of risks is important for growth, where you step outside of your comfort zone and try something new, even if you're convinced you're not going to like it. I did that today. I cannonballed into the swimming pool of yuckiness and did something rather foul. Now, this isn't anything huge. It's not like I was some kind of brave, courageous warrior that really put it all on the line today to try something new. I didn't go hog wild and wacky like sticking my dick in a gas station glory hole or anything. I watched a show that I was very sure I was probably going to dislike. I asked myself, how bad could Netflix's lowest rated original be? and that show is The Witcher Blood Origin. Right now it has a 32% on Rotten Tomatoes with a 13% audience score. It was also lower in the critics side. It used to be down to like 16%, but then I guess some glowing reviews came scooting in there, maybe even paid reviews, I have no idea. And it's not like I really put a whole lot of stock into Rotten Tomatoes scores, by the way. Rotten Tomatoes gives Big Mouth a 100% every single season except for one. And Big Mouth is the worst thing humanity's created since the Brazen Bull torture device. I swear, watching Big Mouth is up there with being waterboarded. It's just a cruel and unusual punishment, and yet it gets rewarded every season on Rotten Tomatoes with a perfect score. It's mind-blowing. But now I'm getting off on a tangent. The point is, I don't put a whole lot of faith in Rotten Tomatoes as like a reviewing source, but The Witcher Blood Origin has been shit on across the board from everyone, and I wanted to see just how bad it was, because I wrote this off immediately, as did everyone else, because it proudly disregards the source material that it's supposed to be borrowing from. It uses the Witcher IP, and then wipes its ass with it. So this is a spin-off story. It's a prequel to The Witcher. It's set about 1200 years before the events of The Witcher, and it's not based on anything, and I don't typically get upset about that. I think it's fine if you want to take a universe and then tell your own original story in there. That's fine, but it always has to at least pay respect to the source material, something that Blood Origin fails to do on any level whatsoever. And it also has to at least fit and make sense in the universe, like justify its existence. Why is it there? And does it play by the universe's rules? Well, across the board here, the answer is pretty much no. Like, this feels like it was a complete nothing sandwich that they decided to serve up. I don't really get what the point was. There's a couple of moments where I was entertained. Like, I'm not going to pretend like the entire thing was this pile of dog shit. But on the whole, it really was worthless, like a waste of time. Now, I want to be clear here because I'm sure if you just heard what I said there and you've seen the show, you probably raised an eyebrow really high. Like, in entertainment, enjoyment, in Witcher Blood Origin, did we watch the same show? Let me explain, because now I need to defend myself, because there's almost nothing to like about it, except for one thing: the mindless goofiness to its action. When there is action in Blood Origin, it's about as mindless as it can possibly get. And when the rest of the show is as stale as the goldfish that are stuck in between my couch cushions, it's at least refreshing when something, anything at all happens. Because the show puts you to sleep. The show gives you like this, like almost hypnosis of boredom. Like, I swear to God, half the time when I was watching this show, the generic nature of everything and the convolution of its messy plot would have me passing out like it was a drug overdose. And then they'd have their goofy action come on and it was like this little hit of Narcan. I'm not trying to defend the action sequences because I know they're not great. I'm sure there's plenty of critiques that exist for the choreography, or really lack thereof, to the action scenes. But for me, I could at least appreciate the unapologetic silliness of it, and those fleeting moments of ephemeral enjoyment were overshadowed by hours of boredom and nonsensical, messy garbage. Narratively, this thing is as messy as it gets. I actually have a conspiracy theory that originally this was supposed to be its own generic fantasy show that they started filming, and then they got halfway through the season and then they just ran out of budget or it got canceled. But they didn't want it to go to waste, so they had these like 4 episodes worth of content that they already poured money into and they already had all the footage. So they knew they could probably sell and at least get eyes on it if they just slapped the Witcher IP on top of it, even though it had no real tie-in. So they did, like in an act of desperation, and then they like wrote in some loose Witcher lore to it, and it just doesn't work. But that's what I feel. I feel like they just made like a generic fantasy flick and then slapped The Witcher on it as the afterthought. It feels like this was just an incomplete product that got shipped out early. Like what I'm watching here is the pre-alpha. Usually when I'm ranting about something I didn't like, I'll give spoiler warnings and then talk about more specific reasons and examples from what I watched. But for this, I just don't even see the point. It's like not even really worth it, because I'm sure you weren't planning on watching it anyway. I wasn't either. I just, for some reason, got super curious as to what made this so bad that even critics were attacking it and saying it was shit. And I probably shouldn't have. This was Pandora's box that I shouldn't have even bothered opening. But I did, and I do regret it. So I'm not going to even really get into spoilers, but I would like to point out a couple of specific things that are more broad. almost every character in the show is an elf, yet that has absolutely no difference in how they behave, how they act, or anything. It's not even elves like you're used to seeing in The Witcher. They don't act the same or anything. They're basically just humans with little pointy ears in here. And the pointy ears look like something you could have found at Party City for some of the characters. It's just, what was even the point of making them elves at that level? Like, why? It doesn't do anything, it doesn't add anything, and it's not even like an important point to the show, really, because it's not explored or done super well. Like, it's not really weaved into the narrative in any other way aside from them just basically being humans with long ears. I don't even get what the point of that was. It seems like they didn't give much thought to anything in this show. It also feels like they didn't have a budget to do anything in this show either. It doesn't even look good. I felt like I was watching a CW production sometimes. Everything just feels like cheap. I don't know if it's just me, but I thought the visuals were really, really lacking, especially for a Netflix original here. There's absolutely times where I thought I was watching a fan project, but then the writing kicked in and I realized this is absolutely not done by Witcher fans. That much is very clear. By far the worst part is its writing, no doubt, but more specifically the writing for the characters. This is literally the first line in the show, and that sets the tone for the writing for the rest of the series. It's just so laughably bad so often. And the characters will sometimes just point blank tell you, like, this is very important to me because this, and this is how I'm feeling, without ever spending the time to build up relationships or build up these things. A good writer would be able to convey that without just point blank telling you, like almost breaking the fourth wall, like, hey, viewer, this is what you don't know about me and how I'm feeling right now, so let me explain it to you. It's just bad. Maybe that's because it's only 4 episodes, so the time constraints, it was hard to build a relationship, but to me it just feels like just general laziness as opposed to like a limitation on the amount of time they were allotted. The whole thing is just sloppy. It has nothing to do with The Witcher. It doesn't try to. I don't get the point. And I don't want to just keep focusing in on The Witcher Blood Origin specifically. I again want to, zoom out the lens here and talk about the bigger thing, the trend of taking beloved property like The Witcher and then giving it to people that don't fucking care and even openly, proudly disrespect it most of the time, like with Halo. I keep bringing up Halo because that is the gift that keeps on giving. It is applicable to so much here, and to me that is still the most egregious example of people that hated the property they were working on, tried to do something that they deemed better, and made something that is unforgivable, something unholy, just a downright sin. It is criminal how bad the Halo show was, and that's kind of where everything's going. You have the Last of Us showrunner coming out saying, death in the games were just kind of pixels, so it's going to be different in the show. And now you have Witcher Blood Origin furthering this, where it's like, The Witcher, who cares about that? We're just going to use that name and then tell our own generic fantasy story. What is the fucking point? This is like that episode of SpongeBob with how many times we have to teach you this lesson, old man. Stop giving these beloved IPs to people, showrunners, producers, heads of studios that clearly don't give a fuck about it. What do you hope to accomplish? You don't get the fans of the property. You immediately lose them. You make an enemy out of them. You also don't get the general audience because they don't care about the IP to begin with. It's not like strong enough to bring in new eyes. It doesn't have its own legs because it's relying on the safety of the IP's name, and you deliver something half-baked like this show. Who are you even targeting? Because with Blood Origin, it's not Witcher fans. It's not fantasy fans. It's what? People that have like autoplay on or something, like YouTube kids, they have an iPad and they just have random shit pop up. Like, who is this even geared towards? I don't get it. That's a question I asked with Halo because it wasn't geared towards Halo fans, and it wasn't geared towards just like general sci-fi fans either because it wasn't good enough. And now it's a question I'm asking here. Why? You have a dedicated audience with that IP. That franchise comes built in with eyeballs. So why not like make an ally out of them instead of an enemy? Show them that you actually care about it instead of bragging about not playing the games or not reading the stories that it comes from or whatever. Again, this is me talking about Halo, but I'm sure it applies to Blood Origin because clearly they have made a very public case of disrespecting the property. Henry Cavill's now no longer with The Witcher going forward after season 3. Again, why is this the norm to give this IP to people that don't like it to begin with. You're never going to get something good out of it. You just keep getting shit. More and more shit piled on top of itself in this giant septic tank of bad adaptations. And it doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't. Like, you could absolutely just give it to people who do want to use it and make something great with it. I know it exists. So why do we keep doing this? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, I just wanted to rant a little bit today. That's really about it. See ya. The desperation for online attention on TikTok is a poison more potent than cyanide, but it doesn't kill you instantly. It's a long, drawn-out, painful, and embarrassing death. And today I want to talk about someone who's got a very severe terminal case of toxic clout goblin. It's a TikTok psychic named Ashley. You might have even heard of her by now because she's made a name for herself in the national headlines. She is a self-proclaimed TikTok clairvoyant who uses her psychic abilities to solve murders. And she recently took on the case of the University of Idaho killer who killed 4 students. The real killer was arrested, however, before Bryan Kohberger, the actual killer being accused here, the main suspect, was taken into custody. Ashley made a long series of videos accusing someone else named Rebecca Schofield of being the killer. It was based on nothing other than tarot card readings and Ashley's own gift of tapping into the universal consciousness. A YouTuber named Detozy recently made a great video covering some of her Unhinged videos, but there are so many more. She basically just made a fan fiction about this completely innocent lady named Rebecca and framed her as the killer, and even convinced some brain-rotted individuals on TikTok that she was correct and Rebecca was the real killer. And even though Bryan Kohberger's been taken in with a ton of evidence against him, she is doubling down saying that they got it wrong and that she was right, and that it's the authorities' incompetence that's letting Rebecca get away with it. It's disgusting, really. Like, it's straight up just fucking deplorable. And now Ashley, the psychic superstar, is being sued by Rebecca for all this shit. And rightfully so. She completely deserves to get slapped around in court for this kind of garbage. And I just wanted to go over some of this with you because I truly was blown away by what I was hearing from her. It's a really interesting look into just pure delusion. Ashley really thinks she's like Mob from Mob Psycho, like some kind of crazy, powerful, psychic, like, hero. But in reality, she's just dangerously dumb. And then accusing innocent people of horrible crimes.
TikTok psychic.
I'm sure he'll set the stage, but just in case anyone doesn't know, TikTok investigator made a claim that they found the University of Idaho murderer responsible for the death of those 4 students, and they said it was their professor. And when, asked about evidence, and the evidence they presented was tarot card readings, I believe. So, not the most bulletproof of investigations out there. But who's to go against tarot cards, right? You'd be a fool to bet against the tarot cards. But you know how that story played out? The actual killer was caught, thanks in part to a Reddit post that they made. And now I believe this lady is getting sued.
TikToker by the name of Ashley, she started creating some pretty unhinged TikToks claiming that she knew who was behind all of this. And this is with zero proof, just visions. So disclaimer here.
Hey, and look how far Raven got with those visions. I wouldn't be shitting on that so heavily if I were you. You never know what she might envision next.
Before I begin this Who is Rebecca Schofield series and her motives for the University of Idaho students, let's just dispel the rumors. No, I do not know Rebecca Schofield. I'm not connected to her in any kind of way. I'm not emotionally tied to her or any of the victims. I'm not connected to anyone. I have no reason to lie on her. No,
But then, you know what? Who am I to chime in so early? She's still going over the process. I'm sorry for the interruption.
I did not just see her picture and name on the University of Idaho history page and then automatically feel it was her. This is not a feeling. This is knowledge. I have no feeling.
Knowledge from where?
I did a reading
Detozy,
when I saw Rebecca Schofield on the history department's page on Rebecca Schofield and her connection.
Pardon me, detective. Wasn't one of the first things you said, I didn't just see her on this university page and start accusing her. And then immediately your process is, so I saw her on the university page and I decided to do a reading. Well then, This is quite watertight knowledge we're gathering here. Please continue to cook, I'm sorry.
Rebecca Schofield and Kaylee connected because she needed an advisor. She was about to graduate.
How does she know this?
She wanted advice on personal growth.
It's called fan fiction. Get with the
Also,
times.
She needed resolution for anything or anyone that was getting in the way of her ability to graduate about her sexuality. During this time
What is
period,
that?
Rebecca Schofield
Oh my god, this is so much longer than I expected. I thought she just did like a single tarot card reading. It's like, look at this. She pulled the murderer card. So that's how I know she's guilty. She's just going through an entirely made-up story of fucking nothing.
is in a dreamlike state. She's opened up that passion that she has suppressed for women that was now placed on Kaylee.
What?
She's explaining it like it's some random fanfic. There's fanfics written about me that are like have similar plots.
About her desire for her, but also her desire for women and how she suppressed those desires because of tradition and societal viewpoints.
She wanted so badly to write the next 50 Shades of Grey, but wasn't able to actually find success on any of those erotic adult fan fiction sites. So instead she went to TikTok to try and do it, but she's using an actual case of murder. And then accusing a real person of being the murderer.
She said that she was so introspective that she lost her connection to her husband and that she needed to focus on her finding her truth and her.
Speaking of truth, I want to see a little bit more about the lawsuit first. This is far more wild than I expected.
I feel like
I thought for sure this was just going to be a quick cut and dry, hey, tip Fedora, I pulled out my tarot card readings today, and look who turned out to be a murderer. This lady. Case closed. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. But man, she went with like fucking 15-minute audio book of like a girl-on-girl sexual erotica. What was her name? Warlock Holmes. That's pretty good. I like that. Oh, here it is. Professor sues TikToker who accused her in University of Idaho murders. It's a defamation lawsuit. Here, let me just pull it up. I don't know why I'm just going to read it to you like it's story time. Has she not said anything like public? Hold on, let me go to her TikTok. Is she doubling down? How old is this? This is 6 days ago. She's in here. She's still going. Rebecca Schofield, not the murderer, by the way. Just a completely random person she did a tarot card reading on. Rebecca Schofield's Alibi, Part 2. Murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This would still be after they caught the real murderer. And she's still going.
It seems to be an impossible task set before me.
Because it is. You did a tarot card reading. It is an impossible task. This is after they caught the murderer, though.
It was fresh, you know, and I laughed at it, didn't take it too seriously. But they keep saying the same thing because they lack creativity, they lack spirit. So they don't have the creative mind to say something different.
You accused an innocent elderly woman of being a murderer. What do you mean creativity and having fun with actual dead college kids and trying to pin it all on just some lady? Oh my god, what the fuck? The lack of remorse. The lack of shame.
So I'll wait till I post just to say the same thing over and over. It's demonic, and it should be embarrassing. That's why a lot of them have fake pages. They're embarrassed to do it on their own page.
I will give her something. The lack of shame is refreshing. She's putting her whole face in here, saying it with her whole chest. Being blatantly wrong. I appreciate that. That is nice to see. At this point, it's obvious. Rebecca Schofield silenced Kaylee through her ex. She wanted to silence me, so she contacted my ex. She needs like a legitimate psychiatric evaluation. This is like dangerously stupid. Holy shit, this is actually nuts. I thought for sure she'd be like, oh, it looks like I may have been wrong. The tarot cards were off. Like, try and save some face. But she's just doubling down on it.
Wants to be with Kaylee. She had a deep desire for her, It feels like love. Infatuation.
I understand why this Rebecca Schofield person is suing her, because this is just insane.
Or satisfied physically. And
No, like actually
emotionally,
true. I
they
totally get it.
engaged.
Imagine you're a professor.
To make sure he had plenty of resources so that he can accurately put the energy in to manifest his dreams and his best life. She said his dreams are worthy of living. She said that he wasn't too old to learn and that his
This is like a
talents
plot
have
to
yet
an
be
anime.
discovered. She didn't ask.
And then
what
he
he
learned
was-
to do the Kamehameha wave. And then he trained on King Kai's planet.
I haven't been sued, so that's why some demand letters you take serious.
Man, it's
especially
looking
if
a
you
lot
really
like
did
Christmas
do
over
something
there.
wrong. But the ones
The
that are used
lawsuits
as a
are
scare
coming.
tactic,
Yeah, that video aged very poorly.
I think that's how y'all want me to feel about a measly ass $75,000 lawsuit that I'm gonna win.
That's such a good filter. I thought it was real at first. That filter gets me every time. I love that fucking filter. Though, I mean, $75,000 lawsuit's not great. Like you don't have to pretend. I know that hurts. That hurts anyone. That's a lot of fucking money. I don't know why we're like posturing here. That shit hurts.
Oh my god. Discovering things about her. Because now everything I find out about her crime she committed of ordering of the 4 University of Idaho students, I have to save it.
You don't have to save it. There's no point in saving it. Just say whatever you have now, because it's gonna come out in court anyway. So, oh my goodness.
I really
don't
hope
think
this
she
is a
has
public
anything,
trial.
because you're really
Holy
sitting on
shit, I
so
need
much
to see that.
information from what, a tarot card reading? Oh my god.
Like, I have physical evidence against Rebecca Schofield that validates everything that I've said about her, but I can't speak on it now because
I would love to see the physical evidence she has to confirm that Rebecca Schofield was trying to get into a romantic relationship with Kaylee and that Rebecca Schofield was struggling with her own internalized lesbianism and all of that wild shit. And then talking about like how she had plans to leave her husband in order to spend the rest of her life with Kaylee and then having to hire an assassin to take her out. I would love to see the physical evidence she had for those claims. Oh, true, the tarot cards. That doesn't lie. That's a good point. I didn't even think about the tarot cards. That is going to be a crucial piece of evidence. She has an alt account, Ashley is God in the flesh, and she posts there frequently, updated 3 hours ago and said the investigators are wrong and she did the right thing using her gift for right reasons. Oh, yeah, good, there's still more. Ashley is God in the flesh, huh? That's like a major sin, by the way. She seems to be very religious. To claim that you are God is like a major no-no. It's like she never even read the Bible or knows anything about it for some reason. God fucking smited an entire town for making that golden statue of whatever it was.
then they took the bait with Brian Kohlberger. Brian Kohlberger he didn't make the smartest decision regarding the murders, but he didn't commit the murders. So the people that they should have been arresting is Rebecca Schofield and Jack DeCour. So stop blaming me for other people's ignorance, incompetence, or negligence. Y'all.
That's amazing. Holy Lord. What in the world? What a load of horseradish. This is fascinating. I also want to keep up with some of the commenters. They know what's up. That's why they issued the gag orders. Not to mention Brian is 100% sure to be exonerated. I want to keep up with every commenter as well and see what happens when it turns out Brian is most likely the murderer. I hope, Rebecca, if you're watching, I hope you will make the trial with Ashley live streamed. That would be one of the most entertaining fucking things, because I know Ashley's going to represent herself. Absolutely. She's going to bring the tarot cards. She's going to bring some incense. Maybe a Ouija board. 100%. She's going to be like, watch this. I'm going to prove that it's Rebecca. I'm going to communicate with the dead students on my Ouija board. I have no doubt she would. Oh my god. Maybe Ashley does have spiritual powers. Holy Lord. Oh, I'm under a psychic attack. One of my little Warframe figurines fell over. Okay, never mind. Ashley's powerful. I take it back. Holy shit. She's got gifts no mortal was meant to wield. How are you jump scared easily? I'm not at all. I didn't expect an entire fucking Warframe figurine to fall over. What the fuck do you mean? That's like the exact opposite of being jump scared easily. It was a loud noise. Could you not hear it on stream? She's got the shungite now. Oh no. Her staff of shungite. She has a whole blog on her website of her solving the case. No way. So she calls herself clairvoyant, saying she's blessed with the ability to access and interpret information from the universal consciousness. Huh. I use my ability to help solve mysteries and see beyond the surface of people, places, and things. Oh, you're right. Yeah, here's an entire blog. Solving the mystery of the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. She's been tracking this whole thing. This is just horrible. Because it's real people that she's accusing of being the murderers. I may not be at a fine dining establishment right now, but I'm still serving up a large glass of wine. I just have to complain and rant about something in this video that's just been grinding my gears for quite some time now, because the problem still exists, and it's not getting any better in the industry. So stand back, you're about to enter the splash zone. I'm about to get real passionate, which means I'm gonna start spitting. How can it possibly be that 2023 years after the death of Christ, we are still releasing games with a dogshit PC port? How are we not learning from past mistakes, from previous sins of our fathers, from the countless other awful PC ports that have ruined games? Why is this still not only a problem, but actually getting worse? It makes no sense. This is actually a SpongeBob, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man moment. It'll be no surprise what prompted this video. It was the Star Wars Jedi Survivor game. I'm sure all of you have read the headlines and seen the reviews about how awful the performance is on pretty much every platform, but most notably PC. Unforgivably bad on PC for most people. Now, I'm currently playing it on PC, and not only was installing it an unbelievable headache because we've entered the age where no one gives a fuck about actual optimization at all. So it was a 128 gigabyte download, and then after that was finished, I got fucking slapped, double-fisted with the 129 gigabytes of unpacking that needed to come after the 128 gigabyte download. For that fucking file size, I felt like I was downloading another human being onto my computer. Shit had me installing an entire new solar system onto my SSD. I feel bad for anyone, like my heart is breaking for anyone that doesn't have like top-of-the-line internet, because this probably still isn't even done downloading for you on PC right now. You probably still have another week or two on that, baby. You gotta let that shit cook, because it is rough. They don't bother compressing things anymore, I guess, and they just let it take up as much space as possible, as if it's some kind of like achievement if they take up like fucking 140 gigabytes or whatever. It's ridiculous. But that's not even the big point here. So on PC and pretty much everywhere else, you will probably not be getting 60 frames per second. And I know, oh, entitled gamers wanting 60 frames, oh, that's so goofy. Well, bah humbug to you as well, Ebenezer Scrooge. If you're paying $70, this is a $70 game, if you're paying $70 and not even getting the bare minimum of performance, then you are a cuck if you're trying to defend that. When you're paying that kind of money, you should be getting high quality product for it. But there is not a single report I have read from anyone that is able to maintain a consistent 60 frames per second with this title, no matter what you're running. You could be running the state-of-the-art quantum computational technology, absolute, $100,000 hardware, 4090s out the fucking wazoo, and you will still not be getting 60 frames per second in this game consistently. Mudahar recently made a video going over it. I'm sure you've all seen all the articles. Most people are getting between 40 and 50 FPS, no matter what they're running. And for a lot of people's machines, seeing 40 FPS is like finding a shiny Pokemon. Getting 40 FPS for some people's machines is a fucking accomplishment in and of itself, deserving of a trophy and a pat on the ass. It is ridiculous. A lot of people are getting 30 FPS. It's just in a terrible state. And one other thing that I should mention with Jedi Survivor, though it doesn't apply to every bad PC port, but it certainly does for this game, is that it uses Denuvo DRM. I'm sure you've all at least heard of Denuvo before. It's become the boogeyman of DRM because it has been shown to make game performance worse. To what extent and exactly how big of an effect it has on performance is always a bit of a toss-up and a case-by-case basis on the game itself, but it does have a proven negative effect on the performance of a game. The reason companies use Denuvo is because they're all so fearful of piracy that they take the nuclear option and choose Denuvo to try and protect it, though even in those cases the games still end up getting cracked and people still pirate them. It just takes them a little longer, which I guess for the company execs might be worth it, but you sacrifice the actual performance of your game for your paying customers in order to give yourself like an extra week of no piracy. But what ends up happening, and I'm getting a little sidetracked here because this is a little off the path that I wanted to talk about with just bad PC ports in general, but Denuvo in particular, what ends up happening is when a game has this and a normal person buys the game, like me, I buy the game, I'm subject to that Denuvo DRM, and that makes my game's performance worse, whereas the people who pirate the game that are taking a week before it comes out, or 2 weeks, whatever, they now get that game without Denuvo, thus their performance is actually better than the paying customers. That's ridiculous. That's so fucking ass backwards, it's laughable. It's almost poetic. In their delusional attempts to combat piracy, they end up encouraging it by offering pirates a better product if you pirate the game than paying customers. It's so wild. And in Jedi Survivor's case, it's even more lunacy because the Denuvo, the DRM, all of it is so extreme that if you try and load this game on what it deems as too many computers, it'll shut you out from even playing the game. Look at this screenshot here. There have been players reporting that because of Denuvo, they've been locked out of the game because it thinks that they're playing it on multiple computers, thus it's like, combating piracy. When that's not even what's happening. It's out of control. It's totally out of control. But back to just general PC ports being terrible and like a trend of this going on, it's still unforgivable to even be getting 40 and 50 FPS in this day and age and paying full price for the game, which has become kind of the trend in the industry, which is so weird, and why I'm talking about it, because this isn't like some rare exception. This isn't some unicorn where like, oh man, somehow they fucked up a PC port. How could they have done that? No, this is like super normal. Right now, we live in the time period where it's push it out and we'll fix it later. Just ship it and we'll fix it somewhere down the line and that should be fine. Which is trash. That's horrible business practice. And what's even sadder is the amount of brainwashed drone zombies that defend this and actually attack people that call it out, saying that they're just entitled gamers. How can you be demanding this from developers to get it right off rip, to get it perfect when they ship it? This is silly. You're being a bunch of goobers. Obviously they're going to fix this game at some point. They treat it like it's a fucking NFT investment or something, like, oh, it's gonna be great at some point. And yeah, maybe sometimes it does get fixed, most notably Callisto Protocol. That shipped in the worst state I've ever seen for a PC port. It was borderline unplayable with how fucking bad that was, but they fixed it shortly thereafter. But I don't think that's really excusable. I'm glad they did the right thing and made it work, made it functional. But it shouldn't have ever shipped that way. It's not like they didn't know these problems existed. It's not like this all of a sudden came out of nowhere, like, oh my god, there was a fucking ghost in the machine and it corrupted everything right when it launched. No, they would have been aware of it, but they still decided to ship it anyway in that state just to meet the deadline. I'm glad it got fixed, but it doesn't change any of the damage done to the initial buyers here, and it ruined the reputation of that game forever, completely fucking tarnished it, wiped their ass with it. And right now that's happening with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. A game, when it launches, should be in a good state. Bugs, of course, are always going to be there. I never really hold bugs against a company too harsh unless they're obviously game-breaking and like maybe there's an incredible amount of them. But I understand bugs are always going to be present. There are just some things that you can't always get in QA testing. But just performance problems like never getting 60 FPS, constant stuttering, those kind of things, they're there when the game's about to ship. Now, like I said, I want to make this clear. I'm currently playing through Jedi Survivor. I am not experiencing most of the problems that the majority of PC users are with the title. I'm not getting a crazy amount of stuttering. It's definitely there. It is prevalent, but it's not like game ruining or anything like that. And I know I'm not getting 60 FPS. I think I'm more in that 45, 50 FPS ballpark, but I don't really feel like putting up the FPS counter to double check. I just know it's not 60. It's pretty clear. And I'm okay with that playing throughout the game, but I'm not happy that I was charged $70 for a game that can't even reach like the absolute baseline of performance in 2023. I'm enjoying the game because I think the gameplay is good and I'm enjoying the story so far, but I am extremely disappointed in the performance of it. I would obviously like if this game was hitting 60, it would be better. But I'm not having the worst time with it because I've been lucky enough to not experience most of what other PC players are. So I just wanted to get that out there real quick. But anyway, Jedi Survivor developers, they put out a statement today on Twitter, and I want to kind of go over that as well real quick. We are aware Star Wars Jedi Survivor isn't performing to our standards for a percentage of our PC players, in particular those with high-end machines or certain specific configurations. Within the first sentence here, just a full poopy diaper on display. It's not a percentage of PC players, it's all of them, whether it's high-end machine or not. Also, it's not performing up to the standards that you'd expect in 2023 for consoles either. Console performance isn't amazing, it's just PC performance is worse. So that's where most of the conversation has been focused, is on PC. But the entire game itself is so fucking poorly optimized and not great performance. While there's no single comprehensive solution for PC performance, the team has been working on these fixes we believe will improve performance across a spectrum of configurations. We're committed to fixing these issues as soon as possible, but each patch requires significant testing to ensure we don't introduce new problems. Thanks for understanding and apologies to any of our players experiencing these issues. We will continue to monitor performance across all platforms and share update timing as soon as it is available. Star Wars Jedi team. So this is baloney. We're looking at an actual load of horseradish here. These aren't problems that were brand new once the game shipped. They would have been aware of these, but because of the higher ups at the company, I imagine suffocating, fucking strangling them like Bart Simpson's neck, making sure that they're going to be on time for the deadline, they forced the game to come out as scheduled, as slated, which didn't give them the optimal time to refine the performance problems. Thus, now they're going to have to play catch up and be eating shit publicly for this in the meantime. And even after they fix it, they will still eat shit for releasing a game that was poorly optimized with terrible performance. It's just a lose-lose. Like, the only benefit here is to the higher-ups at their bottom line, like, look at all these day one sales. But then there's going to be a drastic drop-off because of all the negative press, because everyone's talking about how fucking awful the game is because of the performance. No one's talking about the game being good right now, and the game is good. I'm having a great time with it. The gameplay is fucking fantastic. Like, I actually think I'm enjoying the gameplay more than in Fallen Order. But no one's talking about that because everyone's focused on how awful the game performs. That takes precedent over a good game. If you release a game that is shittily made, right, if it doesn't run well, that's all people are going to focus on. For obvious reason. I'll just never understand this speed run to get games out no matter the cost. Come hell or high water, this game's going out there even if we left in all kinds of game breaking problems. Who gives a fuck as long as it's out there in the wild? That's what matters. It's dumb. You would stand to gain far more from a good PC port and a well optimized game. I can't wrap my head around it. I understand that there's so much bureaucracy to it now that maybe it's just totally out of the hands of the developers and really just in the hands of the suits that force it. So there's only so much they can do. I really do think that's probably a large part of it. It's not like the developers want to release a game that they know is in a bad state because they're the ones that catch the most flack for it. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I'm sure they don't like it either. It's just such a shame that this keeps happening with good games. It is very rare to have a good PC port these days, which is crazy to me. I feel like we should have learned from the past, where when you have a good PC port, everybody wins. You get more customers, it has a long life now on the PC as well. It just, everyone wins when you make a good PC port to a game. I just don't understand why it continues to be an issue. Fucking Last of Us, the PC port they released, is a joke. Like, it just continues to happen. Why? I really don't understand why there is not any amount of care given to these PC performances for their games, when there is really only upsides to it. I just wanted to rant about this because obviously I play most of my games on PC. I do still console game occasionally, but it's pretty rare. Almost everything now I do is on PC. So it just always hurts to have such a shitty experience for these good games because they didn't bother to put any amount of polish on the PC port. So I just wanted to rant about that, and that's about it. See ya. There have been more fights at Waffle Houses than the entire history of the Roman Colosseum. It's a place where people go mainly just to throw down, it seems, and then maybe get like a waffle to celebrate either a victory or rub it in their wounds after a tough loss. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the prerequisites for being a waitress or waiter at a Waffle House is a black belt in Muay Thai. The food really is secondary to the true Waffle House experience of being able to be either a spectator in a brawl or a participant. Waffle House is a lot like my asshole. You just never know when shit's gonna pop off. And it feels like it's always just a matter of time before a fight breaks out. It's got this big reputation now as the go-to Thunderdome for giving or receiving ass whoopings. It's like almost a curse that haunts Waffle House, where you go in there in a good mood, but the second you cross that threshold, it's like that scene out of Kingsman at the church where everyone just like flips on this switch and they're just fighting each other. I don't know what exactly it is about Waffle Houses that bring out the demon, but yes, it is well known now how often fights happen there. And recently there was a massive one that made headlines everywhere, and I didn't even cover it on my channel. I've covered a lot of Waffle House fights, but this one a lot of people noticed I was uncharacteristically silent on, thinking that I was like a Waffle House hipster where this fight was too mainstream for me to talk about, but nothing could be further from the truth. I was as entertained as everyone else was. I'm sure all of you have seen the big brawl by now. I can't show you any clips because with the YouTube's new policy, I would get fucked in the mouth so quick for doing that. So I already know you've seen the brawl, but the thing is, I enjoyed it. I just didn't have a whole lot to say about it. It was mainly grappling. There was like not a whole lot of like squaring up and delivering knuckle sandwiches. It was pretty much grappling until the end, where it finished with a WWE style chair throw, which led to a now historic internet moment. This iconic parry.
Yo, they still Oh my god, bro!
That was a frame-perfect parry like something out of Dark Souls. She got iframes out of that right there. That is an absolute game ender. She threw that chair with velocity too. That was a cannon. And she not only deflected it, but she like fucking spun it around her forearm here and then threw it to the ground. It was so flashy. Fucking anime couldn't have been smoother than that. It was nutty, and it took the internet by storm. There's tons of edits around this now, with like John Cena being the one throwing the chair. It went super viral. However, this actually had a wildly detrimental impact to that lady's career. She got fired for this, which I think is just wrong. She didn't start the fight. It's a fucking Waffle House. A fight is inevitable. It's like trying to stop the wind from blowing. She was powerless, so what did she do? Defend herself, which I think is totally within her right to do. She shouldn't lose employment because she deflected a chair. Now, I do realize that leading up to this, she was actively engaged in this brawl, but even still, I don't blame her. The brawl broke out and she was defending herself as well as her fellow employees. It's something I don't think she should have lost her job over, but it goes even deeper than that. Not only did she lose her job, it seems she's been banned from ever working at a Waffle House again, which makes no sense. She should be like the head of security for Waffle House going forward. She should be training other employees on how to handle situations the way she did. Like, just imagine the wisdom she could share with everyone. By the end of her training, Waffle House employees will be able to slap bullets out of midair. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. She was punished for something I don't think she even did wrong. So, it's a big L from Waffle House. I'll go ahead and show you from the articles where she posted a video going over it.
Can't ever work for Waffle House again. I tried working for another one, like, sometime earlier this year, and I had found out that I was blacklisted.
That's so fucked up. After a successful parry like that? Man, Waffle House is so dumb for that. She should honestly have been promoted. She could have been the face of their marketing campaign. Like, yeah, we know we have a reputation for fights breaking out, but now we have our own Batwoman. And then it's just like her parrying chairs or something. They could have really leaned into it. Fucking stupid L Waffle House, man. Jesus. I don't know how they couldn't see this easy slam dunk for PR. What was she supposed to do? Just let it hit her in the face? I don't think she was blacklisted for parrying the chair. I think she got blacklisted because it might be company policy that when a fight breaks out and you're like participating, you get fired. I don't think it was necessarily this successful parry. I don't think it would matter if she got hit in the face with it or not. She threw the salt shaker. Oh, was she the one that threw the salt shaker? Okay, then that was probably it. Even still, though, this whole brawl isn't her fault. If they fire everyone who gets in fights at Waffle House, how are they still finding so many employees? Yeah, good point. The turnover rate of employees at Waffle House has to be unreal. If you're getting fired for fights, like, you're going to be going through new employees once a week. It's so sad how such a triumphant moment with that chair Perry could turn into something so devastating for her career. Because she's still out of a job, to my knowledge, which is shocking. I would have thought, like, some other corporation or something would have picked her up just even to capitalize off of her, like, the viral marketing capabilities she now has. But to my knowledge, that hasn't happened. So I feel really bad for her because, again, I feel like she was just defending herself from the chair being thrown at her as well as just like the general brawl. So I just wanted to share this because I think this is a big fuck up from Waffle House. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Get excited because HBO Max finally dropped the trailer for what's sure to be the hottest comedy of 2023. Maybe the best comedy ever. Since human beings have evolved to laugh, giggle, smile, it's all been leading up to this moment where we get to witness pure humor from a show called Velma. This is the latest in this never-ending trend to take beloved IP and change everything about it and create something abominable from it. This follows in the footsteps of the greats that came before it, such as the Halo show, the Resident Evil Netflix show, Witcher Blood Origin. It's got big shoes to fill, but after this trailer, I'm convinced that it might be the worst out of all of them. And you know what that means. I'm going to sit down and waterboard myself with the horrible jokes that this show is going to let rip. I'm going to watch it. Now, of course, you all know Velma is a big character from the Scooby-Doo franchise. She's been around for many decades now, and this is now her standalone adult animated spin-off. And now, I've said this many times in the past, and I'll say it again. I'll scream it from the mountaintops. Taking an IP and then telling your own unique story within that world, or even using the characters in different ways, I always think is totally fine, and I welcome it. I'm always excited to see new interpretations of this work that I like. But there needs to be a level of respect paid to the source material, as well as it making sense for it to exist and justify its own creation here. And Velma, from everything I've seen so far, does the exact opposite. It proudly shits on the Scooby-Doo franchise. It even takes Scooby-Doo completely out of Velma. Scooby-Doo's not here, apparently. So it's about as far from being respectful to the IP as you can possibly get. Now, even before this trailer dropped, Velma was catching more shit than my toilet, and this led to a lot of debate and controversy. People were upset that all of the characters have been completely changed in every possible aspect imaginable, and it didn't help that the first promotional material was Velma proudly, like, insulting fans. So it almost seemed like a Two Girls, One Cup situation where they were just proudly eating the shit. But regardless, when all of this controversy started stirring in this cauldron here, this stew of hostility, a lot of people were just calling everyone who disliked it racist, which I always find to be an extremely scummy thing to do. There's nothing wrong with just asking, why not make this an original cast of characters instead of taking the names of characters that have existed for fucking decades and then changing everything about them. It could have just been an entirely different team set in the Scooby-Doo universe. Like, let's say they didn't call this Velma and they just took all of these same character qualities and everything, and they just had it be a completely different set of mystery solvers in the Scooby-Doo world. You have Scooby-Doo and the crew going around solving mysteries, boofing Scooby snacks in a bathtub, whatever. That's all very family friendly. And then this follows the more adult crew that's also solving mysteries, maybe a rival of the Mystery Inc. gang. You know, this could be the Murder Master Ass Blasters Detective Force, and they're very, you know, adult-oriented, no-nonsense kind of shit. It's gory, it's bloody, they say bitch, they say ass, tit, fuck. Like, all the things that they're clearly striving for here. Why take all of that and then put it on characters that have already existed for so long? Like, you could have just told something original with these same characters, and it would have been totally fine. But regardless of where you stand on this stuff, the biggest problem with Velma is the writing, at least judging by the trailer. If the humor in the trailer is indicative of the quality of the show, they need to fire all of those writers ASAP. Cause my god, that shit'll rupture your eardrums from pure fucking cringe. It is miserable. Yeah, so I did want to watch the Velma trailer. I saw clips of this on Twitter. It's about as horrible as I think everyone expected it to be. This is like HBO Max's version of Big Mouth.
Told my way. I'm not dissing her. She has no brain.
So that's the clip I saw first today. I have to wonder who the fucking audience is. Because it's supposed to be like an adult cartoon, but that's a joke you'd hear out of like Ed, Edd n Eddy or something. I don't know who this is for. Yeah, this has nothing to do with Scooby-Doo or the characters at all. They have a completely rewritten history, background, everything. They only share a name. And Scooby's not even in this. So it shouldn't even be compared to anything even remotely associated with Scooby-Doo. That's clearly them just slapping this name on it for a cash grab. 100% they're going to have the original cast in the last episode. You're giving them so much credit, Dankin. 0% chance. I am willing to bet on it. This show, I guarantee, hates Scooby-Doo. The people behind it fucking hated it. They probably were forced to by the network because this IP wouldn't have sold on its own 2 feet. So they were forced to roll with Scooby-Doo. I do not think they will include them. I would normally agree with you because that seems like a pretty predictable thing that they would do, but not for this one. You have to remember their very first trailer was literally shitting on people that like Scooby-Doo, so I just don't see it happening. But I'm willing to be proven wrong. Maybe they will go with the basic one there. But yeah, it's fucking rough.
Starts with a murder, bitch.
Nothing to do with drugs, which I hate.
Hey, Fred.
Do I know you?
It's Velma from school.
I have a disease where I can't recognize people who aren't hot.
Is it called rudeness?
I have an illness!
Hey, Daphne. I need a
Yeah,
stop.
yikes, Jesus.
I'm a huge bitch.
I don't think anyone was expecting it to be good, but I also don't know if anyone was expecting it to be this awful either. It really feels like they went to ChatGPT and asked it to generate jokes for it. Setting aside all of like the wild changes for no reason, the actual humor of it is horrible in the trailer. Like, even if you set aside everything else, the actual comedy of it is miserable. Maybe it's better in the actual show and they just chose the worst jokes to get people hype, I don't know, but if nothing else, it can be absolutely destroyed for how awful the writing is.
Danger.
Oh. Whenever I see this, whenever I see like twerking in a show, I know the person who wrote that is like 50 years old. What do kids like? Twerking. What if she does it poorly? Oh, that's good. That's good, yes. Write it down. Please, write it down. That's gonna be a hit. Huge.
All our classmates are idiots, so
What a
let's
banger.
assume they're high.
You know what 420 is, right?
Yeah, it's code for adults who still watch cartoons.
I have no doubt that's gonna be a hit. I feel it in my bones. Look how excited Kate is. Velma's coming! It premieres tomorrow. They forgot about Scooby-Doo. No, they proudly celebrated that Scooby-Doo won't be in this. So, they took Scooby-Doo out of the Scooby-Doo. Again, if you set aside every dumb decision that they've made with like taking Scooby-Doo and just not using anything even remotely associated with it, at the very core, it is so awful with the jokes in this trailer. Maybe the show's better, I highly doubt it, but you bet your sweet Bippy I'm gonna watch. We need a moist meter. Oh, I'll moist meter. Oh, I probably won't. This is gonna end up like She-Hulk where I don't finish it. I already know. I have a very difficult time pushing through horrible comedies. So I probably won't finish it. But I will make a very stern effort. It is getting so wild just how frequent they just use IPs and then change every single thing about it. Just don't use the IP. Just make something original. Just make something of your own, and then you don't have to worry about like angry fan backlash. Let's say this wasn't called Velma. If this just didn't even have the name Velma, no one would know this was supposed to be Scooby-Doo. They could have called this High School Blows.
You know, and nobody would have known it's Scooby-Doo and it wouldn't have got nearly as much pushback. But they use these IPs because they think it has a built-in audience. Yeah, I saw that review. There was a scathing review that some people were posting as the synopsis. The review was like there was a big focus on Fred's small penis or something. I think the exact words were, Fred is the personification of white richness and his small penis or something. I don't feel like pulling it up, but yeah, it was a review, not the synopsis. SNL humor? I'm gonna say something I never thought I'd ever utter. SNL humor is better than this trailer. I said it, and I mean it. I'm not exaggerating. It really does feel like every joke in this was something that was like calculated with an algorithm that only studied TikTok and Tumblr trends. You've gone too far. Yeah, that may have been a little too hot, to be honest. Maybe I flew a little close to the sun with that statement. Welcome to the future. Things are getting pretty intense when it comes to gaming in the current generation and next generation as well. I'm sure all of you have been seeing a lot of these projects that are popping up now using Unreal Engine 5 that look pretty lifelike. Like, if you're just looking at some of these games, you're probably under the assumption that you're watching just a video in the real world. It is incredible how far the technology has come for video game graphics. Now, Mudahar just made a video going over some of the projects. I'd like to show you just a clip of that.
Now, if you're looking at this and wondering, is that really gameplay? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is gameplay of a body cam footage project. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, it obviously is real actual gameplay simply because if you look closely at the lighting, the shadowing, the ambient occlusion, the way that any animation works, it's obviously not real footage. But you'd be hard-pressed, obviously, at first glance if you watch this. You might expect to see the Live Leak logo sitting somewhere.
He's absolutely right. If you just showed me that video as I was scrolling through Twitter, I'd 100% think I was on Live Leak. It really does look like you're just watching real footage of someone getting into a gunfight. But it's not. It is a game. And there's been quite a few projects like this that are kind of popping up all over the place and blowing people's mind. The most recent one is something called Unrecord, which is another body cam FPS game that's getting a lot of hype. And of course, since it's the internet, everything's controversial, so it's led to a bit of a debate. It's kind of unearthed an ancient debate, kind of like opening a sarcophagus and looking at an old mummy. The debate of video games being too realistic. This is something that existed back when the first Doom came out. And looking back on Doom, you're like, how could anyone ever think that this looked real? But back then, people were concerned because the graphics were innovative for their time. They were saying, the game is so realistic that it's going to lead to people being violent. It's going to confuse the young, spongy mind of children that might play the game and distort their view on reality. And that whole debate kind of got sidelined over the last, 10 or so years. It was kind of something that still got talked about occasionally, but usually by just out-of-touch, archaic fossils that don't play games in the first place. But now with this new wave of graphics that are dragging us kicking and screaming into the fucking deep future of tech here, it's kind of lit a fire under the ass of that whole talking point again, because the games look so real. Unreal Engine 5 is mind-blowing, the capabilities of it. The lighting in particular is on a whole nother level that I didn't think would be possible for another fucking 100 years. This is a Power Rangers Time Force level technology we're dealing with, the year 3000. So since these games are looking so real, people that aren't just out-of-touch old people, geriatric, senile people, are talking about it. Like people that actually engage in the medium. Real gamers are talking about concern over these games looking as real as they do for younger players and maybe being bad for their brains because it looks so real. So it's been kind of a hot topic recently, and I was going over it a bit on stream as well as talking about some of the other implementations we might see in these titles, such as AI integration, which is something games have been doing a lot of recently, and just kind of going over what gaming could look like over the next 10 or so years, and it's fucking crazy. But real quick, I'll go ahead and boil down the main talking points so that way there's no confusion on the subject. There are people arguing that since these games look almost indistinguishable from real-life footage, that it's going to lead to players being desensitized to real violence and shit like that. It's going to lead to them not being able to really separate reality from the fiction that they're playing when it comes to games that look this realistic. So the concern is over these games being so lifelike, and since you're killing people in the games and shit, when these same players see that kind of violence in the real world, they might not care as much, or it might kind of bastardize their perception of like actual real world horrors. So that's kind of the argument in a nutshell. There's a lot more nuance to it, but just trying to give you like the bullet points of it. Right now the discussion is mainly focused on these shooters that are utilizing this technology, but I'm sure as it continues to evolve and expand, it'll also branch into other genres as well that will lead to similar debates about the technology and the effect it might have on younger players and shit like that. Did you already see the unrecord trailer? Yes, I've already seen the unrecord trailer. It was very cool, and now there's also a horror game that got announced. It all looks very nice. I am also impressed, just like everybody else. What horror game? I don't remember what it's called, but there's another one just like this. Instead of being a shooter, it's a horror game. Reminds me of the old Jurassic Park game with the insane physics. Jurassic Park Trespasser. There's a video showing it's not fake by generating in random spots and blasting everywhere. Yeah, I saw that. Who wants to play a shooter this realistic it just becomes uncomfortable? I've seen that take from a few people, and I actually completely understand where that's coming from. Because this looks like actual footage. And the people you're shooting look like real people. It looks like a fucking snuff film. So I do get it. I don't know if I fully agree with it, but I understand the perspective. Reminds me of Hardcore Henry. A little bit. Didn't people say the same shit 20 years ago? Yeah. And they'll continue to say it as things continue to evolve. But this one, it's not like 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it's like, these graphics are too realistic, and there's like fucking 3 polygons for Lara Croft's tits or whatever. This is indistinguishable from real life for most people. I mean, maybe not this shot in particular because of things like this kind of giving it away. But on the whole, if you just saw this footage, you'd think you're watching either a movie like Hardcore Henry or real footage. How long until the hatred devs make something fucked up with this type of gameplay? That's something that could absolutely happen. Media outlets are definitely going to come after this game saying it makes killers. Well, they come after that for actually every game and everything ever. It's just this one is going to be a little more controversial because it looks so realistic. Do you think it should be rated AO? Is that some perspective people are tossing around? Because that was something I was considering as well. Like, when I read Train's take in particular, I was like, it's not a bad point. Like, I do understand the point he's making. So I was thinking, like, would it be something that would be an adults-only game? I was like, maybe. I just don't know. Because I feel like you can't shelter people from art. The second you do that, it makes things much worse. And if someone is going to play this game and then translate it to real-world violence, that person had a predisposition to that kind of shit anyway and needed more parental guidance. And I wouldn't really put that on the game's shoulders, really. Same way if they made a game that's super realistic and it was all about driving, I wouldn't then expect a kid to go out there and start doing like ramps off a tow truck or anything in the real world. But it is just so realistic that for a kid in particular, it will be indistinguishable from real life to them. So I wonder what kind of effect that would have on their perspective on everything in the world. Why would a kid play an M-game? Brother, why even... You already know the answer to that question. You played M-games when you were a kid too, I bet. Once you reach like 12 years old, your parents will just get you any game or whatever. Fucking 6-year-olds are the main demographic for Call of Duty these days. That's M. I don't know what the difference is between a movie like Friday the 13th and a realistic-looking video game. You're not controlling the movie, is the difference. But... I mean, there's probably arguments you could make for a movie that crosses a line or something as well. I'm sure that could extend there. I haven't really seen that before, but I'm sure you could probably make a compelling argument in that territory. Not Friday the 13th, though. You need something more realistic than that.
I don't think it'll be a big topic until these games get gory. Well, you're just wrong. It's already a big topic now, and the games aren't even existing yet. You're a little off the mark on that timeline. Your Mayan calendar needs some calibration. Wait till we get those realistic AI acting NPCs. Oh my god. Yeah, you remember that story we read about how they're using AI to do like really well-written side characters in big games in order to take the load off the writers? The grunt throwaway work, they're having AI just write the lines. Imagine in a game like this, you have like the bad guys, you know, like pleading with you, giving like really compelling stories. Like, please, oh my god, the gang boss Bill, he made all these promises, and my family just really needed the money. Please spare me. Like really fucking heartstring tugging shit. You just blast them with the Glock, and it just all looks so real. Oh, that'll be a wild combo. Wait till they also know all your data so they can customize their pleas based on your personality. Oh, we're getting so deep. Yeah, so imagine same scenario. You shoot the gun out of the terrorist's hands. He's like, oh god, he tries to beg for mercy. Oh, please. Leader Cliff made all these promises, and then the game's already, you know, gone through your entire Twitter page and sees where you lie on a lot of like hot topics. He's like, my wife she was considering an abortion, and we couldn't pay for it, and gang boss Cliff came in, and I mean, come on, man, you have to understand, like, really fine-tuning it to you, the player. Fucking crazy. That'd be some Black Mirror shit. Yeah, I wouldn't even, at that point, I'd start getting confused. I'm out here playing, shit, I don't even, rough, tough McShooty, and all of a sudden, one of the guys I'm about to put down like a rabid animal starts pleading with me and is like really agreeable on things I like. He's like, oh man, I love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Do you like that show? Charles, I know it's you behind the controller. Please, spare me, brother. No, God. I also love chicken Alfredo. Please, Charlie, God. Then I'd start crying. I'd be going through a PTSD episode about to put this man down for the sake of the mission. I just sub to you, Charlie, please. No, don't do this. Not after Moist Esports just got a huge W with Moki winning. Charlie, no. Don't soil it. Let me live. Imagine if they insert our loved ones into the games. That is top tier shit right there. But they put them in like the worst positions ever. Like, the people you're hunting are your loved ones, so you get to the final boss fight, and it's your fucking sister or something. Grandma comes scooting in on the wheelchair. And it's like a really emotional cutscene. We're revisiting the pizza tier list because...
You want to put it on top of that block?
I'll just slide it up there.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Like a Tetris block. Yeah. We only did like 6 pizzas last time, and people still whine about it, so we're doing every pizza ever made, ever, including like your grandma's home recipe. So it's all-encompassing, including frozen pizza.
That's going to make more people whine, I think, now that we've said every pizza ever.
I know.
They're going to be not like Jimmy Bozo up the street.
Yeah, we got everything except that, really.
Yeah.
Big thanks to Battle Spirit Saga for sponsoring today's video. It's a new competitive TCG that launches on March 24th, and to celebrate the launch, they're having events that total in over $350,000 worth of prizing, and they sent us a box to open to show you how great all the cards look. You can click the link in the description to get started on Battle Spirit Saga. I'm also going to open a single booster pack here and hope that I pull like the absolute god pack, which would be nasty.
Flying Turtle, that's adorable. Obi Raptidon, also adorable.
Nice. So here's our foil, the Phantasm Archking Xenos.
Oh.
I'm gonna assume that's the best card in the entire set, and just
it's gotta be.
Chalk it up to we got the chase card. Big thanks again to Battle Spirit Saga. Click the link in the description below.
Yeah, which one's this?
This is Red Robin.
Red Baron.
Red Baron, yum.
Alright, sounds good. Last time I did the frozen pizza tier list, that was also the subject to a lot of controversy since I burnt every pizza. So
I cooked them this time.
So Matt made these, so they'll be performing optimally. He's awfully strict with his flavors, honestly.
Elaborate.
It's like disciplinary almost, like he's selling you the illusion of high quality pizza, but he's doing it with like an iron fist, if you know what I mean.
I do. I really do.
I've been watching a lot of wine sommeliers recently, so I'm trying to get really pretentious with it.
Is that what they say though?
Yeah, you can feel the aged grapes in the crust.
Yeah, I'm getting notes of tomato.
It was clearly aged in a wood casket for quite some time.
An oak barrel.
An oak barrel.
So yeah, that's good frozen pizza.
It's fine.
I like you can see the green seasoning on top. Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah, it's
I
really
feel
not bad.
B on this.
Yeah, I'm on like the upper end of like a C. Like I'm gonna go with B as well, just to be a little bit safer and play it in the middle, because I don't remember a lot of the frozen pizzas now, except for like Totino's party pizzas, which are like extinct, I guess.
That's my thing. So we'll get a tombstone in. Very different.
Very ass. Really.
Vastly different. A lot softer.
Do the wiggle test again.
Here, look at this. There's no give to that. Like Charlie said, she's strict.
Mm-hmm.
This one, parents let her go out whenever she wants.
Yeah, this is loosey-goosey.
Also, this is, I think, a 5 cheese. Yeah, they could have done without 3 of those. There is a weird one in there. I'm inclined to say it's the yellow one.
Very insightful. The yellow cheese is the problem. Interesting. I think the whole thing's just kind of bad.
Yeah, it's not great. I would say if that's a B, this is a D.
Yep. Yep.
We're back, baby.
We're in sync.
Let those comments roll. Matt he does what Charlie says.
I'm waiting for my favorite pizza.
Okay.
I'm gonna just take a guess. Your favorite pizza is Little Caesars.
Yeah.
It is incredible how you have like the complete polar opposite taste of anything rational.
You know what's
I
crazy?
knew it. I knew it
Her
too.
favorite cereal is if you just cut up the Little Caesars box and put it in
Yeah.
milk.
Bland
No, it's
fucking
not.
Cheerio. I absolutely knew it would be Little Caesars.
You dominated that. You got, this is the DiGiorno.
Oh, not delivery.
Mm-hmm. So that, I feel like, is your typical frozen pizza. Like, that's your baseline. This is what you expect a frozen pizza to taste like.
This is like school hot lunch pizza.
Yeah. But the little secret, take a little bite out of the crust.
What was it, like cheesy crust?
Maybe. It's ass.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It shocks you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
In a good way?
Yeah, it's good.
This one for me is between the two, but I want to clarify. Like, I've got the B, and then this is in C, but like towards the upper C, and the other one's towards like lower D. Like, there's a big, it's not like 1, 2, 3, there's a big gap.
An interesting bell curve, yeah.
Yeah.
This is an A for me. I like this one a lot.
You like that more than whatever that one is? What's that one? Is that Tombstone?
Tombstone.
Oh, Red Baron.
Or Baron. Yeah,
you
I do.
like this more than Red Baron?
Yeah, this is good. Is that all the frozen pizzas we have? We didn't.
Yeah, that's all.
No Totino's Party Pizza, no Elios, no Home Run Inn.
No, none of the Dollar Tree brands.
That's a shame. Oh, Mama Celeste, did no one go get it?
Mm-mm.
Tell Caleb he's out.
Alright, let's get a wacky one in here. This is
Yeah.
a Taco Bell Turbo Crust Pizza.
That's what they call it. Here, I'll help. It's like opening a pinata.
Whoa.
There was a receipt on here. Oh, that's what I saw. There's
Show
a
me.
vegetarian.
This one's probably not.
Yeah, this one I think is. There's refried beans.
This one just kind of like explodes.
I'm not gonna lie, this looks bad.
This looks awful.
Yeah, I've never had anything.
It looks absolutely awful.
To
This
show
is
you
the
guys.
Mexican pizza? This is what everybody raves about?
I have no idea.
This is what
Oh yeah, didn't they like threaten like killing people if they didn't bring this back? I'm going.
I don't even know how to tackle this conundrum.
That's just a mouthful of beans.
It's just beans.
That's a lot of beans. I'm gonna open her up for you.
The beans are okay, I guess.
Yeah, they're fine.
It's not a pizza though. It's basically just a bowl that they structured to look
But
like
the
a
problem,
pizza.
like that's 80% refried bean. It's not pizza.
this is the stupidest thing I've ever
No,
eaten.
it's a pizza. Yeah, the tomato sauce is literally diced tomatoes. I'm offended that they gave this to me with the word pizza.
I'm just upset that like it doesn't taste shitty. Like it's like
Well,
totally
it's a taco.
Yeah, it's totally fine, but like, why do this?
It's quite literally eating a taco in a worse form. Like the whole tacos are convenient. You can hold them and bite them. This is just falling apart in my hands.
Great marketing strategy though, calling it a pizza.
Mm-hmm. Now Italians will go.
That's what they were trying to tap into. Yeah, that's. I don't hate the taste, but I hate everything else about it. I'm just gonna have to give it like a D.
I will tell you. Like if I just got you a Taco Bell taco, you'd be like, "Oh wow,
Thanks for the taco.
That's a
yeah,
taco.
That's good.
Oh,
Hungry Howie's! Let's get food poisoning!
Oh god, I'm feeling it already.
You guys got the Cajun crust?
No,
fuck
we
is
got the
that?
basic
We
vinyl.
have to. Everything has to be uniform.
Yep.
We're journalists.
Okay, fine. Cajun crust is better there.
We don't want to lose our journalism license.
I still remember when we did the pizza tier list last time. We got Hungry Howie's, and they were the ones that gave us the icing, right?
No,
that was Chuck E. Cheese.
That was Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't cut it deep enough.
No.
Point off.
Okay.
Let's
Pizza.
do it. Here we go. Sorry.
Oh. It's so dumb. It's so stupid.
It's so dumb. Very, very red sauce heavy.
Yeah.
I would say this is your lowest bar for pizza. I haven't had Little Caesars yet. Sorry,
This and Little
Kelsey.
Caesars go head to head for just
I
being.
do want to. I almost want to do Little Caesars right after this.
We should actually. That's a good idea.
Because this is like, you're like, okay, it is pizza. I know it's pizza what I'm eating, but it's just, there's nothing to write home about at all.
So I don't know what it is, and I'm sure you get the same impression. When you bite the cheese, it feels like you're biting a display pizza that's just supposed to be like a little plastic.
Like the plastic
advertisement.
ones. That's a good way to put it. And the dough, it's a little tough. I've been working out. You know, it's really not special. This is.
It's not.
It is a pizza. And if I'm going by my Taco Bell rating, this has to be a D.
It's an F for me. This is the worst kind of pizza.
The other one
but
wasn't even a pizza.
I just can't remember if Little Caesars is worse now. It's a save time machine. Whee!
There's a literal hole in it.
Yeah.
Chelsea, wait. You
Jesus
got to be on
Christ.
camera for this. I want you to look at that and tell me you find that appetizing.
Yeah, I'll eat it.
It looks like a war
Yeah,
zone.
I'll eat it. That was
I know
non-committal.
you'll eat it.
I'll eat the holy one. I was like kind of really stuck to it.
Well, Caesar, are you really putting your best foot forward? How is it?
It's so good.
It's so good. All right.
I can't wait to dig in.
Go eat your Cheerios without any honey on them.
It is just revolting. Just on first bite, it is just a revolting food.
You see any sauce in there?
There's a little bit.
It's like a tomato farted in there.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Here, you try my sauce. That way you can like appreciate the one that
Wait,
doesn't
you have
it.
sauce?
Yeah, mine has it. It's so much worse with it. I don't know which one I can say is worse, to be honest. They're both F. I'll make that clear. I think both are F. I just
They're
don't-
not good.
I don't know which one's worse. Like if you were trapped in a desert and it was Hungry Howie's, Little Caesars, or me urinating in your mouth, like what wins? It's just
Yeah,
such
Matt,
a,
what wins?
It's just such a tough
that's-
call to make.
That's so true. I just can't pick.
Yeah,
Is it you or Hungry Howie's? I just don't know.
Yeah, it's fucking awful though.
Here's one that we got some flack for not putting on the list.
Yeah, we got it now though. That's Jet's Pizza. We never stop hustling, and that's why there's no topping our toppings.
Every day we slice our veggies by hand. It's not easy, but no one said being better was easy.
Mm-hmm. Big claims. Smell test gives it a pass.
That's good.
That's pretty good. It gives me hints of like DiGiorno frozen pizza, and I'm not using that as an insult. Like it's actually just pretty good.
That is decent. It's I mean, it's deep dish, so it's a lot of bread, but I like it. You can hear it crunch.
Mm-hmm. Perfect, thank you.
I will say the edge is definitely the best part.
Yeah, I agree.
The edges where it's crispy like this, really good.
That's where it's shining.
Yeah.
That is good.
Yeah, I like that.
I see why Jets fans were upset with us last time. That's an A. Not an S, but that is an A. They actually lived up to the hype. That's rare.
That's very rare.
What's this? Domino's? Nice. Domino's performed very well last time for us.
I don't like the look of this.
Well, this one's like a smaller personal
Yeah.
pizza as opposed to like a full large that we got last time.
I didn't eat all day because we were doing this tier list, and I'm still feeling it. Oh wow, you just jumped right in.
I was excited. Domino's is like, they have stepped their shit up. I fuck with that. It's beautifully seasoned. You can see all kinds of 11 herbs and spices hanging out up here, getting to know each other and mingle. It's good.
It's like the Dr. Pepper secret ingredient.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's your run-of-the-mill delivery. You're at home, you want a pizza, you call Domino's.
And you get a good pizza. I'm conflicted. I really like Jets, but I feel like I don't know, maybe it's because I'm used to Domino's. It just feels better to me. I'm just gonna give Domino's an S, really. My first S.
Wow. Our first S. Because, you know, Matt's rankings don't go on the screen, so it's an S. Yeah, no, I think that's truly your I delivered pizza for my child's birthday party.
I'm happy.
And it's good pizza.
And everyone's celebrating.
Mm-hmm. They're not even paying attention to the clown because the pizza's there.
Speaking of clown, John Schnatter. Papa
I
John.
love that you just know it. Whoa. That's a different looking pizza. Yeah, you scooped that up real fast. All right, sorry, I'm here.
Mm-hmm. I've just always been a Papa John's guy too, man.
If you gave me Domino's crust with Papa John's pizza,
oh, they just could do a fusion dance.
Oh my
You'd
God,
have the
yeah.
best delivery pizza.
We should start that pizza company. We just order both pizzas, cut them apart, stick them together, and sell it.
It's just a
for
big
the same
machine that
price.
cuts the center out of Papa John's pizzas and Domino's, and then puts the ring.
Yeah, just
on
like staples it together.
That's
or
pretty
something.
cool. Sews it together. Maybe a little Velcro action.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Rip off crust. I don't even want to touch the crust. I already know by looking at it. I don't like it.
The crust is pretty underwhelming. Yeah, it's an A. I think Domino's outperformed. I've been more of a Domino's guy as of recently, to be fair.
Pizza Hut is the forgotten about delivery company, I feel like.
No,
That's wrong.
Yeah, it's got so many
I
loyal
forget about
followers.
it. So.
Well,
No,
because it's bad.
I wonder. I feel like Pizza Hut's probably the biggest.
It's in the top.
Their
3.
stuffed crust, kind of like that bread that you got, slaps.
I haven't tried.
Whoa.
Yep.
Usually, historically, this is like a D for me, but this is looking pretty good today.
This looks good. Is there white sauce on this?
Yeah, this looks like white sauce.
Who ordered this? You're fired.
I like white sauce so much more.
I
This
do
is
too.
this is cheating. This is not fair.
Is it white sauce, or
It is.
did they just forget sauce?
Well, maybe we take points off for sending the wrong pizza.
Did they? I can't tell.
I don't think there's sauce. What did we order? You sure?
I mean, that's white sauce.
Oh yeah, that's white sauce.
Yeah, right?
That's good.
No, that is good.
Damn. DQ'd.
Yeah, it's not even fair.
This is really good.
You just ordered a better pizza
Yeah.
instead of just doing the generic one. Fuck.
That's good pizza though.
That is pretty good.
It's such a shame it's got to be DQ'd.
I've never had Pizza Hut's white sauce pizza.
Mm-mm.
No, those are good though.
Yeah, I like that. Their cheese is really good.
No.
And their white sauce.
We hypothesize that the thing that keeps them in the absolute dumpster is their red sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that might be very true. This is now 2 sample sizes, which
It
is
might
scientifically
be-
significant.
Honestly, we have 3 experiences with pizza. Wait, no, that was Papa John's before. Don't. It's just all shit, okay? I really like this though.
Yeah, I want a piece of the white sauce one. That looks
You
pretty good.
do. Damn. Anybody else want a piece?
Good shit, Pizza Hut. really not fair to the other pizzas because in that case we would have just ordered our favorite kind of pizza as opposed to like the generic. But it is what it is.
I'm not mad about it.
You got to make game time decisions. That's going to be an A.
Wow, that was yummy.
That was yummy. You know what's not very yummy? Marco's.
Marco's, baby. I feel like we hated this one last time.
I don't even remember doing it last time, but I had this one time in college when I was like,
it looks weirdly yellow.
The way it's melted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chatbot made this. Or not Chatbot, Chat GPT.
That's exactly how I remember it. It's so aggressive.
Oh.
It's so aggressive. It's like mean. It has like an attitude.
Changes.
It's like an actual attitude to it. I hate it. I fucking hate it. That is worse than Little Caesars. I fucking hate it. That is fucking bad.
It's weird because if you made this no flavor at all, the mouthfeel, it's like it's a more supple piece of pizza. You know, they put more on it. That tastes horrible.
It tastes like they made a pizza and then deep fat fried it, froze it, and deep fat fried it again.
It also tastes like
so
they shop
bad.
for their cheese in the dumpster.
Yeah, true. The cheese feels like it's well past its expiration
And they
date.
try to trick you with the Parmesan. They're like, oh, we're fancy.
That is the worst cheese in the game. Holy shit.
I literally bit into it and I was about to be like, what are you talking about? Because it felt nice and then the flavor hit.
Yeah, it's so bad.
You want some, Danny?
No, I'm good, thanks.
It's like that.
I actually enjoyed the last piece I ate.
Chelsea, this might be your favorite piece.
Oh, actually, yeah, this fucking sucks. Try it. You'll like
this
it.
just looks fucking gross.
It's not good.
It's so hard.
Really not good.
Terrible.
Literal garbage.
I don't remember being that bad
No,
last time we
I
had
don't
it. though.
either.
How just explodes with salt. It's like a massive pea.
That was worse than anything I remember last time.
Yeah,
so
that's
far.
so much worse
And
than
we
I
put
remember.
icing on pizza. So-
That's absolutely a super F.
Oh, this is LeBron James's. I've been excited about this. Blow his face up on the screen.
Did he,
Hey
did
Matt,
he
hey
make it
Charlie,
for
hope
us?
you guys
did.
like my pizza.
I hope so.
Can I
It's
play
like
ball
how
with you guys
we've been at-
sometime?
Whoa.
Can you guys
I
still hear
don't
me?
like the look of that.
Oh,
I'm just
Aaron.
gonna say it.
It's two different kinds of mozzarella.
This looks like a healing scab.
All right, you're actually not wrong, and now I don't want it anymore.
Come on, LeBron.
Looks like an Italian pizza. That looks like
Yeah, it looks much more pizza.
Maybe I'm just used to the good old red-blooded American
That looks like a
caricature
The
of a
way
pizza.
pizza was meant to be made.
Yeah, proud to be an American kind of pizza.
I haven't done this style. I got a bunch of stuff on it. Let's see.
Oh. Well, hello there. That's good. Wow, that came out of nowhere.
That is good. Their
That is
crust is
good.
a little rubbery, but they get points for it because it's a vegan crust.
Oh.
I didn't see any other option. The only non-vegan crust was cauliflower, which was weird.
I like that a
Not only
lot.
is he the all-time scoring champ, he's the all-time pizza champ.
Yeah, Blaze stocks through the roof.
Yeah, make
Oh.
sure to really emphasize that so they'll come down and play basketball with us.
True. It's Blaze/mods, right?
Mm-mm.
No, it's different.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fuck, I like that a lot. That's an S. Jesus Christ.
Chelsea, you want some? It's vegan. Except for the cheese.
Oh, CC's. I don't think there's a single... Chelsea, do you like CC's?
The last time I had pieces, I think
I was like
11.
literally 11 or 12.
I don't think anyone
I
actually...
loved it when I was 11 or 12, but I was 11 or 12. You didn't go to CC's for the pizza. You went to CC's because they had macaroni and cheese on top of it, like a bacon potato on top of it. Dessert pizza of like 4 different ways. It was a child's dream.
Man, I just don't remember that at all. to
And
be
now
honest.
they've
Now it's a child's
corporatized, yeah.
Corpo slime.
Corpo slime for
Fucking
children.
woke liberals took away our CC's baked potato pizza. or
Yeah,
whatever.
here's the thing. You're absolutely right. The liberals walked in. We hop on this train too much now. It's all a joke. Here, let's do a little. Oh. Made me feel some type of way.
That is not bad.
That's not bad. This is not the CC's I remember. I don't think so. Eat your way to a free buffet. Download the app and sign up today. They're getting wacky over there.
I got you with a riddle.
They have a TikTok.
You gotta.
Hey, let's check out CC's TikTok.
Yeah, I don't hate that. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah,
I'd give that a B.
that's good shitty pizza.
See, like that should be the gold standard of like cheap, quick pizza. It's a little more
Little
expensive
Caesars.
than Little Caesars, but it's much better.
The $3 there's more than $3 of value when you
I
compare
completely
the two.
agree.
That's like a $1 pizza versus a $10 pizza.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be the gold standard for
You want
quick shitty pizza.
Some bang for your buck? Go to CC's Pizza and get a walkout order.
All right.
Grand finale.
Taking her home with the
I'm
old
excited.
Costco's pizza.
This is another one we got a lot of shit for not having.
Yeah, do the grease test on this one.
What the fuck is this?
That's not the pizza I remember.
Wait, yeah, that looks very different than I feel like when I go and get it there.
So when I used to go get it, the bottom always had bumps on it.
Yeah.
So I want to see if this is... There's no bumps.
Oh, it's missing the vaginal rugae.
That's all for today.
It's the vagina. It's lined with like the little ridges and shit.
You gotta give more context so I know you actually know what you're talking about.
It's supposed to help. You don't need to know.
All right.
Well, your mouth has it too.
It's supposed to remind you of pizza.
I know what you're talking about now that you said
rugae.
Those are my rugaes.
Yeah, no
there's
no
so
bumps
much in common with a vagina. All right, this looks like ass, and I was really excited for this one.
Yeah, you can't.
There are bumps on the bottom right away. You gotta look for them.
Oh, they didn't do those bumpy enough, though.
Agreed.
It's all about the mouthfeel
They're not
of the rugae.
You gotta put your mouth rugae on the pizza rugae.
Yeah.
They gotta like line up.
My mouth
perfectly.
rugae ain't gonna feel these pizza rugaes. All right.
That is quite the
Yeah.
illustration.
That's very cheesy.
Vaginal rugae. That is, yeah, it's cheesy, but it's pretty good.
Rugae almost sounds like a move from Naruto. My Sharingan rugae. There's enough here that makes me go, if I got a good one from here, I know it's still great, but they fucked this one
Okay,
up.
so doesn't a slice of that actually cost $2 when you go in? Like it's actually $2.
But I will say a slice from them is almost always like...
It's like 2 of those.
It's like this.
Yeah. So keep that in mind as well.
Yeah. They load that bad boy with cheese.
Yeah,
It's
that's
when you get the cheese
super cheese.
When you get a pepperoni, they have the pepperonis, but for the cheese pizza, they put extra cheese on it.
Oh, interesting. And I will say, like, you can taste this as a higher quality cheese than, like, all the deliveries and stuff. They just ruined it a little bit.
I feel like maybe we just didn't get the best batch, which is
We
holding
did
it
not.
back. But I still do like it. I think that's a comfortable B.
I was even going to go A, but that I've also had it before, so I might be a little clouded, but I'm going A.
That's fair. I can definitely see it being an A if it was just maybe not cooked in a hurry and lazy. Well, not lazy, but like kind of
A little more love.
Yeah, a little more
A
passion.
little more love and attention. Holy shit.
Okay, so introduce this one, Charlie.
This is
actually a crust for a pizza. You're supposed to put
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is the most nostalgic pizza for me. I used to have these almost every fucking day when I was a kid. It's Mama Celeste.
I've never heard of this.
I know
before.
it was a very small brand even back then. I can't believe it still exists. Like,
Please
I'm
remind us
I'm
of the
getting
exciting
emotional.
news where you can get it.
Oh yeah, it's a Dollar Tree now. There's like a big announcement. So yeah, Mama Celeste, she's back and she's never looked better than hot.
I'm going in.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a big old crunch there.
She's good. You're gonna like it.
Wait, you're not trying this one,
Oh,
man?
that's next. That's next. Don't worry.
It's actually very good.
Oh, hot.
It is hot. You gotta be careful, but it's good.
It's like somebody made pizza on a cracker.
Yeah, kind of.
Here.
Well, really good cracker.
This is, you hype this up so much.
Yeah, it's a fucking S tier is what it is.
That's not an S tier. Here, Danny, take a bite.
I'm good.
Take a
Thank you.
bite. God damn it.
Everyone needs to try
Oh
it.
god.
It's not bad. It's like a lean cuisine fucking pizza. It's like when I was chubby, I
Who's
would buy
next?
the...
Come get some.
Did this come in the box? Was there like a little sleeve that it was on, like a little white sleeve?
Can you bring the boxes over here because it looks almost exactly like the picture, which is impressive.
Wait, so is
The
that
cheese one?
which one's 4 cheese and which is cheese?
What can you tell just by?
Well, how did this is neither of those?
It tastes like a bagel bite, kind of.
Yeah, it's good though,
but
right?
like a
No.
But like a bad bagel.
like a
bite.
Dollar Tree bagel.
Yeah, that's fucking
I
great.
mean, don't ask me, Charlie, if I think dollar store pizza is good because yes.
Any box,
absolutely.
Any pizza that says microwaves in minutes is not what I want. Have we checked the expiration date?
It's fresh.
There's no way it's real. It doesn't.
It
expire.
expired.
Wait, what?
No, wait, that's that one. That's the expired one. This is 4 cheese. Right? This is the 4 cheese one?
I don't fucking know, dude. I really don't.
They probably both expired.
I pulled them out, they looked identical.
Also, I can tell. Oh, no, this one's not expired. Right? I'm not wrong?
It's
December
not uncommon
2023
for
has not happened.
It's not uncommon for dollar stores to sell expired food.
Yeah, this is January 1st, 2023.
No, that's fine.
That's-
but
It's also-
I'll make you feel better.
It's been baked.
Everything's fine. It was frozen. We're all good.
Looking at this objectively, it's not an S. It's like an S plus, really.
When you said it's your favorite frozen pizza, I was expecting a different frozen pizza.
Yeah.
These are lean cuisine pizzas.
Yeah, they are.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's kind of shit.
Hey, it was
It's not very good.
That was fun, Charles.
Well, Charlie still hasn't given his actual rating.
It'd probably be like a C. It'd be a C for me.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's,
You know
it's
what?
good.
As always, final consensus, C.
Hey, it's an easy C. C for Celeste.
Hey, you know what I wish delivered besides pizza?
What?
moistglobal.com, baby, where you can get this and that and all the other good stuff we make.
Yeah, and it does deliver.
Oh, it literally does. Yeah. Even better. Go get it now.
That was good. Good
Yeah,
pizza
great,
tier list.
Great work. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Wait, never mind.
Netflix has finally followed through on their worst idea yet, and no, I'm not talking about renewing Big Mouth for another season. It's an idea even worse than that. It's blocking password sharing. So from now on, anyone that doesn't live in your house, inside your walls, inside your own imagination, will no longer be able to have a Netflix profile using your account. What does this mean for Netflix? Well, it means that they're going to see a drastic decline in subscribers, I imagine, because they fail to realize that this isn't some kind of must-have item. It's not some inelastic good that everyone needs to own. It's a luxury, and it's an expensive one, and it's a catalog of mostly dog shit. More like net shits, am I right? So if they can't share an account with someone that's already paying, it's not like that person's going to go out and subscribe to Netflix. Their catalog's not strong enough for that. They'll just go to a different service or they'll start pirating. So I imagine once this fully goes into effect, Netflix stock price will be flushed straight down the shitter and just sink to the depths of hell. It's going to collapse. It's going to be a bigger jump scare than the time Bilbo Baggins transformed and got angry at Frodo in the first Lord of the Rings movie. Now let's take a peek under this hood here and see what Toe Mater has cooked up for us. So this is the plan on how they're going to enforce it. Netflix accounts are still shareable, but only within one household. Thus, they're not shareable, it's just one house has access to it on X number of devices depending on how much you pay per month. It's very misleading, it's not fucking shareable. It's about as shareable as a toilet in my house. Yeah, you can come over and use it, but I can't take that toilet to any of my friends' places. So to ensure that your device is associated with your primary location, Netflix is now asking users to connect to the Wi-Fi at your primary location, open the Netflix app or website, and watch something at least once every 31 days. So this is their safeguard. Within a 31-day period, you have to log in on the primary location Wi-Fi and watch a program. Otherwise, you're blocked. Can you still share Netflix with someone who doesn't live with you? As a big fat fucking no. Accounts are only meant to be used within one household. Netflix will prompt users who try to sign into your account elsewhere to sign up for their own account instead and block their access until they do. Netflix will not begin automatically charging account holders whose information is used outside of their homes. Can other users on Netflix accounts save their profiles? Yes, Netflix offers users a profile transfer feature that will allow them to migrate their show recommendations, watch history, and more to their own account if they decide to create one. This will give password sharers the opportunity to preserve their profile if they sign up for their own Netflix account. Legitimately probably the last thing people give a fuck about. I just can't imagine someone sweating profusely. Oh geez, they just cracked down on password sharing. Okay, God, I'll make another account quick. Oh, but what about my profile, my watch history? Oh my God, I might lose it. Oh no, no, no. Oh good, okay, I get to keep that. What's going to happen in 9 out of 10 cases, I imagine, is everyone that loses access to their account because they're not part of the primary household, they're just going to go to a different service or start pirating. It's 2023. Everyone knows how to torrent shit. It's like this industry just forgot about that whole piracy boogeyman. You wouldn't download a car, would ya? One of the main reasons streaming popped off so hard, and actually did take a big chunk out of piracy, is because it was just more convenient, easier, and quicker to pay money every month to have access to the content as opposed to torrenting it. So they just offered convenience for money, more so than like great content, because a lot of the originals suck fuck. You just released Witcher Blood Origin, for example, on Netflix. You're not really keeping people like by the balls in a stranglehold because your originals are so great. There are some bangers, of course, but that's really not the primary reason. It was just convenient, and it was easier and quicker than torrenting. But now you're going to have a ton of people that lose access. According to Netflix estimations, 100 million users worldwide are using the service through the login credentials of someone else. So after this bomb drops here, after the nuke is deployed, where do you think those 100 million users are going to go? Because it's not to your website to sign up, at least not the majority of them. It's anywhere else, and a lot of it's going to just be straight up piracy. I don't know how they couldn't foresee that. I imagine that's going to be the reality of the situation, especially with how cutthroat this all appears to be. So can you still use Netflix while traveling? Signing into Netflix outside of your home may lead to the device in use being blocked from Netflix, but they have a workaround. Travelers who want to use Netflix on hotel, smart TV, company laptop can request a temporary code from the service when signing in. This will give them access to their account for 7 consecutive days. Wow, what saints. So you get 7 days of using your Netflix account outside of your own home. And then you have to come back to the headquarters and touch the base to refresh it at your primary location, otherwise you're fucking blocked. So, God forbid you have a vacation that lasts more than 7 days, because you're shit out of luck if you wanted to watch Netflix during that time. And also, if you're someone that likes to at least have a Netflix account shared between households, like let's say parents get divorced and they still would like the kids to have access to their accounts across the two households, well, you're fucked. Under no circumstances can a Netflix account exist outside of the primary household for more than 7 days. So it's always going to need to be individually paid for, no matter what, it seems. So, pretty brutal. They're not pulling any punches with this protocol. And God forbid you make any mistake like not watching something within 31 days, because even if you're in your own household, shit can just get blocked, it sounds like. If your device has been blocked incorrectly, you'll need to contact Netflix in order to get it unblocked. That sounds really nice, easy, and convenient. Contact the fucking support hotline at Netflix, which is an absolute goddamn disaster. All of these big company support lines are complete trash. So, God forbid you forget within the 31 days, or you accidentally stay in a vacation for 7 days and 30 minutes and now you're over the quota and you're blocked on there. Like, there's no wiggle room here at all. And then you have to contact Netflix hotline, which is a fate worse than death. So, that sucks. And then you can get a real nice peep at the prices down there. There's basic with ads for $7 a month. That sounds great. Just go ahead and cuck me. I'm paying $7 and I still get fucking ads on your service? Wow. Sign me the fuck up. That sounds amazing. Then there's basic with $10 a month. No ads. Only one device still. Standard at $15.50 per month for 2 devices, and then premium at $20 a month. So clearly they're expecting some kind of huge drop-off in the amount of subscribers here, which is of course going to be detrimental to the overall health of the company. So the prices are supposed to reflect that. They're hoping to make it up in this area. But I don't see it offsetting the large amount of people that will just not be signing up once they lose access. Again, the Netflix originals aren't strong enough to keep people hooked, and everyone knows how to torrent shit in 2023. If they were really desperate to see the originals, they'd probably just fucking pirate it. And I don't know how they could be so delusional that they've convinced themselves that the hit they're going to take from this is negligible in the long run to the amount of subscribers they'll gain. I just don't see them gaining any meaningful amount. You're kicking them out and spitting in their face. Why are they coming back? Most of the people that use Netflix probably signed up during COVID when there was nothing else to do. But now, once you kick them out, it's not like they're that desperate for that kind of entertainment anymore. They'll just do other shit in their downtime. And especially after you fucking use and abuse them here with this new system and the prices, I just don't see it going over well. You can already see the response is overwhelmingly negative, even from like the ultimate consumers that just fucking love consuming everything. Even they're calling this out, talking about how this is finally just going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that they're going to cancel Netflix. So they're losing their pay piggies as well. So no one likes this, no one at all. And I'm sure Netflix won't like this 6 months from now. That's my prediction. I guess I could be totally wrong, but I guess we'll see. That's about it. So yeah. A few months ago, I watched what had to be one of the wildest encounters I've ever seen. This is a vigilante predator hunter group that was busting the person they were investigating in public. And this goes completely Insano style. It becomes cartoonish. It's almost like a Benny Hill chase scene here. I couldn't believe what was unfolding in front of me.
I am currently looking for my fiber.
Your what?
Fiber.
Fiber?
Yeah, because I gotta poop.
You gotta poop?
I'm constipated. I've been constipated.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is a very interesting tactic. This is a high-level maneuver. He is claiming that he's not there at the meat spot for a 13-year-old boy. He's there to get some fiber so he can take a shit. He's been constipated, so he's there for some poop pills. And it doesn't take some galaxy brain genius to put together the puzzle pieces here, connect the dots, and deduce that he is on meth. You know, he's getting loopy off that poopy right now. He is high on meth, which isn't just speculation. At the end of the video, they released their entire investigation, screenshots of all the text messages that were exchanged between this guy and who he thought was a 13-year-old, and meth comes up a lot. Even right before meeting, meth was discussed, and as you can see in the title, he was arrested, and they did pretty much confirm meth was in his system.
Hey man, I can involve the police, or we can have a conversation. You want to have a conversation?
Sure.
You want to turn around and talk to me?
I gotta find this first.
Hey bro, I can call the cops right now, or we can just have a conversation.
I'm actually really constipated, sir. Please, can you actually let me get my supplements so I can actually go home, so I can poop, and actually so I can poop well?
Step 1 should have been involving the authorities the second you found a real pedophile that was trying to meet up for sex with a 13-year-old and like get them smoking meth or whatever. I don't understand why that wasn't the first thing you did. Luckily, there's spoilers in the title, so you know he does get arrested, but not for the reasons of this investigation. Some crazy shit happens towards the end. Had he involved law enforcement earlier, even from the start, I feel like this could have been far more effective. It seems like the first thing he did when he identified a real pedophile was try and figure out how to monetize it and make a viral video out of it or something. Because he gets like 2 different cameras out. He's got like the fucking Steadicam. He's got so many cameras set up. He's got like the GTA cinematic angle going on here. So it really feels like the #1 concern was trying to figure out a way to monetize it. He also has like calls to action in the video to subscribe to his channel. He's got the People vs. Pred watermark. This shit is branded out of the wazoo. So it does really feel like the #1 thing he was looking for here was a way of making money off of the bust, which is kind of weird. It is still good that this does lead to an arrest, but I really do wish it was handled with collaboration from the actual authorities.
Can you help me find
fiber
pills? Can you help me find fiber pills?
Do you want me to call the cops?
Why would you want to call the cops for me when I'm trying to find my fiber pills?
I know why you're here.
Why am I
to
here?
meet my 13-year-old little brother.
Who is that? I don't know who that is. Who is that? I have no clue.
Christ, where are they hiding the fiber pills in this bitch? Like, goodness gracious, are they underground? This man's out here trying to locate fiber pills, and it's like trying to find pirates' buried treasure, apparently. But anyway, you can see he's really starting to tweak quite a bit now. Things are getting escalated. The man filming is starting to call the cops, which is something I feel he should have done quite a long time ago. But we're only just beginning.
Hey buddy, is this you?
Can you please
Why do I have a picture of you? Is this
Why
you?
are you doing this to me?
Is this you? Is this a picture of you? Why do I have a picture of you?
What's this? What is it?
Why do I have a picture of you?
Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Why do I have a picture? Why do I have a picture of your
Ew, 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 ew.
This guy's here to meet a 13-year-old boy for and to give him crystal meth.
Oh my god!
Negotiations crumble, diplomacy falls, and then things really pop the fuck off. So he shows him that he has a picture of this guy's asshole, and then we enter like the DPS check of the raid boss encounter here. So now he's chasing the pedophile around while shouting he's here to meet a 13-year-old boy for sex. The predators start shouting. Everyone in the shopping center is confused and maybe even a little frightened from this sudden explosion of yelling and all of that. And we also get close-ups of the meth molester's head, and it seems like he has a lot of dandruff. Not that that has anything to do with anything at all. It just struck me as, wow, that's a lot of dandruff. So he might want to pick up a bottle of Head and Shoulders on his way back to the poopy pill aisle.
This guy right here is here to meet a 13-year-old boy and to give him crystal meth.
Please,
Okay,
sir.
what's happening?
I'm trying to find you. Do you know where the
Call the
fiber
cops.
pills are?
Call the cops.
Like I said,
This guy's here to meet a 13-year-old boy for.
Sir,
Don't
sir,
touch me.
Sir, stop.
Don't touch me.
Why? Stop.
Don't touch me and don't put your hands in front of my camera, bro.
Stop.
Who the are you?
Stop.
The cameraman here is really coming across like a combative asshole. Obviously, the store employee doesn't know the situation. He's not fucking omniscient. All he sees is two people screaming in his store while one of them has multiple cameras set up like he's out here trying to film a 360-degree music video. So he's just trying to get in the middle of this and like, hey, can you de-escalate it? You know, take it anywhere else. And for some reason, the Predator Buster is now starting to get mad at this guy who's just doing his fucking job. Like, he's done nothing wrong. He doesn't know what's happening here. He's just trying to de-escalate the situation.
This guy's here to meet a 13-year-old boy for. Get in front of my camera again, bro.
Because you're not.
Get in front of my camera again.
You don't have permission to film your camera
Who
here.
the f are you?
This is.
Who are you?
You need to leave.
Hey, buddy, get the f out of my way. Get the f out of my way.
You gotta leave my store.
No, I don't. Call the cops.
This guy seems like he was closer to fighting the store employee just doing his job than he was to fighting the actual pedophile that he was there to bust. This shit is crazy.
Why is this happening?
Why are you here to meet a 13-year-old boy?
Why would I do such a thing?
Then leave. Go home.
Can you let me find my fiber pills?
Oh, your fiber pills?
Where's the fiber?
Just when you thought it was starting to wrap itself up, this fucking guy goes back looking for fiber pills. He goes back to the fucking fiber pill aisle and keeps the whole song and dance going. We're in Act 2 now. It is incomprehensible the shit that is unfolding here. I can't believe that this actually is a real thing that happened and isn't some like staged, scripted fucking piece of, I don't know, fiction. It's unbelievable.
Why are you here to meet a 13-year-old boy?
Why are you here to harass me?
Why are you here to meet a 13-year-old boy?
Are you trying to prevent me? No, I'm gonna stop.
2235. Focus.
I'm a weirdo?
Yeah.
Why do I have a picture of his asshole if I'm a weirdo? Why do I have a picture of his face? Look at it. Why do I have a picture of his face if I'm the weirdo?
Some of the other people around him start calling him a weirdo, the guy filming, to which he takes great offense. So he goes over to prove that he's not weird. So he goes and says, if I'm a weirdo, why do I have a picture of his asshole? Checkmate. Regular old Saul Goodman over here defending himself. I can't be weird, I have a picture of his butthole right here, look at this. He takes his phone around like it's show and tell. He passes it around saying, hey, look, I'm not weird, look, this is his anus. I don't know what the strategy is there. He could have easily explained, I'm conducting an investigation, this guy was trying to meet up with my 13-year-old brother. That's a lot more easy to understand than like, hey, I'm not weird, this is this guy's ass. Like, I don't know what the thought process was. I think he was so lost and deep in fight mode that he was just trying to like get aggressive with everybody, even just completely innocent people that didn't understand what was happening.
Trying to meet up with little kids on the internet?
I saw a comment that perfectly described how this part in the parking lot plays out. They said he's acting like he's the 13-year-old boy running away from a pedophile. And that is so accurate. He's running around like hysterically screaming and just going absolutely ballistic. He runs in a circle and then even lays on the ground for a little bit, kind of wiggling around.
Can I just go poop? Ah! Ah!
Oh my god, it gets even better!
The pedophile is high on meth and operating a vehicle, and it goes about as you'd expect. He immediately peels out and fucking blasts himself like right over like a small little tree and some bushes. It really looked like it was about to take flight. That was some shit out of Need for Speed, honestly. Like, god damn.
Oh my god! Whoa, hit and run, call the police! Call the police!
Immediately after vaporizing a tree and destroying that like area of bushes, he peels out once again and manages to hit one of only 2 potential obstacles in the entire fucking parking lot. Someone else's car. He goes by and hits someone else's car. There is literally only 2 cars in this entire fucking parking lot. It is actually more impressive that he managed to hit something. Like, I don't even fathom how he could have fucked up even worse. It's unbelievable.
Just call the police, guys. I got the tags. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police. Call the cops, bro. I got the video. You don't need a video. Just call the cops. Tackle his dumb.
I always hate that fucking mentality. Hey, someone else call the police. I'm busy recording. No. I'm recording, so someone else call the police to handle this. There's only a handful of situations where that makes any sense, and that's when there's already a large group there. Then having a video of the situation can be helpful to the overall thing. So you could have one person video while someone else is calling the authorities, but in this case it was just him for the entire thing right up until the very end. He should have been the one to call the police, but didn't. And the predator makes another inexplicable decision. Instead of leaving, he instead pulls up to the front of the store he just ran away screaming from and parks it. He just drops that shit right in front of the store he just left and then gets out to try and run back into the store, which I don't understand at all. He's treating it like this was some kind of safe zone or something. And as he gets out of the car and tries to run back in the store, he gets tackled by a good Samaritan who had just seen the hit and run and everything that unfolded in the parking lot. So he gets tackled by that guy, and it's like a Goldberg spear. That is a great form textbook tackle. And then the cops do show up to arrest him.
Yeah, that's the one thing, sir.
Come on, man.
The cops go through his things. They find a pipe. They find a lot of stuff. They arrest him for the driving, DUI. They don't seem super interested in the predator catcher's investigation and what he's talking about. They don't really pay too much attention to that. Instead, they arrest him for, of course, the way he was driving the vehicle. Now, I've mentioned this numerous times over the years. I'm not really a fan of vigilante predator hunters for the simple reason that 9 times out of 10, the pedophiles that get caught in these operations don't face any real repercussions other than like a video being made about them. But law enforcement can't use the investigations because they're less than professional, meaning the predator doesn't spend any time in the slammer, they don't go to jail, which allows them to continue preying on children in their communities. Now, I do think there are extenuating circumstances, like for example EDP. EDP may have not gone to jail, but that video that was made about him by the, fucking Gotham Knights of Predator Catchers did a great service to the whole community because it exposed him for abusing his platform, trying to meet up with children, and even if he didn't go to jail, it still took away his access to more potential victims. So overall, it was a positive thing, though ideal outcome would have been him also going to jail. In this case, the video we just watched, this predator probably would have never went to jail had he not operated the vehicle while high on meth and caused a massive commotion there and hitting multiple things. Had he not been driving that recklessly and high, he probably would have never seen any jail time for the investigation conducted by this channel. So it's just one of those things where, yes, it is good to expose the predators, but I really wish it was handled in collaboration with law enforcement, so that way not only would they be exposed publicly, they would also face the jail time associated with the crime. But yeah, anyway, this video was wild, and I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit today. That's about it. See ya. I just read something so ridiculous that I've been sitting here for the last like 10 or 15 minutes just stewing in my own filthy anger, almost in like this meditative state, just trying to process the absurdity of it. And this is a situation I'm not even involved in, and yet still it has managed to steam my vegetables, just because of how outrageous it is. This whole thing is so crazy, I just couldn't help myself but share it with all of you, so I hope you don't mind if I hit the dance floor real quick and bust it wide open for you here. So 2 months ago, some of you may have seen that Afro Man posted this music video, "Will You Help Me Repair My Door?" This went viral on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube as well, and basically it's Afro Man making a song out of a raid that was conducted on his property based on narcotics and kidnapping claims, and it turns out it was completely bogus. They got nothing out of it, and they kind of ransacked this whole place, and he had cameras set up around his property that recorded all of it, so he made a music video kind of teasing them about it. He made a catchy little jingle about the whole thing, and the title is about, you know, them breaking his door and breaking his gate and just going over the damage that they caused there while looking really silly. And now he is being sued for it. He is being sued because the officers were offended, their feelings got hurt, and they're claiming emotional distress. He clowned on them, and it hurt their goddamn feelings so much that now they're coming after him legally. It wasn't enough to just destroy his property and pillage his home like they were Vikings, and also traumatize his kids apparently, which is something he mentions in his song. Now they want to slap him even more by issuing this lawsuit to him, which I think is just an absolute load of baloney. What a pile of dirty barnacles. 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and a detective with the Adams County Sheriff's Office brought the suit earlier this month, claiming an invasion of privacy. Let me just stop you right there, Chief. An invasion of privacy, huh? You are on his private property. He has every right to record you. I'm not a lawyer, but would you also make this claim if you made yourself look fucking silly at a Starbucks who has security camera footage of you in their store? Like, let's say you spilt coffee or you were pouring coffee down your lieutenant's butthole, giving him an enema in public, and they're like, oh, this is kind of embarrassing. We're going to sue you for an invasion of privacy because you filmed us. Would the argument work there in that place of business? I imagine private residents also still have the right to record you when you are on their property. They don't need your consent. You entered their domain. You stepped into their neck of the woods. I feel like they have the right to record you. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a stupid paint-huffing idiot when it comes to the law. But I still just find the claim comical. An invasion of privacy. I guess them going through all of his shit, throwing his suits all over the place, breaking down his doors and all of that in his own home. I guess that's not an invasion of privacy. That's just a general wrongful invasion, considering this whole thing was completely bogus. It was a completely botched little raid here. They're claiming that Afro Man used their faces from the raid and used it in music videos and social media posts without their consent. Again, I don't think he needed that, considering they're on his private property in the first place. But regardless, they go on saying it's caused them emotional distress, embarrassment, ridicule, loss of reputation, and humiliation. So these officers were born with glass bones and paper skin, huh? They can't take a few jokes on the internet. I imagine they're lying about this. I can't imagine they actually suffered any real emotional distress or anything. I don't think people were on the streets shooting spitballs at them as they walked by, pointing and laughing. Though they should, because they're fucking clowns for what they did here. I can't show the music video, but I highly recommend watching it. They look so fucking stupid in this thing. And it's all dog shit. Like, none of it was real to begin with here. It was just a completely failed raid from top to bottom. And they even had the audacity to disconnect his cameras when they noticed that the security cameras were on. It's just foul. Completely foul. I do hope they feel silly.
But apparently, the silliness doesn't stop there. Maybe it's a humiliation fetish, because now they're suing him and making themselves look even stupider, which is crazy. I'll go ahead and boil all this down for you. The plaintiffs are seeking all of Afroman's profits from the use of their personas. That includes the proceeds from songs, music videos, and live event tickets, as well as any of the money that he made using their likeness in his brand and other merchandise. And they're also looking for an injunction to take down the videos. Afroman made like an entire album's worth of songs around this raid on his property, and they all fucking bang. It is so amazing. Afroman absolutely crushed it with this whole thing. Literally turned into like a money-making merchandise music video, like empire, all off of this failed raid from them. And now they're coming to put their hand in his cookie jar and take all of that money away that he made from this whole situation. Afroman is attempting to countersue them for the undeniable damage this had on my client's family, career, and property. Law enforcement officers were acting on a warrant that stated probable cause existed that drugs and drug paraphernalia would be found on his property and that trafficking and kidnapping had taken place there. But it turns out that boogeyman was completely wrong. All of those suspicions turned out to be unfounded, and the raid failed to turn up any real criminal evidence, so charges were never filed. And in Afroman's music video, through the cameras, he was able to notice that some of the deputies may have seized some of his money. He was talking about some missing money that took place during all of this, and whoa, can you believe it? After a subsequent review by the State Bureau of Criminal Investigations, they determined that the deputies had miscounted the amount seized during the raid itself. What a silly little error that was. What a goofy little freak accident that was, that some of the money was just a little miscounted, and some of it went missing, I guess? Oh, that's odd. So that's really this whole situation. They're suing because they looked fucking stupid here, and a lot of people were making fun of them for this whole situation. Afroman put them on blast and made an entire album's worth of content around it, and now they're out for revenge. So I can't show you the music video, but I highly encourage you watch it. I would like to show you a couple frames from it and just kind of talk about it because it is so fucking wild. I'll go ahead and crop their faces out so they can't feel offended or humiliated here. But, so this is one of the early shots. The officers were going around checking every nook and cranny of his property, I guess for kidnapping victims or like pounds upon pounds of weed. And for some reason, Officer Action over here, fucking Danger Commander, comes over and like looks behind the couch here as if he was gonna find like some kind of like goblin or something back there that he was gonna light up. Like, I understand they thought that there was some kidnapping element to this whole thing, but I mean, even in this situation, if there was a kid back there and you climb over the back of the couch, you're immediately pointing a gun in their face. I can't imagine that's the best way of looking for kidnapping victims. Like, the way they go through his whole property is very cartoonish. Here's a little shot of some of the team out here for the class field trip. One of them is dressed like he's ready for actual combat, as if he was gonna get in here like a G.I. Joe episode and fucking hunt down Cobra Commander in this property. So the first thing they did when they arrived is they busted through this gate here and broke it. So Afroman's already down one gate just from them showing up. And then they go to his door, and this is where you get the title of the song. They blast this shit in. This shit just gets rocketed off the frame here. So, you know, he's asking, you know, can you repair my door and my gate? Like, that's the whole point of the song. Like, can you repair this shit? And then also pointing out all of the other goofy things that happened. And here's where Afroman started to get a little suspicious about them potentially taking money from him, so he starts talking about it in this scene right here. This was already after going through and throwing around half of his belongings and like going through each and every suit pocket they could find. And here's the final shot. This is where the fun comes to an end. They disconnect his cameras, so they open up this panel in the wall and they disconnect all the shit, so he could no longer record the rest of what was going on the property. I just really had to talk about it because it got me fuming. To turn around and sue someone for hurt feelings after you were just in the wrong to begin with is just such a level of delusion that I can't help but be upset about. Afroman did nothing wrong. He recorded you guys and then took a bad situation that you have created. The claims you were there investigating, nothing was ever found, so it all seems like bullshit. And he took that and he made comedy out of it. He made content out of it to try and turn something shitty into something less shitty, and now he's being punished for it, or at least attempting to, from these extremely sensitive, I guess, officers that are super offended that people have been making fun of them for this. Like, it's pretty disgusting. So yeah, I just wanted to at least put this out there because it was something that I felt very strongly about. That's really about it. See ya. Okay, that's probably the guy. That guy's kind of zooming. Is it muted? No, they just haven't done their live sports casting of the police chase yet. This guy is really punching it.
Welcome, everybody, as you join us live on ABC7.com and our ABC7 streaming apps. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we
I love how he
follow a
introduces it
high-speed
like an actual
pursuit
event.
through South LA. Now, this person has crisscrossed a number
Hey, welcome
of
to the
freeways.
Moist
This all
Esports
started
broadcast
in
of
the
this
Buena
live police
Park
chase.
area after a home invasion in an industrial area here in Hawthorne. Coming up on Hawthorne Airport.
Oh,
Again, still
I thought it was the other car.
pushing the pedal to
There
the
he is.
metal, about double the speed limit as he makes his way down Crenshaw Boulevard minutes ago. So again, a car.
Oh,
tapping,
boy.
front bumper there with that SUV.
Uh-oh.
At a high
Little
rate of
love
speed.
tap on the
Now
way
coming
by.
up on a little bit of traffic now on Crenshaw Boulevard at 131st. Very aggressive.
This guy's gonna
driving,
do a citizen's arrest on him
crisscrossing all
now.
of these
We need to
lanes
exchange
here, and now
information,
it looks
asshole.
Like that car that he hit is trying to catch up with him. Another red light coming up here. All 3 lanes occupied. Let's see if he squeezes
He's going
by
on the
here
sidewalk.
or jumps the curb. Right
Yeah,
now he's in
sidewalk.
that right lane. It's the black Audi that you see right there.
Oh,
with
maybe
his
not.
brakes starting to smoke a bit. Cutting
Oh,
off with
God.
the Mercedes, tapping the bumper there, and another collision.
This guy's
Here
just
comes some
running
more black
around,
and
just
whites.
giving little
More
taps,
black
little
and
paint
whites entering the
exchange.
pursuit now, engaging with this suspect. 2 officers behind him. Again, a helicopter above, 2 black and whites behind him.
Holy shit.
A pursuit that has crossed over the county line on several freeways.
This
at
guy's
extreme
burning
speeds, and those
rubber
extreme
out
speeds
here.
Are continuing this through. I forget. I did not catch that that cross street in any event. We're westbound.
First
on
LA
eastbound
driver to
Rosecrans
use blinkers.
At, it looks like LA County Sheriff still with their helicopter overhead calling out the shots for those units on the ground. And now
Why
we
even
have
evade?
some
There's no way
units,
out.
Code 3
I don't
right
know.
behind them. They've
I
managed
really
to
don't
catch
know.
up with them once again.
Very
as he
rarely
gets
can you
under the
escape the
110
chopper.
freeway. He's getting onto the
And you have to
110
be very lucky.
off of Rosecrans.
It's fucking dumb to even try. What makes people think they can outrun the helicopters? Drugs, stupidity, desperation, I don't know, man. Maybe a cocktail of all 3.
A little bit of a jam up there, and now he's got all 4 lanes to
This
play
guy
with
should be arrested, to
as
be
he comes
honest.
up on the 105
You don't
freeway.
say. The guy who broke into a home and then stole a car during the initial chase and is now engaged in this chase should be arrested.
105
Brother, you
west.
keep those hot takes to yourself, okay? I don't want to hear them.
Same area already a couple of times.
He
now
was
back
clearly
on the westbound side at
framed.
90 miles per hour, heading back towards the west.
It's a self-driving Audi. There's a ghost in the machine, and this
Another
guy is
exit
a
up here.
helpless victim.
A wild left there through the
Ooh,
red.
almost threw the
northbound
ass out of it.
Avalon Boulevard, now going northbound. Just kind of making this up as he goes along. No clear destination here. He's obviously just doing whatever he can to lose these units and potentially find a hiding spot.
Oh, yeah,
to
he's gonna
evade
try
those
and hide under the
helicopters.
bridge
In fact,
here.
Now
100%.
he's underneath the freeway. He's not coming out. He's not coming out. He's not coming out. He's under the freeway. He's under the freeway, probably dumping vehicle. He's under the
Yep.
freeway, has not come
Oh,
out
the
the
cops
other
actually got
side.
there pretty
You see a
quick.
unit following him underneath.
Yeah, oh
and
wow.
There he is. There he is.
Where did this guy
He's
come
back
from?
on
Who's
other
behind the
side,
wheel there?
northbound
Is
side,
that Dominic Toretto? Like,
105
Jesus Christ, that
freeway.
cop actually got there quick.
Now on 116th with the sheriff's unit right behind him.
He was absolutely about
We've
to
got
dump
3
that
units,
car.
a primary unit and a
But
secondary
that cop
unit right underneath
rolled
the
in.
freeway
He
with
fucking
them. They
scooted in
another turn here.
sideways. It's a new car. I don't think it is, man.
Close call here. Look at this cross traffic coming up on
I
Central
don't think he had
Avenue.
time.
Continuing a northbound turn onto Central.
He entered with an Audi. I don't think he pulled some kind of crazy magic trick here and got a new car. Like, that's not, unless it was a Kia that he stole. He doesn't have
Close call
nearly
here.
enough
Look at
time
this
to do
cross
that.
traffic coming up on Central Avenue.
Kia is just
continuing.
You hop in and it'll just take you on a ride
northbound turn onto
itself.
Central.
Apparently, there's like no security on that shit. I
Again,
guess.
heading back towards the freeway and taking the freeway. If he stays on the freeway, I would
God damn it!
expect
Now I'm too drawn into this. Here, let's pay attention to the trim here. I'm very confident this is the same car. Let's go back to one of their other close-ups. That would have been a speedrun record of carjacking if he somehow pulled that off. Where's another close-up? I mean, I don't even need another close-up. You can still see the trim even on this.
some point, but he has put a kink in those plans. As
Yeah, I mean, it's just definitely the same car.
Then they got the original call wrong. This
That's
is
a
100%.
different car.
No shot. It's not.
Did he carjack somebody else under the freeway?
There's no shot. It's the same car.
Right. This is a different car. This is a different car.
Then he stole the exact same model. He had a clone waiting under the bridge.
Freeway. That's the only time.
The other car also had a sunroof. It had silver trim. It had silver rims. Same car. What? That makes no sense.
Positive that was an Audi before.
Even they're second guessing it as well.
Northbound Alameda.
He was literally under the bridge for 15 seconds.
Now coming towards him.
You can't hotwire a modern car like that quickly. There'd be a victim of a carjacking. It'd be easy to confirm. The only way he'd get this car is if he literally threw someone out of it and took it. And in that case, you have a victim there who would easily be able to tell you, yeah, my fucking car just got stolen. There's no shot. You cannot steal a car that quickly. From the article online. Here. How is there already an article? This was 3 minutes ago. Authorities were chasing a black Audi, but once the car got under an overpass, the suspect hopped in a Mercedes-Benz and continued fleeing. It's unclear if there was another carjacking or if the driver was waiting for a Mercedes. How would that be unclear? If it was a carjacking, there'd be a victim. Like, I don't think anyone just parked under the overpass.
I just heard female driver. Am I the only one that heard that? Female driver? Is that even possible? Vehicle coming to a stop. Vehicle coming to a stop. 1, 2, 3, 4 suspects.
Shit.
We're
What
gonna follow
the
the
fuck?
driver. 4 suspects running from that vehicle.
This makes it even less likely they got into another fucking car. How is that
Now
possible?
coming to a foot pursuit.
You had 9 fucking people in that car all of a sudden, like a clown car getting out?
LA County Sheriff's units with 2 of those suspects
In
up against
15
the wall.
seconds?
A foot pursuit now with the driver and another passenger. 4 people total in that vehicle. 4 people total. And now one of the guys.
I don't understand at all how this actually
That is the driver
worked.
at gunpoint. We're going to come around here. That Mercedes is a separate vehicle from the one we joined you with up at the top of our coverage. That was an Audi.
I can't
At some
process how
point,
the fuck
the
this worked
driver of
out.
that Audi made his way into a Mercedes with 4 other people who have now jumped out near
The
Firestone.
only way this tracks is during the chase, he called his friends and said, I need an out. So they met him under the overpass, but then they all drove together, so those fucking morons all just got themselves arrested. That's the only way this would possibly make sense, and it's the dumbest plan imaginable. That is actually the stupidest idea you could have ever had. Now they all get arrested. Because he was 100% alone in the beginning. You could see in the fucking front windshield. Holy shit. That is incomprehensibly stupid. That is painfully dumb. Thanks the resub Pog.
And Manchester, a lot of puzzle pieces.
This is like
put
actually a
together here,
whole magical performance
but
in and of itself.
wild chase. A lot of blanks to fill.
Even if this worked out in their fucking favor, like even if they actually did make the car swap, they chose an almost identical car that the helicopter was still going to follow regardless. Holy shit, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. They chose an identical vehicle, so the chase would have continued as planned. These are actually probably the dumbest criminals I think I've ever fucking watched. Well, aside from the guy who got himself arrested because he was wanted for murder and then called the police on McDonald's because they served him cold fries and he ended up going to jail for like 6 years. But like aside from that guy, these guys are up there. What do you mean, what? You guys don't remember that? We talked about that like 6 months ago. There was a criminal who was on the run for a while, and then he went to McDonald's and he was really upset that he got served cold fries, so he called the police on McDonald's and they obviously pulled his record. He had a warrant out for his arrest for like a big crime and he got arrested for it. He literally self-reported because he got cold fries. Are we just ignoring the announcer when he said female driver? Is that even possible? Oh yeah, that was a really unfortunate thing he said. The reason he said that is because the suspect was a male, and you could see. Plus, the home invasion was committed by a guy, I believe. So I'm saying, a female driver, how is that possible? Because it was a guy that was on the chase the entire time. But the way it comes out makes it seem like he's baffled a woman would be driving. So very unlucky for him, but what he meant is entirely normal. Like, how could it have gone from the male suspect who committed the crimes to now a female driver of the car?
I just heard female driver. Am I the only one that heard that? Female driver? Is that even possible?
he also does himself no favors with the way he says it, to be fair. Like, I can already see, like, the way he did it. He's got his headset on. He's, like, looking around. Women driving. Have we ever heard of this? But yeah, what he was referring to was the crime, and the pursuit all the way up until that point was a guy and one guy. No doubt he swapped. Well, at the very end, it's very clear they had to have swapped because this is a lone driver. Like, throughout the entire chase, you can see in here, it is one guy. Which means that the people he swapped with literally came 3 heads deep, and then they all got arrested together for the swap. So, 100%. Like, they did swap. I just can't believe that the car they chose to swap with was not only identical, but they all stayed in the car, too. Here it is, let's time it.
Just doing whatever he can to lose these
You can see him stopping here, slowing down.
Find a hiding spot
21 minutes on the dot.
Helicopters. In fact, now he's underneath the freeway. He's not coming out. He's not coming out. He's not coming out. He's under the freeway. He's under the freeway, probably dumping the vehicle. He's under
and
the
here's
freeway.
the cop.
Not
13 seconds.
You see a unit following him
13 seconds.
There he is. He's back on the other side, northbound side of the 105 freeway. He's under the freeway, has not come out the other
plan.
side.
It's a stupid plan. Because even if the cop didn't show up so quickly, the helicopter immediately followed this car because it's almost identical to the car that goes in. So they still would have stayed pursuing them. It's a terrible plan. If they had chose a different car entirely, then yes. Then the plan would have been far more effective. What's the purpose of switching? At this point, nothing. Literally nothing. All that happened was he got more of his friends arrested because they stayed in the car for some reason. The cop also saw the swap. True, the cop was so quick that he actually did get to witness the swap, but the helicopter didn't. And the helicopter immediately picked up on the same car because it's so identical. They didn't even know it was swapped. Suspect was an Uber driver and picked up his 3 riders. Interesting fan theory. Throughout the history of YouTube, there's of course been no shortage of creeps on the platform. However, there's always existed one champion atop this mountain of weirdos, one alpha goober, who is more laughably pathetic and cringe, and more dangerously unhinged than all of the rest. His name used to send shivers down the spines of all parents who had teenage girls in their household. His name has long since been forgotten, like an ancient threat. He's like the Sauron of YouTube, the Thanos of online accused predators. His name is Onision. This is someone I've covered quite a few times on the channel over the years, and we're going to be talking about him again because he is now facing his biggest lawsuit yet for his alleged grooming and solicitation of pictures of underage girls, as well as a lot of other really awful things that he has been accused of over the years. Talking about Onision in 2023 is like talking about a 1970s obscure action movie villain that no one remembers. It's just been so long since anyone's actually talked about him outside of just mentioning all of his absolute degeneracy or laughing at him for when he embarrasses himself. Even though he's not active on YouTube, he is still active on Twitter and posts just unbearable, unreadable garbage. Things like, "What if I hugged you and then buried my tongue deep inside your asshole and then I fished around in there for dingleberries? Would you like that? Would you like that, my naughty princess? Would you get squirty for me?" Like, absolutely awful vomit-inducing shit. So he'd get dunked on Twitter still as just a little punching bag, but he wasn't really a YouTuber anymore for the last, like, 4 or 5 years. I'll go ahead and give you, like, a brief history of him, since I'm sure most of you don't even remember the shit stain that he left on the internet. I'll give you a little lore recap. He started making shit all the way back in 2007, but really what blew up his channel was this video, the banana song, "I'm a Banana." It was a viral video that really popped off, and it's during that era of YouTube where everything was just like XD random and making silly songs like "Spoon, Spork, I got a spoon, a spork, sporky spoon," like that kind of awful shit. He capitalized on that genre, and from there grew 3 channels with over 1 million subs each, one of them over 2 million, which for its time was unheard of. He was one of the biggest channels YouTube had for years. He was absolutely massive. And then he started letting that power get to his head. He started falling into a lot of controversies, but by far the biggest one was he had a website
where his audience of mostly young teenage girls would send pictures of themselves that he would grade. He'd grade them on their attractiveness, on their bodies and shit like that, and he would critique them and talk about these pictures that little girls were sending to him. How the authorities didn't kick down his door and rip him out of his banana costume for all this shit, I will never fully understand, because there's a lot of substantiated evidence about all of this. So you can immediately see that this is a fucking awful person. This is a bad guy, and the controversies only continued to grow over the years. It got to a point where Chris Hansen investigated him. I think there's even a documentary about Onision and all the awful shit he's done. And he never really faced repercussions for these actions. He even still tried to like capitalize off some of the shit. He started an OnlyFans page which focused on cuck porn of him. It's not even really worth going down that road, but yeah, he started an OnlyFans for even more weird shit that he was into and trying to sell. He had an appearance in court a couple years ago where everyone was laughing at him because he showed up in a bulletproof vest. He was actually suing Chris Hansen, but ended up suing the wrong Chris Hansen. And Onision is so unbelievably fucking stupid. He's an absolute bumbling idiot that he decided to represent himself in court. As you can imagine, this was a complete mockery of the legal system, and everyone was laughing at him because he went there in a fucking bulletproof vest, represented himself, and he looked like an extra out of a John Wick film. And now, fast forward to 2023, and he is facing by far his biggest lawsuit yet. They put out a statement a few days ago breaking down everything. The entire 48-page lawsuit is available to read and download if anyone really wants to see all of the details. Here are 5 counts alleged in the filing. This is just an article breaking down the situation, but this is all from the actual complaint. As you can see, it's very serious shit here. They're pulling no punches. This is the full knuckle sandwich they're coming after Onision with. And rightfully so. All of these allegations are disgusting, and he absolutely does need to be held accountable for years upon years of this kind of behavior. So I'm very curious to see how all of this plays out. This is a big deal for sure, and one that undoubtedly will be very interesting to see unfold. I am, however, excited to see Onision's newest breakdown video that he'll likely make for this. He's notorious for filming himself, having a meltdown, and leaning into the controversy where he tries to make like a mockery of it. So he like just has these over-the-top breakdowns, spitting and screaming and shitting and pissing, all about people, you know, being mean to him. But those are usually just trying to farm off of the drama, so he tries to like clout goblin his way into a couple extra views for some ad revenue. This one I think is far more serious for him, since this carries huge sentencing should he be found guilty on all of these things. Like, this is not a light lawsuit, at least not from what I've read here. This seems like this could be an absolute big one. So I don't know if he's gonna be his usual deplorable attention farming self off this case here, but I guess we'll just have to see. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. So yeah. I want you to really take a good hard look at me right now. You're gazing upon peak male performance. However, at just a glance, you can probably conclude that I'm not the smartest person this planet has to offer. I'm no stranger when it comes to doing stupid things. I once made chloramine gas in my bathtub because I was trying to kill a cockroach. I mixed ammonia and bleach like the world's worst chemist. It's one of the #1 things you're not supposed to do because it creates a poisonous gas. I waged biological warfare on one of the dumbest insects on the planet and lost. I nearly killed myself and put my girlfriend's life in jeopardy because I fucking smoke screened our entire bathroom with poisonous fumes. And it didn't even kill the cockroach. That little bitch was immune to it. I don't know if they have like some kind of natural immunity to chloramine gas or if he just had a little gas mask on under there. But regardless, it was reckless and very silly. It's a miracle I haven't electrocuted myself on an electric bug zapper because I'm attracted to the bright lights on it. Point I'm making is, I'm not the smartest person on the planet, but even I'm not stupid enough to buy this game. This blatant scam. I call it a scam, but it's actually more of like a joke, I'm pretty sure. So this is a $2,000 Steam game called The Hidden and Unknown, and a lot of people are talking about it on Twitter right now, and I've been getting tagged in this post a ton because I have a bit of a reputation for buying these outrageously priced dog shit experiences on Steam just for the sole purpose of being able to wiggle my finger and celebrate that I'm the only person that wasted the money to play it. Thus, I'm the only person to have ever beat it. I've done this for 2 games now. One of them was Super Fight for $200, and more recently it was Dream, Super Dream, Dreamland, fucking Shark Boy, Lava Girl, Super Dream. I forgot the name of it. Like Never-Ending Dream or something, and that was like $130. But then there's this little goofball here, The Hidden and Unknown, coming in at a whopping 2,000 oysters, which is far too steep for me to justify a joke. It's just not happening. And hopefully no one will ever play it, but you know, you're probably asking yourself, maybe it's worth it. You know, what if this is the best game ever made? What if this game is so powerful it actually makes you taller and more attractive by playing it? And to that I say, bah humbug, why don't we just go ahead and take a look at the gameplay that they've released from it? Golly, it's got everything you could ever need. Story, future, mystery, prediction, unpredictable, thus making your prediction fucking worthless. So it also has contradiction. I mean, you'll never need to play another game again. $2,000 for the last game you'll ever need. What a deal. Not only is the confusion guaranteed, but the financial burden is as well. Also, it's hard, strong, easy, weak, and hard. It's, I guess, a visual novel, because, I mean, the screenshots they show, you know I'm not a big fan of football, Brian said as he was entering the football field. So it looks like this is a really shittily thrown together visual novel thing, though I'm going to just speculate that there's not even an actual visual novel or game here at all. This was purely made to just try and get a single sale from a curious weirdo like me who sometimes can't resist the urge to just see what led to such a high price point for something like this. Now, Pyrocynical did an actual deep dive on this studio without buying the game, thank God. And it is such an interesting story. I highly recommend you check out his video to get the entire scoop. But I'm just going to go ahead and scratch the surface here. So, ProX or Prox team that made this pile of shit is trying very hard to just squeeze money out of dumb fucking idiots. I'm assuming the person behind it recognized that people are really willing to just throw money at nothing, like NFTs and shit. So they've made nothing for them to throw money at. And it's really fucking amazing. So he's made an Instagram account where he just takes Reddit questions and then has a text-to-speech bot read it for him. And then he's made a YouTube channel that does shorts that are the same thing, where it takes Reddit comments and has a text-to-speech bot read it for him over Minecraft gameplay. But when you go to their website, which Pyro covers all of this in depth, I'm just giving you the basics. But when you go to the website, they even have like Patreon tiers that are so unbelievably outrageous. It makes it very clear that this is supposed to be a joke, but one that they do also kind of hope in the back of their mind gets them a little bit of money. So let's take a look at their tiers here. For $12 a month, you get to join their Discord, where you get the supporter role and then a loyal supporter role after 12 months. So you're paying $12 a month for a Discord role, or excuse me, not even $12, 12 pounds a month, or 12 quid a month for the Discord role. But then, you know, the real bargain, the actual steal here for, you know, bang for your buck is 23.50 quid a month, and you get the exact same benefits as the 12 quid a month tier, but you get it in half the time. So you can get the loyal supporter badge in 6 months instead of 12. But then for 70 quid a month, you get the exact same benefits as the other two tiers, but then you get the loyal supporter badge 3 months instead of 6. Which, you know, how can you argue with value like that, to be honest? You know, Discord badges, that's worth more than gold, honestly. That's a better investment than real estate. If you're debating between, like, putting a down payment on a house or being a loyal supporter of the hidden and the unknown, I think the choice is obvious if you're looking for financial stability in the future. It's the Discord badges. So,
I think this is fantastic. I also love that they're playing hardball. For 70 quid a month, you don't even get the loyal supporter badge instantly. You still have to subscribe for 3 months at least to get that fucking badge. But this is not their highest tier. Their highest tier, and the one that I think they make it very obvious that this is supposed to be satirical or just goofy and stupid for the sake of being stupid, is their 4th tier, which costs 1.4 million quid a month. Pyro's face really tells the whole story. That's a face of a man who's perplexed and contemplating whether or not this is worth it, weighing the pros and cons here. And I gotta tell you, after reading what you get for 1.4 million quid a month, you'd be a fool not to sign up. You get all the Discord badges, and you also get extra voting power in all that matters. That means presidential voting, this extends well beyond just the games. It's voting power in everything that matters. Fucking elections for places you don't even live, I imagine. And you even get your name mentioned on their website. And, Prox is a huge powerhouse of a website. It's up there with like YouTube and Twitter when it comes to traffic. So having your name there, that's big. And then, of course, the cherry on top of the cake, and probably what most people would be most interested in, is you get a free copy of all the projects they create, including the hidden and unknown. So you can pay 1.4 million quid a month in order to get a $2,000 game for free. You're losing money not buying that, obviously. I'm pretty sure this is all just supposed to be a big joke, but it also highlights something that I find interesting about Steam, where there's absolutely no protocols in place to tackle something like this, which is clearly just a blatant scam. They could have charged $10,000 for this game, and maybe some 8-year-old whose parents' credit card is attached to their Steam account sees it and the bewilderment and the mystery is just too much for them, so they buy it using their parents' credit card. And then their parents have no idea, and then they wake up, in a week or two and wonder why they can no longer afford the electricity bill. Of course, that'd be the parents' fault because they're doing a shit job parenting, but that's parenting in the modern age where you just sit a kid down in front of an iPad or you just sit them down in front of a computer and let them run wild. You see this shit all the time with like in-app purchases for mobile games. I imagine that might be what this is for. Making a game that would appeal to a child for a really high price so they buy it one time with their parents' credit card, and now you just made $2,000 for nothing. It's pretty wild. And I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because a lot of people were telling me to buy this. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I can almost justify spending $200 for Super Fight, which is a single level and a 30-second game, but $2,000 is so far out of that realm, it makes me sick. I would absolutely puke if I even considered this for more than 3 seconds. So no, I'm not buying this game. I'm not that stupid. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Yeah, I've set the t-shirt to dark mode, which means it's time to go full throttle into the danger zone. No more granny shifting. We're gonna talk about a controversial topic: Fansly advertisements on Twitch. This is actually a war that I've been drafted into and tossed into the front lines, so I've been catching fire and getting called out, labeled a hypocrite, and morally flexible when it comes to things my friends do that I call others out for. So I kind of want to talk about this entire subject here because I feel that it's just a load of dirty barnacles to call me hypocritical when it comes to Fansly advertisements. So allow me to show you to your table and deliver your entree of drama that you've ordered. So, the situation in a nutshell. A couple weeks ago, there was the Streamer Awards that happened on Twitch. I was unable to attend them in person, so I received permission from QT Cinderella to watch party them. This was a massive event that QT Cinderella put together. And one of the advertisers for it, one of the sponsors, was Fansly. So during the stream, a Fansly advertisement popped up, and this was my reaction to it.
A free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and creators through the Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today.
A very tame giggle as if someone came up and playfully tickled me for a moment. And people were upset because I didn't start spitting and shitting, taking up arms about how disgusting it was that Fansly was being advertised on this broadcast here. Reason being is because prior I had made a video talking about a couple of things. One of them was Aiden Ross when he showed porn to his audience. My statement was that Aiden Ross went on Pornhub in front of his audience, which a lot of them are kids, on the younger side of things. So I said that was weird. That was a weird thing to do. So when I giggled during the Fansly segment, it was used as a smoking gun to call out and attack me for being a hypocrite. Because it's the same principle. Fansly was just shown on stream to an audience that undoubtedly had kids watching. How is that any different than Aiden Ross going on Pornhub? Charlie is a fucking hypocrite. He called it out for Aiden Ross, but doesn't do it when it's his friend QT Cinderella. When I first heard this argument, I thought it was just a bunch of fish paste. I thought it was being used satirically, because it didn't even compute that people were trying to compare these two things. Going on an actual legitimate Pornhub out of nowhere in front of your audience and just having porn, real porn being played, versus an advertisement, which does lead to porn, but the advertisement itself has more clothes on than a lot of things that are already freely broadcast on Twitch that are easily accessible. I didn't think these two things deserved to be on the same playing field, but that's where I was wrong. I clearly failed the CAPTCHA here and was labeled a bot, because a lot of people do view these in the same category, in the same wheelhouse. A YouTuber named MewKitty made a whole video on it talking about Twitch streamers and their hypocrisy, a video that I make an appearance in towards the end, and it's exactly what I just talked about, where I said it was weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub, but I laughed when Fansly was a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. And not long after her video, Scott Schaefer made content covering the same topic, where, once again, the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 superstar Charles White comes into the frame once again with another banger cameo. And the argument is the same. Charlie called it out when Aiden Ross pulled up real porn, but didn't call it out when QT Cinderella advertised porn. And he did it because she's his friend, thus he is a hypocrite. And on stream I talked about this last night, and I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad. It's pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. Which isn't her fault, and I even don't blame the audience, because right now, the human race is being plagued by brain rot, parasite, short-form content, which has ruined the attention span of people. So I don't necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all 10 minutes of what I was saying. But in that clip, I outright say both can be bad, but they are not the same to me. Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor. I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why I think they're so different, but ultimately both are not a great thing to be advertising to an audience that is undoubtedly going to have children watching. Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah. Now let's make like an egg and hard boil this subject real quick. So, the difference between Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub and QT Cinderella bringing up a Fansly sponsor is very clear right off rip. If all of you in the classroom right now have your thinking caps on, you'll notice a huge difference. I was able to play the entire Fansly ad as it aired, because they are all clothed. You are not getting immediate nudity or pornographic content. It is an advertisement for pornographic content going to the website, yes, but unlike Aiden Ross's moment with real Pornhub just being there, actual fucking full-blown porn, you got pussy, tits, everything all right there immediately, that is not what you got with the QT Cinderella Fansly sponsorship. Thus, immediately, those two are already different. Showing the porn to an unsuspecting audience out of fucking nowhere is a lot worse than advertising a service that has porn on it. And that's something Scott Schaefer does touch on in his video. His is more of a deeper look at the subject, and MewKitty's is more memeing with it. I always thought her content was supposed to be silly and over-the-top trolling, but she does seem genuinely upset at me, and I imagine it's because of my statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content. I called it Zoomer editing, which sounds mean-spirited when I really didn't mean it to be. She edits her videos like very chaotic, on purpose, where it's a lot of sound effects, you know, like a fucking gong being hit pretty often, or like really loud blasting music pretty often, and that's just never been my cup of tea. But I never meant it as an insult on her honor, it's just not something that I'm personally a huge fan of, the same way that she doesn't like my content. I didn't mean it to be mean, and I apologize that it may have come across that way. I certainly didn't mean it to. But the whole point of me mentioning this right now is I do want to say that Scott Schaefer did also talk about the difference between playing porn versus advertising the Fansly. He did touch on that. Last night I made the comparison that the Fansly ad actually had more clothing on the people in it than what you would already find on Twitch right now in the hot tubs category, where it is bikinis and very, very revealing clothing. And that is a category that Twitch itself advertises. If you go to Twitch when you're not logged in, a lot of the recommended channels are hot tub streams, so Twitch itself does peddle content that is clearly sexually charged. My point with this statement was to draw the immediate comparison that this Fansly advertisement wasn't immediately exposing young viewers to sexually explicit material, and it's even more easily accessible for them on Twitch already by just going to the category right next to the fucking Just Chatting one. That was the whole point of that. That's something XQC didn't quite understand, calling me wrong, saying that there's not a bleached butthole right away or something on hot tubs category, thus checkmate. It's me with the scholars mate. That wasn't my point. My point was the ad itself didn't contain any explicit imagery or anything highly sexual, at least nothing that was worse than what is already currently being advertised on Twitch in that category. And when you go to Fansly, there is still not immediately ass and titties in your face right away. Thus, I didn't think by scanning the QR code people would immediately just be fucking blasted with porn all over the place like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro. So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through, as opposed to Aiden Ross, which just pulled up porn as a jump scare during fucking stream, right? It to me, still is very different. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. So, I made the comparison that the Fansly advertisement reminded me of all of the strip club billboards that are spaced around all of the major interstates. Anytime I go up north to Pennsylvania, there is hundreds of strip clubs being advertised, and on those advertisements, there are women in bikinis and very, very revealing lingerie. And they tell you exactly where to go for the strip club. Well, when you're driving through, there's a good chance a lot of those cars are going to have kids in it and see those advertisements. So I compared Fansly to a strip club billboard because, in principle, if Fansly worked the way I thought it did, where you had to be 18 years or older to enter, it's kind of like a strip club advertisement because a kid could see that, but still couldn't access the content because the strip club would obviously turn them away. Ideally, assuming you're not going to some kind of fucking shady, corrupt strip club. And I thought Fansly was the same way. But apparently that's not the case, so that comparison doesn't work anymore. And I recognize that now. And I also made the comparison to the old GoDaddy commercials, which were highly sexualized content that was broadcast during like Super Bowl, during sporting events, where it was things like a girl with huge honkers, her straps like breaking off, and like she's in a courtroom and like judges going hubba hubba hubba, and then like she's trying to say something and the other strap's like wiggling, and then it's like right when it breaks off and about to reveal the giant milkers, it says go to GoDaddy.com to finish it. And I wasn't really making a big point out of that. I just wanted to point out that, man, it really does feel like the early 2000s again with a lot of the internet arguments we get into these days. It's shit we've had for years. History really does kind of repeat itself. Because I do still think that's a pretty fair comparison. That's fundamentally like the same thing. The argument back then was, think of the children. They were watching this sport, and then all of a sudden, sexual content advertisement. So that's all I was really saying with that one. But yeah, in closing, I feel like there is no real good faith argument to be made that I'm hypocritical because I called Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub weird and didn't immediately start calling out how weird it was for Fansly to be a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. I feel like the two aren't really comparable. Blasting porn, real porn, immediately to your audience out of nowhere, no warning, and right in their face, just on stream, is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it. Granted, I've now learned that it's easier than I thought it was. I still think the two are drastically different. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. As I've said, neither one of them is great. I don't think either one of them is an amazing thing to do, but they are just not the same, and it's really fucking silly to pretend that they are. They are very different. And that's about it, really. Just wanted to talk about it. See ya. Right now, we are living in the golden age of information. The collective knowledge of all of humanity is right at your fingertips on the World Wide Web, the magical cyberspace. And actually, it's become somewhat of an overload of information because you can always find evidence to support any belief you want to have. No matter how unhinged or how unrealistic it is, you can find entire communities of people backed up by their own proof that is convincing enough for them and maybe even you. It's just a matter of asking, typing it in on a search engine, and you can find unlimited information to confirm any belief you want. So, it's clearly led to a problem where people are believing everything and anything. And that's not exclusive to just like dumb people. I see that cope a lot where it's like, oh, only stupid people fall for things like flat earth or goblins. Like, believe it or not, there is a very real community of people that post goblin sightings in the real world. I'm not yanking your chain. It is a community of people that believe goblins walk amongst us, and they'll take these little videos at night of what I imagine is just like little like raccoons or something, and they're like, holy shit, it's a goblin ran across my front yard at 4 a.m. And the same community exists for gnomes. Gnomes have recently been popping off in popularity with people believing there are actually gnomes that walk amongst us. Giants, another one. We recently had a big giant hoopla where a TikToker thought he saw a giant on top of a mountain, and a lot of people believed it. Point is, anyone will believe anything, as long as they just want to, and they can always find evidence for it. And this extends to people that aren't just traditionally, observably stupid people. Anyone, regardless of their intelligence, can easily fall into this rabbit hole where if they hear something that sounds interesting, or maybe they just want to live in a fairy tale or, escape from reality, believe in fantasies, they can easily find evidence to cement those beliefs and have them locked into actually thinking that it's real. And they just kind of fall for it, even if they are just like actually smart people. It can happen. And this extends to even people in power, like the president of Mexico, who recently made a statement about an elf, believing that he had found a real elf picture. And he proudly posted this so-called elf evidence, and my god, how beautiful it was. Did you see the president of Mexico posted a picture of an elf he saw? Is it like a confirmed elf sighting? Mexican president posts photo of what he claims is a Mayan elf. Well, I'll withhold judgment. Let me take a peek here. A mischievous woodland spirit in Maya folklore. Jesus Christ, he's found it. That looks more like one of the NPCs out of Destiny 2 than an elf. This is like the world's most demented elf. Why does it shit look like Darth Sidious up there? How the fuck is that an elf? In what universe? Like, even suspending disbelief, like, obviously this is clearly not anything paranormal or any kind of cryptid. But, like, in what universe would this even be misconstrued as an elf? This is not one of Santa's little helpers, I'll tell you that much. It's 100% an owl doing a hunched shoulder thing. Well, bah humbug to you too, Ebenezer Scrooge. I think this could very well be like a Jawa, perhaps, from Star Wars. Maybe he was disassembling the president of Mexico's car or something and then ran away when he heard him coming. Goatman returns. Oh, no. You don't get a picture of Goatman. If you're close enough to get a picture of Goatman, you're already dead. That guy does not fuck around. I think Goatman is the only cryptid with an actual confirmed kill, because some group of teenagers that was hunting down Goatman fell off a train track. One of the teenagers fell off and died because Goatman resides at the other end of a train track. One of them fell off and died. So Goatman does actually have a kill under his belt. Goatman is real and he ate my ass. Yeah, I believe it. That guy's a fucking pervert, honestly. Mothman. Too small to be Mothman and there's no giant wings. We watched an entire breakdown on the lore of Mothman. This looks nothing like him. Unless he's wearing a hoodie. It also looks nothing like this. I like how he puts the side by side though, as if it's supposed to be like definitive proof. Like, look! They're the same picture. It's the same thing. This looks like a Jimmy Neutron carving. According to the traditional Maya belief, Aluxes are small, mischievous creatures that inhabit forests and fields and prone to playing tricks on people, such as hiding things. Some people leave small offerings to appease them. Well, why would you leave small offerings? Wouldn't that just entice them to keep coming back for the offerings? That seems like a terrible plan. That'd just make them gluttonous. You're feeding them? Interesting. Hey, maybe the joke's on us. Maybe he's right. Maybe that really is a little elf. A little goofball up there. This picture is from 2 years ago. What? I thought he took the picture. I thought that was the whole point. You're telling me this guy just Googled, like, Aluxes, whatever they're called? The fuck is the point of that? Massachusetts police on the hunt for a 200-pound stolen Shrek statue. Wow, that thing's beautiful. This is 200 pounds. This looks like someone made it out of clay in arts and crafts. I haven't read very much so far, but I'm going to tell you this feels like a psyop. I feel like this is all a big scam. They just wanted to get this in the headlines, so they made this knowing it's an abomination, a beautiful one at that, and they pretended that it's been stolen, reported it missing in order for all of the news agencies to pick up on it as a massive ploy. I see right through the scheme. Stolen by the deep state. Yeah. God damn it. The Illuminati's taking our Shrek statues.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Forspoken. This game had a lot of buzz around it before it came out, but none of it was positive, and it mainly had to do with very cringy dialogue and writing in a trailer. And I didn't really believe that would be indicative of the game's writing. However, I couldn't have been more wrong. It actually dials that goofiness all the way up to 50 out of 10. There is no point in this game where the main character, Frey, isn't being snarky, rude, or sarcastic. She's written as if she's constantly playing Call of Duty in an Xbox Live lobby, just perpetually talking shit to everyone around her for no reason. The writing in this game actually does feel like the product of Marvel having sex with Twitter's most annoying comedian, and the two of them performing this unholy fusion dance to write this game. I can't really overstate how annoying the dialogue was in here. It somehow made the most recent Saints Row game look not shitty in comparison. And unfortunately, it's not just the character writing with awful dialogue that feels like it was written by ChatGPT trying to emulate an edgy high schooler. That extends to the narrative as well to a certain extent. I think the story had a lot of potential, and I was pretty interested early on. But unfortunately, it just really can't deliver the story beat super well. Like, the entire ending to this game kept repeating the exact same statement at least 9 times across like 30 minutes of walking from point A to point B for exposition. The amount of times that it kept reminding you of the evil guy is evil, and then saying the exact same reason he's evil over and over and over again just became so mind-numbing. I thought I was trapped in like a Doctor Strange Dormammu time loop kind of thing. I'm not kidding either. They say at least 5 or 6 times that evil villain is evil because he has done this evil thing which was very evil, and they repeat it fucking 1,000 times in such a short period at the end.
It's just unfortunate because I do think like the core elements of this story are pretty interesting. I think the world could have been very cool, and it's visually beautiful. I think the game looks great, and I love the way the combat looks. Unfortunately, the combat itself doesn't feel very good to play. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to stay in the more narrative and writing focused things since that was the biggest critique on the game from most people even before it came out. So I really just want to like elaborate on all of that to let everyone know that it is exactly how it appears to be in all of the promotional material with that whole freaking dragon. Did I move that with my mind? I just move shit with my mind. Yeah, I do that now. That is the attitude throughout the whole game, but then not even sprinkled, overly seasoned with the main character just genuinely being an insufferable asshole to every other character in the game. I want to really highlight this because it's something that's very frustrating to me. A lot of games and TV shows keep making the protagonist extremely unlikable without ever giving them a redemption arc. I have no problem making your protagonist like mean and hard to be like rooting for early on, but usually they go through subtle changes and they develop into a character that you can root for. Otherwise, what's the point in making a player bored and miserable playing a character that they don't like? That is what I thought they were going to do with this character, but unfortunately Frey never evolves. Up until the last 30 minutes of the game, she stays exactly the same. She's mean and rude to everyone. She wants nothing to do with this new world she finds herself in. And she even point blank says, even at the very end, that she doesn't care if the entire world burns. She says it to a girl who just lost her father, a girl who's supposed to be her friend, a girl that has literally saved Frey's life and it's been an incredible, like, very nice person. Frey looks her in the eyes and says, I don't care about any of you. I don't care if your world burns. It's not my problem. I just want to go home. And then she even tries to like out-trauma her by mentioning that she grew up on the streets without anyone like parents to look after. So she should be thankful that she had a dad. Like for some reason, she's just trying to like out-victim her. And this is a girl who's supposed to be a friend of Frey's that just lost her fucking father. And Frey knows that. Frey held her father's hand as he passed away. And then she still turns around and just says, I don't care about it. I don't care about any of you. And all of this is happening at the very end of the game. I think this was the chapter before the final one. So she just never really developed at all. She just stays truly awful. And I'm just going to briefly tackle this because I've already seen a lot of people making this brain dead argument saying that people just don't like women protagonists. That's why people are hating on Frey. I think that's such a load of baloney. If this was a man that was written in the exact same way, I am confident the majority of people would still have the exact same complaints. Now, of course, there are going to be weirdos that are complaining that it's a woman in the game, but there's going to be weirdos in everything. That's not the majority of people that have a very legitimate complaint about the writing. If this was a man written the exact same way, delivering the same lines, having the same character arc, everyone would still complain about it because they're just an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. So I know I spent a lot of time on that, but that's probably my biggest complaint. Now, the combat I do think had a lot of potential to be really interesting, but I think it was betrayed by how dog shit the AI is. I started playing this game on hard, and it was extremely easy. The game pretty much plays itself. It's extremely forgiving with your dodge timings, and it's really easy to avoid the attacks from all of the bosses and even just normal mobs, because I don't think there's a single enemy in this game that has more than 2 attacks. I mean, maybe 3 for a couple of them, but they only have like 2 or 3 attacks maximum. It's super, super easy to just not get hit. I didn't die a single time in this game. But the only difference between easy mode and hard mode is hard mode, all of the enemies, including normal mobs, take like 5 minutes of persistent DPS to finally kill. They are so fucking spongy, but it doesn't add anything else. I don't even think they do more damage on hard mode. I can't even recall now. They're just extremely tanky, so it's just tedious. It's not fun, it's just tedious. And the AI is so fucking stupid, you don't even really have to think about it. You can just walk up to anyone and any boss, any mob, and just easily kill it if you just spend enough time damaging it. You don't even really need to worry about dodging because half the time it'll even forget to attack you. I really like a lot of the spells, and I really like that you're able to mix the support and offensive spells pretty frequently. Like, there is cooldowns for some of the spells, but while those are cooling down, you can just use other ones and then combine them to do really cool things, and you have a lot of spells at your disposal. I also like the upgrade tree. Even though it's just like flat damage increases, they're not that creative. The spells themselves make up for that by being flashy and cool, but since there's nothing to really put it to the test on and like make you get creative on how you tackle combat, you can just spam the same shit over and over again. So it's not really a lot of fun to experiment with its combat system, though I do think there was a lot of potential with it. There's, of course, the magic parkour that I think you've all seen now, and that feels pretty good. Sometimes it gets a little janky when you start encountering some walls or tight corridors or even some cliffs, or not cliffs, but just like general open terrain like rocks in there. So sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a headache, but I do think overall that was pretty fun, and there's even like this little like lasso you can swing around with. So I thought the traversal mechanics, the parkour, all that was cool. I would have just liked if the combat itself was a little bit more interesting. Also, there's not many enemy types in this game at all. Like, it's mainly just zombies and then a couple of animals, and then the bosses are kind of different, but it's not a whole lot of enemy variety, and the enemies just don't really do anything, which, again, I've already touched on. Now, I will openly admit I didn't do any of the side quests because they all sounded like little fetch quests, just actual chore simulator stuff. So I didn't really bother, and I really wasn't interested in any of the other characters' stories because all of them were so poorly written. It made it hard for me to get excited to do any kind of side content. I really just kind of beelined the main story. It took me right around 8 hours. There is a lot you can do in the world. The world itself is kind of dead and just kind of lightly scattered enemies here and there, but there are some things you can do, such as these dungeons. There's these dungeons that you can enter for some powerful gear where you go through a couple of layers, then you fight a boss at the end, you get some cool gear. That gear can be things like a necklace, which gives you some certain bonuses, or nail polish, kind of. There's nails that you can do, which give you certain bonuses as well. So you paint these things on your nails and they give you bonuses, which is kind of silly, but kind of cool. Those were pretty fun. I stopped doing them halfway through when I realized it just doesn't really matter. It is so generous with how much XP and mana it gives you. You can pretty much fully upgrade anything just by beelining the story. There's never any real incentive to farm for better gear. There's also some challenges you can do throughout the world to give you even more mana, and the challenges are just kind of defeat boss in this amount of time, and it's really generous. Then there's also like Assassin's Creed lookouts that you can activate, which is kind of scan the area. The open world itself is very unimpressive, like with what it actually has in it. Just very standard stuff, but it was serviceable. I don't have any complaints per se. It was a fun world to go through, albeit I think it was a little needlessly big, because going from point A to point B would take a long time, even just beelining it, because of course all you can do is run with your parkour, which does have a cooldown after you've used it for a certain period of time, and you'd be going like fucking 5 miles across a very barren, empty terrain. And then, I mean, you could do like a detour and do one of the dungeons if you want, but nothing too crazy in that department. Another thing that I didn't mention when it comes to its narrative is a lot, and I mean a lot, of this game is spent slowly trailing an NPC as they dump exposition. It's just listening to a story being told by an NPC that you're forced to follow slowly. It gets really frustrating. That's the majority of like campaign missions, is follow this NPC around the town for a little while, then go here, kill person, come back, do it all over again. It's not a good way of delivering your story. And then once they're done telling you the story, they'll play a cutscene that doesn't really have a whole lot going on except for more characters just talking, even though you've already spent like 5 minutes trailing one who's also just talking. It's just, I don't know. I didn't really like the way they delivered the story in a lot of cases. Maybe it was a budget problem, which I do think might be the case, because at the end of the game, you spend the majority of it just going point A to point B. And I mean majority, like I'm talking like 45 minutes out of the last hour of the game is spent just going from point A to point B, touching these little floating things that give you story. They just give you exposition and lore. And you just sit there and listen to it, and then you go to the next one with nothing happening in between. And then there's like a boss fight towards the end. But It feels like they didn't have enough resources to do cutscenes for these things, which I think would have made it much, much better at the end of the game, as opposed to just forcing you to go touch these small little floating objects to look at static images that just talk at you. So yeah, it's just, I feel like this game really did have a lot of potential, but it just missed pretty much in every department, which is a real shame. Plugging Forspoken in the moist meter, I'm going to be giving it a 45%. I do think there were things to like about it, but overall, I just can't say I enjoyed my time with it. Especially towards the end, I really think they fucking flopped hard with the conclusion to this one. And just overall was mainly a miss. Just wasn't a great game. That's about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. I usually have great memory, especially with names and faces, and I can even remember a lot of like really worthless moments from my life that have no real significance, like the first time I peed on my own clothes, or the time my dad was sitting and watching TV, and I was really into WWE at the time, so I shouted 619 like Rey Mysterio, and I came and I kicked him in the face. Like, all of that I remember. But sometimes I'll forget to do things that I think are pretty important, like moist metering huge things that came out. There's 4 huge things that came out that I just didn't moist meter, and I don't have a real excuse for it. I know the teacher can discipline me by taking a ruler to my bottom, but it's just one of those things where I watched it or I played it and then just didn't moist meter it because I wasn't thinking about it. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to play a little catch up here for things that I didn't release a moist meter for, and I know the absence of a moist meter on these big titles probably left people feeling cold and alone out in the rain without any guidance. So I know it's a little late, but better than never. Let's go ahead and start with the Dead Space remake. I streamed the whole game. I loved it. It's a fucking amazing remake. Now, it's not a remake in the same sense of something like Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 3 or most likely Resident Evil 4 remake. It's not like they rebuilt and reimagined this game in a different way. They took everything that was already outstanding about Dead Space, which is an absolute classic. That game is still iconic. And they just added to it. They didn't make anything worse. They just made everything better. Visuals, they added more lore, more characters. And this time around, Isaac actually talks, which is so much better than the silent protagonist. Because every time, this is just a little pet peeve, every time they do a little silent protagonist shit, it always feels like I'm playing someone who's been lobotomized and everyone has to patronize me. Like they're babying me. Like in the original Dead Space, for example, there'll be a conversation that Isaac's not taking part in because he didn't talk. And they'll be like, Isaac, did you repair the toilet in the women's restroom? And Isaac doesn't say anything, but then they just kind of fill in the blanks for you like, oh, I'm sure you did fix the toilet, Isaac, such a good boy, such a big boy. Like, without you ever contributing to anything, it just always feels like you're more of an active spectator as opposed to a real character in the story. I am just not a fan of the whole silent protagonist angle. I never really like the excuse of you can project yourself onto the character, because that doesn't really work either if you're not actually partaking in the story or making decisions like that. So I am very happy that they actually added dialogue for him, and I think they've done a good job with it. They, of course, did change the way Isaac looks, but I don't think that is a detriment to the game at all. I think it's completely fine. I think they've done a great job with everything. This is just like the best way of experiencing Dead Space if you haven't played it, or even if you have, this is a great way of getting back into the rodeo and having a great time in the Dead Space world. It was just a ton of fucking fun. Everything to love about Dead Space is still intact in the Dead Space remake, with some absolutely beautiful, tasty frosting on top of that already amazing cake. I think it's just an outstanding remake. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'd easily give this like a 95%. It's probably like one of my favorite remakes, because not only is it an amazing game, but they just did everything right. Visually, it is a huge upgrade, and I will never understand the complaints from people that probably never even played the original saying that it doesn't look that much better. It is night and day. Go back and look at original Dead Space compared to the remake. It's not even fucking close. It's in a completely different ballpark. It is a beautiful game. It is a big improvement on an already amazing game. So I just think Dead Space Remake is fantastic. Moving on to the next big thing that came out that I didn't moist meter, Puss in Boots 2 Last Wish.
I did see this movie. I saw it about a week after it came out, and I loved it. I think the movie is extremely good. The hype that surrounds the film is absolutely accurate. It lives up to the hype, and I'd even say some people undersell how much fun it is to watch. The action in here is very inspired by like the way Into the Spider-Verse does it. It's fucking great. And the main villain that I'm sure all of you have seen now, the wolf with the two little tiny handheld scythes, dual wielding these little scythes. I don't know what the actual fucking weapon's called. I'm sorry, Forged in Fire fans, but it's that blade, like that giant like hooked blade that looks like almost a question mark that he's holding. Like those weapons are really cool, but that character is super badass. The fights between him and Puss in Boots are really impressive. This isn't like some kind of boring Looney Tunes fight where there's only like a little bit happening. They go hog wild. Like there was times I was like, wow, I feel like I'm watching a top 10 anime shonen moment. It's like they really put a big emphasis on the action. And they do a great job with it. It's flashy, it's fun, and it also has a really good story. It's nothing that's going to be groundbreaking, but it's also not afraid to be dark. It tackles mortality, overcoming the fear of death. Like, how do people deal knowing that they're going to die? Do you hide away, not take any risks? Or do you go out there and try and live to the absolute fullest? There's really nothing that I disliked about this movie. I had a great time watching it. I guess the only thing that I was kind of disappointed by is the absence of some counting crows. When I'm thinking anything in the Shrek universe, I'm thinking accidentally in love, you know? Like, where's the counting crows at, you know? I feel like there could have been a great montage of Puss in Boots fucking beating ass, eating ass, while you got counting crows blaring in the background, but, you know, you can't have everything, I suppose. It was a great movie, though. I really did enjoy it, and I do think it lives up to the hype, and I'm really excited for the future of it, and I'm glad that it's done so well in the box office, because having more animated films like this is a great thing. Puss in Boots: Last Wish absolutely gets a 90% on the moist meter. I was debating whether it'd be a 95% or not, but I don't know if it's better than something like Redline or Into the Spider-Verse, but it's very close, so it teeters on a 90 to 95%. I'll give it like that little range there. It's a really good movie. And now, speaking of good movies, time to wipe our ass with that whole thing, because we're moving on to a bad movie. It's M. Night Shyamalan's new film, Knock at the Cabin. It's not a bad movie, I'm kind of exaggerating. It's a very cool concept executed in the goofiest way possible, which unfortunately seems very par for the course for modern M. Night Shyamalan films. So Knock at the Cabin, I'm sure you've seen the previews for. There's this family that goes to a cabin, and then 4 people show up saying that they're going to have to make a choice to sacrifice one of the family members in order to prevent the apocalypse. That's the whole idea of the film, so it tackles, is this family going to sacrifice someone to save the world? Is the world really even about to, you know, fucking explode into this giant doomsday, this Armageddon? Or are these 4 people that are there just insane? Cultists, fanatics, weirdos, goofballs. At the end of the day, they're a random family. Why would their sacrifice for some reason prevent the entire world from just getting fucking blasted? So it's a cool idea, but it is just not a good movie. I'm going to get into spoilers for this one because it's the only way I can really even criticize it, since all of it has to deal with the way that this concept is executed. So just fair warning, I'm going to get into spoilers for this film. But honestly, I'm kind of doing you a favor because it's just not that great in general. So the family that visits this cabin is a couple and their daughter. And the couple is 2 men. So they're a gay couple, and they believe that once they were visited by these 4 strangers that they were targeted because of homophobia or something like that. And I thought this was going to play into the film because at one point, one of the strangers did lie about their name, and the stranger was actually a homophobe that attacked one of the men at a bar. But that never mattered. He proved that he lied about his identity to the other 3 strangers, and that guy did have a connection directly with the couple in a very negative way. So I thought this was going to play on the idea like, oh, maybe this really is just kind of one big scam and these are just some like actual fucking awful weirdos. But it doesn't. The trailers also put a big focus on the little girl, and I'll tell you right now, she does nothing in this film and she maybe has 10 total lines. She has no role to play in this movie at all. Really, nobody does. This movie tries to throw things at you like one of the plagues that they're talking about that's going to ruin the earth after they've refused to make the sacrifice a couple times is a sickness. And the sickness is a virus that starts spreading. They turn on the news, they see the virus is spreading. But then one of the men is like, no, this is actually a big lie. This virus has been spreading well before we even got to this cabin. They're trying to pretend like what's happening right here is the result of us not killing each other. And it's like, oh, okay, so maybe it is a big lie. And I thought it was going to play like with the psychological aspect of, is it true or is it not? But it doesn't. They kind of like sprinkle these red herrings in there, but not in a really effective way, because at the very end of the day, nothing that happens in that cabin matters because everything plays out exactly as Dave Bautista says. Dave Bautista is the fucking prophet, and everything he said was 100% accurate. So the twist in this film is that there's no twist. Everything just follows this like on rails fucking Disney ride of exactly what they were saying is 100% the truth and exactly what's happening. So ultimately, everything that's going on in the cabin is kind of fucking worthless until the very end, where one of them does make a sacrifice to prevent the apocalypse because planes are falling out of the sky now. It was just really underwhelming. Oh, and also, even just thinking about the movie just made me fucking sneeze. But also, another thing is the movie is rated R. They're saying fucking shit and there's blood. Kind of. Every time that something happens where someone dies because the four strangers, in order to release the plague after the decision has been made to not sacrifice one of the family members, they kill one of them. And they do that by bashing their skull in. But even though it's R, they don't actually show that. So they'll show them like getting down on their knees saying a choice was made, humanity's been judged. And right before they hit them with it, they'll pan the camera up so you can't see it, you can only hear it, or they'll just get out of the cabin entirely and you can only hear it. So even though it's R, it doesn't even show you the disturbing stuff. You just hear it, which is highly underwhelming as well. And it takes a lot of this, like the intensity out of these moments, because then you're no longer even bearing witness to the fucking craziness of it. Like everything about the film is just super underwhelming. Like had they actually came in with more of playing around psychologically of if it's fake or if it's real, I think they could have had something very fun here and pretty interesting, because the concept I think is interesting, but it just falls so flat. It really does. Plugging Knock at the cabin into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. Like I think Dave Bautista does a great job, as well as all the other actors, but they can't carry just weak material. So it's just not overall a good movie. Now, the last property that I didn't moist meter is one that people have not stopped pestering me about. This was probably one of the biggest films to release of the last decade, and I didn't moist meter it, which is kind of shameful, but I'm doing it now. It's 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady is a story about four 80-year-old women that go to the Super Bowl because they love Tom Brady. And, man, I gotta tell you, the only reason we saw this is because it was so silly looking. Like, why would this even exist as a film? So we kind of saw it as a joke, Andrew, Aaron, and I. But I gotta be honest, it's not a bad movie at all. It was actually a good movie. And what made it very special is the theater was fucking packed, and we were the youngest people there by about 50 years. Every single person in that theater was also probably around 80 years old, and a lot of them had Tom Brady jerseys on. It was absolutely adorable. The film itself is also competently made. Like, yeah, a lot of the jokes are geared towards geriatric people. Like, a lot of the jokes are, you know, the old women screaming or the old women doing some silly dances, but since they're, you know, up there in age, they can't really do the big dance moves, so it's usually them doing some of this. Like, it's actually just adorable, but there are some good jokes in there that aren't, like, bad. For some reason, there's big cameos, like Guy Fieri's in there. Like, it's just not a bad movie at all. It was, like, a really positive film. Right now, we're in an age of movies where they all want to go really dark and grim, where everything is kind of doom and gloom for a little while, taking, like, really, you know, somber spins and everything. This movie was 100% just positivity from start to finish, which was really kind of refreshing. And the theater that we were in loved it. They were giggling and clapping at times, like when Tom Brady made a good pass and the women were appreciating it. This movie is also produced by Tom Brady, so this man literally made this movie to just pat his own ego, which is fucking beautiful. He acts in it too, and I tell ya, he smolders.
every scene Tom Brady's in, he's just giving like this direct stare down. And since he got his like buccal fat removed, he's got like these, you know, his cheeks are really in, and he's like, Lou, just remember what I did when I played the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl and led one of the most historic comebacks in NFL history. Lou, you guys can do it. Like, that's the extent of Tom Brady's acting, and he does that like 1,000 times. It's so silly, but in a good way. Like, yeah, it's kind of hard to watch where you're like, oof, Jesus, Tom. Like, you know, you're not winning any Oscars here, but god damn it, he's trying, and that's appreciated. It's just a movie where I have no complaints because it'd be silly to complain about it. We knew exactly what we were going to get going into it, but it was even better than we thought in that regard, where it really was just an enjoyable comedy flick. I also appreciated the goofiness of it because it's somewhat inspired by a true story, because some old women did go to the Super Bowl, and they kind of took that idea and went a little hog wild with it. So the women do drugs at a party and shit like that. And then at one point, the old women even win the Super Bowl for the Patriots. This follows the Super Bowl against the Falcons, where they were down by a ton going into the very final stretch. Well, in this movie, in that final stretch, the 4 old women break into the offensive coordinator's booth and start running plays for them. And then they give an inspirational speech to Tom Brady, who's listening on his helmet, and he's shaking his head and then saying thank you. And then they go out and win the game. It's so uplifting. 80 for Brady, I'm giving an easy 80% to. His shit kind of goes hard. So yeah, anyway, these were like the big things that I played and saw recently that I didn't moist meter when I really should have. So this is just me catching up with all of it, and that's about it. So yeah. I've seen a lot of gross videos on the internet. Usually nothing phases me. And I know that's a cliche a lot of people toss around, like some kind of hardened, seasoned warrior of internet usage, like, nothing gets under my skin or gives me the heebie-jeebies anymore. Been around too long. And then light up a fucking cigar or something. Like, I know a lot of people say that, but it's just very rare that I find a video that actually unnerves me. And a couple days ago, I found one of those rare cases where a video actually is just so yucky that it put, like, the fear of God back in me when it came to, like, internet gross-out content. And it wasn't, like, a planned shock video. We're not talking about, like, you know, Goatsy, Lemon Party, or any of the classics or anything, or New Age shock videos. What it was a man in Paris set up cups around a location that people were using to publicly urinate. And the cups people would go up and pee in. And then he would scoot in there like a thief in the night, take the cup, drink it, and set it back down and waddle away, waiting for more people to fill his goblet. And then once it was filled with more strangers' piss, he'd come right back in and claim his prize once more. It is so foul. It is revolting. I'm not going to show you the video itself because I'm sure that would be a terms of service violation on YouTube. It is very clearly sexual. There's no way this guy is drinking strangers' piss for nutritional benefits or because it tastes yummy. It is very much some kind of unreal fetish that I've never even heard of just drinking strangers' pee-pee. But I'll show you what he looks like. So this is the Tinkle Goblin, and he's got multiple cups set up waiting for people to fill it with piss. And I'll show you him about to claim his trophy. This is him approaching the cup in one of the videos here, and he drinks pretty much all of it because he doesn't want to waste any of that sweet nectar that he works so hard to collect here in his cup. In the video, you can see 2 men pissing into that cup at the same time. They are turbocharging it. Like, it is actual urine. It's not like some kind of staged video. This isn't like a fake CGI experiment or anything, I don't think. It's all one continuous shot from a guy that is just filming from inside of the building and catching this guy in the act, drinking strangers' urine. He sets up these, like, booby traps for piss, so that way he can drink it. It's so weird and gross. I don't even really understand why it's so disgusting to me. I've definitely seen objectively more disturbing and gross videos, but there's something about the repeated nature of him doing this and the idea that he does this often. Because like I mentioned, in this video there is once again another cup that he has strategically placed to catch more piss, but that one's empty, so he must have already had his fill. But like it might be more than just these 2 cups. He might have cups all around the city. He could be like a Batman tier villain who's trying to suck Gotham dry of their piss. Like it's just so bafflingly weird and gross to watch him drink all of it after watching the men piss into the cup. It's strange. It's just so odd. I'll show you clips where I talked about it on stream with chat, and we just kind of went over it for a little while. Again, don't show any of the clips of it because I do think it would be a violation of the rules too, but man, is it wild. You see about the guy in Paris stealing strangers' pee to drink. That is actually shocking that you mentioned that because I still have that video pulled up in a tab. It is one of the most bafflingly disgusting videos I have ever watched in my life. Like, it's on the same level as, like, my initial impression of 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Like, the emotions I felt watching that for the first time, I felt again when I watched this video a few days ago. It's so gross. And there's a cup that's filled with fluid. And some old guy walks up to it, fucking chugs it, like, literally just skulls this bitch, drinking all of the stranger's piss, and puts it back down as like this communal urinal, and then he walks away. So I believe this guy sets a cup down in a position where people will like piss in it, like if they have to publicly urinate, and he collects it all in this chalice, and then he goes and collects it every now and then to drink. It's so wild. Like, someone like that exists. Not only do they exist, but they're part of the same species as the rest of us. Like, I don't know what has to go wrong in someone's brain to lead to that. Also, in the video, there are people that are visibly peeing into the cup. I totally forgot about that in the beginning. There's 2 guys that are crossing streams on the cup, like the Ghostbusters with their proton beams. So 2 dudes are literally pissing in the cup right when the video starts. And then about a minute later, the old guy walks over, he's got a plastic bag, he reaches down, he picks up the cup, and he just fucking goes to town. He just goes to town. Sets it back down, walks away. And I imagine, if you haven't seen this video, I bet you have a mental image of what this guy looks like in your head, and I bet you are right on the money with what he actually looks like. He looks like a piss drinker. You look like the piss boy. Well, I mean, like, he actually just does, though. Like, he looks like he's just up to no good at all times. What's even weirder, though, is that this whole area seems like it's a designated piss pot. Because there's also another guy who's near the cup but not on it that's just urinating too. And it's just in public. Is that not like a crime or something in Paris? Public urination? You know it had to be sexual. It is. It is very clearly sexual. No one's drinking strangers' urine for the flavor or fun. This is some kind of weird fetish. Can't find the video. What's it called? So it's on Reddit. It's called "Man Sets Up Cups for People to Piss in and Drinks Them." Is it possibly fake? It'd be quite a wild fake, because it's a continuous shot here. From the men peeing in the cup to the man walking over to the cup and drinking it. That would be a pretty impressive fake. And it'd be a weird thing to fake, because they get actually nothing out of it. People don't usually piss in the street like that. This video was taken during one of the biggest public protests in 50 years. Oh, is that why there's so many people here urinating on this building? I guess that would make more sense. So he's getting angry pee. Maybe this is part of his protest. I'm gonna keep drinking urine until you revert the retirement age changes. And you can't stop me. I'm gonna keep doing it. You better change your ways. But here, I'll bring this part down. This shouldn't be toss. So this is him leaving the scene of the crime there. But you can see all, like, the piss dribble streaks everywhere. It's, oh my god, it's so fucking revolting. It's so bad. I wonder how many bait cups he has scattered throughout the area, because this is probably not his only spot. He's probably dropped cups in all of, like, the hot spot corners of public urination. So that's where he's running to right now to go claim his prize from another area. He's like a fisherman with, like, lobster pots, so he's going to collect his his haul. The guy filming it showed an empty one under the window. No, that was that one, I'm pretty sure. It was just before the other two guys came in and defiled it. Well, not even defiled it, it's exactly what he looked for. Fed him. Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Nice. That's cool. No, that's the shit cup. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe the one in the corner over there was for pee and the other one's for poop. Right. You might be onto something. Like a rain catcher. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Now it's all coming together. Now he doesn't even seem crazy anymore. There's a clip that's gone viral on Twitter today that everyone has been tagging me in because it's in my field of expertise. Slapping. There is an absolutely brutal clip that's making the rounds on Twitter, which is a slapping competition between two gentlemen. But these gentlemen don't have any manners. These slaps are like tectonic plate shifting level slaps. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like actual registered activity on the Richter scale during this slapping competition. The damage that was done to their faces is unlike anything I've seen before. So I wanted to show you a couple of the slaps as well as, of course, the viral clip. I don't want to show you all of it because I think this is something that you have to see to believe, so I'm going to put a link to the whole match in the description of the video. I can't undersell the power behind these meaty paws colliding with their cheeks. It is downright dangerous. Like, these are slaps that could kill a man. This isn't your grandma's old disciplinary slaps. These are big boys.
Este câștigător arbitru, domnul Sandu Lungu, le aduce la cunoștință regulile încă o dată pentru că le-a și spus este...
Să vedem cum încasează o palmă de 152 de kilograme. Wow! Pentru prima dată îl văd.
Let me introduce you to our protagonist. This guy shows up to the hootenanny already swollen and that side of his face is already clearly damaged. So this is not his first battle of the night. And he still shows up and puts on a historic display of heart and soul. This is a 23-minute schlobber knocker. This just goes the distance between these two furious warriors. It is absolutely nuts.
Alexandru este la fel de calm ca și în meciurile trecute.
A râs.
Now let me introduce you to this absolute titan. This guy laughs off the first like 6 slaps, even though these aren't like pussy slaps by any means. Like, just listen to the sound of that slap. That sounds like a musket going off in that building. And he just shakes it off, laughs about it, and then gets ready for the next round. That is beyond scary. Now I'll admit, this is my first exposure to this organization. This is RXF. This is the first slapping tournament I've seen from them, but wow, what a showcase.
Încasat cea de-a doua lovitură primită de la Alexandru. Wow! Ia să vedem pe... Duce această lovitură foarte puternic, foarte determinat.
I'm speedrunning through some of the rounds here, but he's delivering meat. Both of them are. But one guy is still laughing about it, while the other is fighting for his life right now. This is a true anime story situation here, and you can see his face swelling in real time. It's also fitting that guy has a skull tattoo on the back of his hand that he's slapping with. That's like Roy Mustang in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, this dude's alchemy is just destructive slapping blows.
L-a amețit, l-a amețit.
And it's with that slap that we have an even match. That guy's no longer laughing about it. He's not having fun anymore. This has just become a full-blown war.
Nu s-a ferit, nu a făcut.
Nu s-a ferit, dar lovitura asta a fost destul de puternică.
I've skipped like 5 slaps from each of them here just to kind of give you a little halftime report. So you can see that his face is starting to bleed quite a bit more. The skin is literally being slapped off of his body. And his cheeks are inflating like a balloon, looking like a chipmunk hoarding acorns in its mouth.
Și Asimiu s-a umflat și mai tare la față deja. La Mike Diamond cumva ridică acea centură ca să-i mai motiveze pe
It's just getting worse and worse. He slapped the concussion out of him. He overwrote his previous concussion with a new concussion with that shot. So they're both delivering some very devastating shots here. But the guy on the right looks like he's been hit in the face with a sledgehammer 45 times in a row now. They even wiped off some of the chalk because there was so much of a build-up there.
and now that the chalk's wiped off, you can really see all the bruising and shit. It looks like he has legitimately slapped the beard off of that guy, where once there is a beard, there is now only a bruise. Like, he's actually destroyed the hair follicles on his face with the slapping.
pe care îl are.
Wow! Wow! I-a dat
Prezintă
peste cap,
dureri
i-a
la
dat
cap
peste
și
ochi,
spune că a
i-a
ricoșat
dat
prea
peste
tare.
templă.
That right there is the clip that's gone viral on Twitter, and you can probably see why. That actually sounds like a cannon went off in that building. And then the guy's face is on full display, and holy shit, it looks like Ed, Edd n Eddy when they have jawbreakers in their mouth. His whole face has been distorted by these slaps. I saw someone say that he got slapped so hard he turned into Nintendo 64 graphics. I think it was Saving the Bees that said that. And it's super accurate. It really does look like he got slapped from 4K into like 360p. From high definition textures to low polygon. The amount of damage both of these gentlemen took is unreal. Obviously, it's all very dangerous, but my god, what fucking warriors going to battle in there. I'm not even going to show you the ending here. I don't want to spoil who won, so I'm going to blue ball you a bit. I recommend watching the full thing because, Jesus Christ, it does not end the way you think it ends. The guy who took all this damage deserves a Purple Heart for this effort. So, I just wanted to talk about this and show a little bit of it because it's unreal. That's about it. So, yeah. Give me that. Alright, let's get a good hand and take it to him. Make sure he has no fun. This is to get the princess in my hands. I don't need that. So it's Buzzsaw and then right hand. Thanks for your sub, Tony. That sounds right. So it definitely is Buzzsaw. It should be Buzzsaw. I think this is right. Take this! You fool! That doesn't work! Good try, though. So this is Smashing Ground. It would have destroyed my monster. Had it not been Crooked Cook, he didn't even decide to read a little bit. Okay, this guy has no idea what he's doing. You fucking idiot. Just read for 2 seconds. Spend 2 seconds reading. I end my turn. Now we wait 33 turns for me to draw all of Exodia. What does Crooked Cook do? He's just fucking immortal. So he can't be he's untargetable, like he can't be killed, or not untargetable, he's unaffected by any card effects, he can't be destroyed by battle. The only thing you can do is kaiju him, tribute him, or piercing damage him. He doesn't even use the pot, I can't. He has to be the only card on my field for that effect, for those effects to work. So if I play any of these cards for the brief moment they're on the field, he's vulnerable. He has to be the only card. So I can't play any of these. He's using a structure deck? Oh god, don't tell me that. That doesn't even feel good then. Now I just feel bad. I think you're right. I think he is using a structure deck. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do him a favor. Here. Just, I'll beat you normally. This isn't even worth the time investment. Poor kid just wanted to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! Yep, unlucky for him. Can you stop summoning monsters? Why are you prolonging this? Oh my god, can you just stop? You are wasting my time! You fucking fool! I am only running one Crooked Cook though, so if I fly a little too close to the sun and start summoning other monsters and he kills my cook, I'm so fucked. You got me fucked up. He's actually just gonna destroy one of my monsters. Why? Oh my god, wait, he's beginning to believe. He's going for my cook. That's actually so big brain. I'm gonna wait till the last second to ruin his plan. It's a quick effect, right? So I'll just do it during battle phase. I want him to have a glimmer of hope before I shut that shit down. He's not even going for my cook! Jeepers creepers! Jiminy Christmas! He did buy him. I'm gonna have to kill him with Exodia. That's the only way I get lethal.
I hope you're ready, bub. And then some of this. Exodia. Headbutt. That was the worst duel I've ever seen in my fucking life. I've actually never seen a duel win or end by final countdown. Let's see if we can get that to work here. Cause I got everything I need. Buzzsaw, shark in the hand, 2 Exodia pieces. Brother, I'm fucking cooking. We are cooking up some ass right now. This is the best possible start for my Crooked Cook deck. You better hope you've got a kaiju in there, my man. Alright, 19 more turns. I swear, if this is another structure deck, I'm gonna scream. I'd be so upset. What in tarnation? The whole kit and caboodle, eh? He can pop a card in your hand. If he pops Exodia, I'm gonna be so upset. But I've already used Final Countdown, so it shouldn't matter. Can't Ash that, otherwise my Cook is vulnerable. I can't play any other cards or else my Cook's no longer immortal. Ash doesn't go to the field. Oh, true, I guess that wouldn't count. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as he just doesn't go into a kaiju or piercing, we're fine. Nice. Welcome to the wall. You smell that? That's a kitchen and we're fucking cooking in it, baby. Okay. That was a frustration move right there. Exit Prime Tyler. Is Final Countdown or Exodia the primary win condition? Neither. It's frustration surrenders. That's the primary win con. Do they run any links? Because if not, his whole field is now completely locked up. Whoa! Whoa! Hey, stop it! Hey, hey, stop it! Hey, you're tickling! Hey, whoa! 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 Trying to bounce my cook? He stays in the kitchen! You can't just send him home! He's on the clock! This guy will be on Google after this match looking for a counter. True. What is he using right now? Do I want to Ash that? Do I care? Does he have an out? He has nothing? Then I'm not even gonna bother. I want him to sit here and marinate in it. In fact, while he tinkers around, I'm gonna take a pee. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Can't even go pee without getting a W. Oh boy. Is this a cheese strat? Yeah, this deck sucks. The deck I'm using is actually so fucking trash. Most decks have an out to cook. But then there are some meta ones that don't, like we just beat Labyrinth with it. I don't know if Labyrinth is meta, but it's definitely not a shit deck. And it didn't have an out. It's a Prime Aussie. Exodia! Let's go! We didn't even have to wait the full 17 turns! Yeah! What a fun duel. 36 turns later. Slow draw one at a time. Big obliterate. That had to be the worst moment of my opponent's life. He just waited 38, whatever, 39 turns of doing nothing. He couldn't do shit. Rough. Alright, time to retire the Crooked Cook. We'll use a different deck now. Great way of ending the Cook run. What did I go? 3-1 with the Cook? Hey, that ain't bad. That is not bad. Alright, what's another fun one? Oh, the Gamble deck is super fun. This one just puts it all in the hands of fate. Gambling got banned on Twitch, but they forgot Yu-Gi-Oh! The first primal form of gambling. Oh my god, he's playing an Exodia deck. Wait, and this guy's got RNG in his name. Oh fuck. Oh no! Oh no, two degenerate decks are colliding. Oh shit. Oh boy. We're in some hot water now. Oh, he didn't get it. He didn't get the first turn kill. He didn't get into Exodia. Bad RNG. Let's see if my RNG is any better. I can actually fuck him right now. Well, not right now. This is a flip one. If I roll a 6, he insta-loses because it does 6k damage to him with my dice roll. We're definitely throwing that out, assuming we get there. Okay, let's go. Let's just use this. Let's go for it. Let's see how my dice luck is looking. A 6! Why? Jesus Christ! Alright, here's hoping I can get my dice jar flipped to be a 6 for me and immediately pop him. That would be so poetic. Let's hope that happens. Let's hope he doesn't go full combo Exodia here. Hopefully he drew dog shit. Oh, here we go! Come on! Come on, baby! Give me a 6. Pappy. Whoa. It's 50-50. He does or he doesn't. True. I think we just send it. I think we go straight for fate. Run it. Doing it raw. Well, actually, hold on. First. Just because. We're fucking doing it raw. Bang. Give me a 6. Ah! Luckily, he gave me 1,000 life points to survive. Okay, we're hanging on. We still got one fingernail on this breast and we're trying to suckle. Okay, okay. Alright, I really want to get that magic library out of here. I'm going for it. Okay, now anything but a 1 or a 6 would be great. Okay. I'll bop him out the old-fashioned way. What does this do again? Oh yeah, it's no damage. Fuck you anyway, bitch. The RNG is absolutely on this guy's side right now. Yeah, and I'm playing against an Exodia right now. I think I might be fucked. He doesn't have Magic Library on the field. I destroyed it, so maybe I'll be able to get out of this alive. We'll see. Okay. We're getting into the thick of it here. I think I have one Gamba card in my deck that targets in the hand. So he definitely has, I think, 3 Exodia pieces here, and now that Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. So if I can target in the hand and just get one of the Exodia pieces, he's fucked. Oh, this is the one, yeah. Your opponent discards 1 card if we roll a 3. We do have Crazy Box to gamble. We're doing it. We're gambling on Crazy Box. Here she comes. Let's go, Crazy Box. Give me a 3. Give me a 3. Come on, let me see it. Let's have RNG on my side. Man, that's wild. Sometimes it's just not in the cards. Yeah, there's no winners when it comes to gambling. Just Exodia me, just get it over with. I can't fucking believe that. That would have been so clutch. Ah, man. Real rough dice rolls tonight. Eek. Maybe he misses it by 1. And then I can get like a crazy Gamba card. Holy shit. He didn't finish me there. The biggest mistake you'll ever make. Heart of the cards, give me something. Something! Ah, yikes. Not enough. Misjudge. Does this activate an opponent's card effect? Does it count for spells? Misjudge, please tell me you activate here. 2 heads. Give me 2 heads. Yes! No! I forgot about that one. Oh, actually, I couldn't have done anything about that. It didn't take chicken game yet. Misjudge. Misjudge. No! It's only once per turn. Fuck! Yeah, almost. If I could have just done a little bit more damage, he wouldn't have been able to chicken game. Damn. Real shit RNG on my dice rolls, though. If I just didn't roll that 6 on Crazy Box, I would have won. I could have rolled anything besides that 6 on Crazy Box and been fine. If you don't, can you really say you won? You know what? Yeah, let's see if I've earned the dub. I will gamble on Lucky Punch, thank you very much. And if I get 3 tails, then so be it. Run it. This will insta-kill me if it's 3 tails, but anything besides 3 tails and I'm good. Let's get it, baby. I'm down to get a little crazy. Stop! Can you stop wasting your fucking time here? I want to see if I lose this. Let's see if I can pull defeat from the jaws of victory. I just need you to throw an attack at me. Just throw an attack at me and I'm using its effect. Oh my god, you fucking fool. He doesn't know what that card does. You know what? We're going Turbo Gamba. I'm putting it in Dice Jar's hands. This can insta-kill me as well if luck is not on my side. Back to you. I want to win this with Dice Jar. It's been a huge bitch to me all night until now. I believe in Dice Jar. Okay, I need Dice Typhoon now. Whoa! Heart of the cards. Anything but a 1 or a 6. Come on, baby. Can you stop with your silliness over here? All that fish paste you're doing. Get this out of here. Dice Jar, on you. Do it for me, brother. Woo! That's the one. That's the one. That's how we do it, baby. That's Dice Jar. That's the Dice Jar diff. I'm sure most of you have heard of the carnivore diet by now. It's not exactly so much a diet anymore as it is just a full-blown personality that people adopt, a full lifestyle now where their whole identity is, I only eat meat. And oftentimes it consists of consuming a lot of raw meat. And I've always just been fascinated by this raw meat eating community because I just don't get how they're not, like, plagued by trichinosis and infested with countless tapeworms, like an absolute nightclub of tapeworms in their gut. Because for me, if I eat a potato chip that's 1 day past the sell-by date, I get sick. Like, I get an irpy stomach. But meanwhile, they're out there consuming fermented meat that they leave out in the sun until it becomes what they call high meat, which is literally just fucking rotted poison meat. And they'll just eat that and they're totally fine somehow. It blows my mind. But anyway, I'm getting carried away. The reason I'm talking about carnivores today is because there's one that's blowing up on TikTok right now because they've made a spectacle out of their meat eating. And make no mistake, this guy eats more meat than an Aiden Ross fan. He's posted like hundreds of TikToks now doing like these goofy meat eating stunts.
And I call them stunts, but it's not like he's doing a backflip while eating a beef liver or something like that. The stunts he does is like, I'll cook a steak in a sink and then I'll eat it and shit like that. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of the content because it's been getting big on Twitter as well. I had to cut out the music, but it's him making this steak in a sink and then eating a stick of butter with it. It's revolting. I couldn't imagine a worse meal or an easier way of contracting some kind of foodborne illness. But this is the content. He is legitimately consuming that. He's not spitting it out, he seems to be enjoying it as if this is an average meal for him that makes his tummy smile. Like, it is mind-blowing. And don't you worry, of course this guy is going to be a member of the Clean Plate Club. He gets every morsel of food in there. I do want to point out that it's extremely possible and even highly likely that he didn't actually eat the steak that was being cooked by the hot water in the sink. We don't see him grab that steak and put it on the plate. He could have swapped that out for a normally cooked steak. But I mean, he still ate a full fucking stick of butter in that case, which is just a gross idea in and of itself. And I wanted to talk about it because not only is it just wild and wacky, but I'm also pretty sure the guy behind the account is very self-aware with what he's doing and he's just made it like his gimmick. But what's crazy is he's so committed to the bit in the character that he actually does eat raw testicles. He eats full sticks of butter. He actually consumes it. But I'm almost confident, like 100% confident, that he knows it's like a joke and he's playing a character. I've never seen someone do so much method acting in my life, if that is truly the case, if I'm correct about that. Like, he has made his carnivore diet more of like a freak show thing. So he's making testicle butter pops, where he takes a raw testicle, puts a stick of butter in it, and bites it, for example.
Guys, if you have never had a testicle butter dog, you need to try this. Raw testicle with a little sliver of butter on the inside. There is seriously nothing better. This is going to give you all the signaling molecules to get you bucked up, and the healthy fats support your brain and your hormones. This is my favorite snack.
I'd also like to point out here that it's extremely possible he spit that out right after the TikTok finished. He just projectile vomited it out. We don't actually see him swallow it. I really do think, based on the way he talks and some of the things he says in the videos, that this whole thing is supposed to be a comedy persona that he's adopted and fucking giving his all to, out there at 110%. I'd like to give you an example on what I think is like the most obvious case of him kidding around with this whole thing, but it's very weird even still. Even if I'm right, it's still weird regardless. But this is a video he made where it's like some kind of bull penis snack.
Silly rabbit, pizzles are for kids. Today we're making my favorite breakfast cereal, Pizzle-O's. This will have the kids begging for it. By now you guys know I'm a huge fan of bull pizzle recipes, so all you're going to do, you guys know this by now, you're going to put your penis in a pot of boiling water. And it's going to take a while, so be patient. That's what it's going to look like when it's done. And before I do anything, I always rub my pee-pee with butter. And then you're going to cut it up nice and fine. Again, nobody wants to choke on the pizzle, so make sure they are nice and small. And this one still had a little junk in the tubes, but that's totally fine. It just adds to the flavor, and it just tastes so good, in my opinion. And once you're done, you're just going to add it to your bowl, and you can add a little bit of milk, but I like it straight. Let me know how you like this recipe.
I think it's super creepy that he keeps mentioning kids when talking about the penis snack, saying that the kids will be begging for it. I think that's super creepy regardless of the intention of the videos. But I do think this one is a clear demonstration that this is all supposed to be a bit because it's so over the top. Also, I think it's very important to notice that he made a cut. So he did have bull penis. He had that whole fucking bull wiener, and he did cut it up, put it in a bowl. But when he was digging around with the spoon, there was a cut right before he had the spoon in his mouth. So I think there's a very real case that he didn't actually eat any of it. So I do think there is a case to be made that quite a few of these videos he's made are fake and meant to troll. Like, maybe even taking the piss out of raw meat eating to a certain degree. There are some that he doesn't fake, though, which is why it's so odd, because there are some where he does eat tons and tons of meat, and he does, like, every time I've seen, finish a fucking stick of butter to himself, but maybe that's his superpower. He's like a fucking X-Men whose only mutation was the ability to polish off entire sticks of butter solo by itself.
So, I mean, maybe he was just blessed with that ability. But regardless, some of them I am just going to call out. They're not real. We don't actually see him swallow a lot of the raw meat stuff, especially the raw testicle stuff. One of them is just deceptive, where we don't actually see him eat the pizzle-os or any of that. So some of them are fake, but not all of them.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a testicle? Well, that's what we're going to find out today, because we're making testy pops. These are testicle lollipops. All you need is a raw testicle, cut it up into 3 little bits. It's pretty simple, and this is very, very tasty. I personally love these. Lay them out on your parchment paper, and you're going to need some toothpicks and a little gloop of honey on each one. The kids are going to love these. Once you put enough honey on it, throw them in the freezer, and then you'll have the answer to how many licks does it take to get to the center of a testicle? Well,
yeah, every time he mentions a penis recipe, he mentions kids with it. Every single time, pretty much. It's fucking weird. It's pretty disturbing. Now, in this case with the testicle pops, again, we don't see him swallow it. He does, you know, take a lick of the old testicle pop, but I was expecting an old Tootsie Pop commercial where the kid gives it to an owl. How many licks to get to the center? A 1, a 2, a 3, and then takes a bite of it. But he doesn't do that. He doesn't actually swallow it, eat it, anything like that. He just puts it in his mouth for like a second. So again, I think this is a case of he probably spit it right out instantly afterward.
This is what happens when you eat 4 pounds of ground beef and sticks of butter every single day for months. And no, I'm not exaggerating. This is my carnivore diet dirty bulk. Starting out at 185 back in August, 3% body fat, visible abs. And this is me today at 205 pounds, feeling a little out of shape. But for the past 6 months, we have been way overeating. I'm talking sticks of butter wrapped in prosciutto, tablespoons of maple syrup on everything I eat multiple times a day, beef tongue on white rice, and these are all very nutrient dense foods. I was just overeating them for every single meal for months on end. And keep in mind, I really wasn't doing any weightlifting over this period. I was just doing a lot of rowing. Here's me out at lunch having a stick of butter. I would actually do this.
This is another one that showcases, like, there are times where he legitimately does consume the food that's on his plate. Like, that 3 pounds of beef and a full stick of butter, he does eat all of that. And he doesn't have a beverage. He makes sure to point that out, saying no bev. And he's right. He doesn't have anything to lubricate the gears there. He just straight up eats all of that. And then he does shove a stick of butter right down his gullet in public. The confidence to do something like that is almost admirable. But then there is an example of one where he doesn't swallow. That's the butter wrapped in raw meat or whatever. I already forgot what it was. But like, that's another one where we don't see him like actually eat that or anything. So I don't know. I feel like there are real videos in here, but sprinkled throughout there are the more outrageous ones where he's clearly not actually finishing those. Like, those are all put on for the sake of the quick TikTok, and that's it. Like the Pizzolos, I'm going to harp on quite heavily because there is a cut. We don't actually ever even see him eat a Pizzolo. So he probably faked that entire one right there. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about him a little bit because it's still fascinating. If this is all a character and a gimmick, that I think it is, because a lot of the videos seem a little more blatant than others. There's one where he's talking about like taking Trin and shit that's clearly like very tongue-in-cheek. But there are some where it's like, maybe this guy actually does eat this way. It's just a very interesting situation that I thought was at least worth mentioning. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Well, he's very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? Like, goddamn. Oh! There he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! It's like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements. His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. Oh, come on! He's almost there, let's go! Oh no, it's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the Mud Wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the Mud Wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is his domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the Mud Wizard's coming. Oh god! Oh no! Oh lord! Have mercy! It's Radagast the Brown! Man, this goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow. That was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave, and there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool, though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it? I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point like 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is this so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? And... Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks to Resub Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that Blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival, it was a concert, it was raining, it was muddy, people were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people.
Oh, the one in Germany?
Yes, that's what I thought, but I can't find it. I can't find it.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
wait,
cool.
at the protest, you mean?
No, that's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth Wizard. This was like a level 99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew,
shit.
how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah.
It's not nothing like it.
Fuck, I can't.
Very different. Very different levels
Wait,
of magic.
How can chat not find it?
No, I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that. The video was focused on the concert.
Wizard's a red herring here.
Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty like small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish Golem at a rave? That's... Wait, that...
What the fuck?
It's so deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish Golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
Alright, so describe the video again, but
this...
like really go into some detail here.
Oh, wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So...
Wait, we forgot a guy?
This seems...
just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah, this video is cool.
Positive it was a music festival?
I am 100% sure it was a music festival. Unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my god, look at it.
Yeah, he just knocks...
That's
he
such
uses his
a good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian music festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging on.
Yeah, this is straight up.
Wait.
He's straight up naked.
Wait, I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh no, that's Rave Wizard.
Oh, God damn it! Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the world. You'd be surprised.
God.
Man slides into girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
Ooh, that one got promised.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mudslides straight under her.
Send me mudslide pee. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, The Filth Wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray cloak.
Put it in the raid group so everybody can join in.
Yeah. Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord, and it's that.
Yeah, it's just Filth Wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss, and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him.
This was so misleading. Come on.
If you go into the comments, I promise you, they're calling him Filth Wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit! That wall of noise.
Whoever this is.
He actually only has a stick.
Why did you? Wait, he's just drinking the mud.
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud; he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is. They called him.
Somebody find this.
I don't know. They called him the Filth Wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the Filth Wizard.
Look at that Good Samaritan coming up and saying, "Hey man, stop drinking that fucking water."
Oh, when I translate Mag Smrodu, it translates to Stink Mage.
Oh!
Alright. Let's get started.
Yeah, staff just posted it. The Stink Mage replenishes mana in the Tainted Moon well. Let's get serious.
The Stink Mage and his mana potion.
The Tainted Moon well.
I told you, that video is such a fucking banger. Hey, it's Willy Wonka back at it again, giving you all the chance to win a golden ticket to my chocolate factory. And by chocolate factory, I mean my wallet. It's that magical time of the month again, and I'm not talking about menstruation. I'm talking about another $10,000 speedrun bounty that I'm issuing to the community on a game that no one has ever played, and I'm confident very few of you have ever heard of. Just like last time, this competition will last for 2 weeks. Whoever has the fastest time at the end of 2 weeks will be crowned the video game player of the century, the turbo, ass-beating, ass-eating, fucking gamer god barbarian champion of this speedrun bounty. So 2 weeks, fastest possible time, any percent route, so that's glitches and whatever it takes to beat the game in the fastest time possible. No using third-party software, cheat codes, or anything like that that tampers or modifies the game's files itself. Exactly the same way as we did it with Amok Runner last month. Now, I know your balls are blue and swelling right now because I haven't released the game's name yet. You're fucking frothing at the mouth, scratching at your neck, wondering what's the target. And just wait a little bit longer, allow me to engage in some more foreplay. I want to talk about more general information regarding these challenges. So I mentioned that I wanted to make this a monthly thing, a monthly event, and just like a basketball player with a good three-point shot, I'm following through. I am making this a monthly event. It will be a frequent spectacle on par with a cherished holiday like Christmas, but it comes very often. So I am going to be making a couple of additions though. So first, the $10,000 isn't just going to be a lump sum to first place. It wasn't with the Amok Runner challenge either, but I just want to make it clear, like up front, first place will get 6K, second place gets 2.5K, and third place gets 1.5. That's how it's always going to be divided. But I'm also doing another prize of $1,000 to whoever finds the biggest meta-defining glitch in the speedrun, the glitch that the community will vote on at the end of the 2-week competition that they believe was the most impactful in the speedrun itself. So this will incentivize glitch hunting, so even if you're not the best runner, if you find the best glitch, you can still get $1,000. That'll only go to the person that finds the most influential and most used glitch that saves the most time. It's going to be a community-driven thing there. And then the last adjustment is, I think going forward it's always going to have to be streamed. I was made aware that there is a bit of fishy business you can do when you're just recording it on your own end in private, and it makes it a little more difficult to verify authenticity when it's just a single recording that floats in. There is some dirty barnacles that could play into that, and just for the sake of pure fairness across the board, I think all of the runs need to be streamed so that way there is VOD evidence of everything, just makes vetting it a little easier for the team. So those are the only main tweaks and additions. Everything else is going to play out exactly the same as the last challenge. So now let's reveal the next game. Starting today, the competition is live, and the battleground, the fucking war zone, is a game called Exodus from the Earth. This is on Steam. It came out in 2007, and I actually made 2 videos on this game 7 years ago. And just like the Men in Black hitting me with a neuralizer, I totally forgot I ever even played it until about 2 weeks ago on stream. I was scrolling through my library because someone asked me how many games I had, and I was showing them that the majority of my games of like 850 are actual dog shit no one's ever heard of, and I randomly clicked on Exodus from the Earth and saw I had 3.4 hours on it, and I had no recollection of ever playing it. So I went back and watched my videos on it, and then I actually looked up if there was a speedrun, and there is. There is one person, his name is Deluxe, who speedruns this game, and he currently holds the world record because he's competing with himself, obviously. But this guy has actually come up with a very interesting route for it. It's actually pretty optimized. There's a lot of glitches and tricks, and the game itself is actually interesting. So unlike Amok Runner, where the majority of it is you saying, Linda, abortion no good, and then like slowly walking around, this game is like actual full throttle action. So it should be a much more interesting speedrun, and there's already a blueprint, a template to start from, thanks to Deluxe already spending time investigating and running it. So he does have a little bit of a lead, obviously, but there's 2 weeks for you to make up the difference, find new routes, find new glitches, new tech. I do think bunny hopping is possible in the game, so bunny hopping will probably be optimized movement throughout this. Now, there is a tutorial that Kronos released. Kronos is part of our team that both heads up the Discord as well as vets to make sure the runs are authentic. Absolutely integral to the overall bounty challenge, and really appreciate all of his good work. He's released a tutorial on how to set up like the auto splitter and get all of this like honky-dory for this bounty challenge for Exodus from the Earth. I'll put a link to that video in the description. But one other thing that I need to mention is for this game as well, we're going to be enforcing a 60 FPS rule limit because this game also has a lot of wonkiness with higher FPS. So if you can get up to like 200 FPS, you can have some crazy physics happen, and that's going to be entirely hardware dependent. So there's just going to be some people that don't have that hardware because they couldn't afford it, just don't want it, and that's a very big disadvantage for them. So to make an even playing field, since everyone's competing for a lot of money, we're going to enforce a 60 FPS limit on this right out of the gate. Kronos goes over how to set that up in the video, so don't worry, it's very simple, not complicated. And that's really about it. Everything else is in that video on how to set it up. The game is Exodus from the Earth. 2 weeks to get the fastest possible time, or at least in the top 3 for money, or find the best glitch for $1,000. I'm excited. I think this is going to be an extremely fun game. I think this challenge is going to be another fucking banger. I'm expecting some heat, some fire. Also, I should very briefly cover the basics. When you do have a run that you want to submit, go to speedrun.com, go to the Exodus from the Earth category, and submit the VOD, submit the video evidence of it. And then it'll be vetted, make sure it's all real, no, fish paste, nothing weird about it, all legitimate. Then it'll obviously make it onto the leaderboard. So that's going to speedrun.com and submitting it there for that. And then also, I do highly recommend going into the Discord because that's just the optimal way of learning. There's an entire Discord set up for these bounty challenges that we're doing. So the link for that's going to be in the description as well. So if you want to learn the game and submit your shit or submit glitches that you find, that's the place to do it. So the link for that's in the description as well. And I think that really covers just about everything here. Again, I think Exodus from the Earth is going to end up being a much more fun to watch and play speedrun. It's a shooter, and it's a very goofy game at its core too. I'd also like to mention, since a lot of people were curious, there will be a Summoning Salt style video on every one of these bounty challenges because I had a ton of fun doing that. Chase was the main editor behind it, and I think he fucking crushed it. Kronos compiled all the video clips, all the graphs and everything. A ton of people have also been asking about the music, wondering where they can find it, like assuming it's royalty-free tracks somewhere. It's actually a custom track made by a friend of ours named Eli, who absolutely slapped it. It was fantastic, so I'm glad a lot of people really appreciated the music as well. So I think making Summoning Salt style videos after the competition ends is always going to be kind of a staple for it, so you can always expect that after these challenges as well. I'm so glad a lot of you really liked the Amok Runner one. That one was fucking fun, and I have high hopes that this one will be just as enjoyable, and hopefully more enjoyable for the runners, because I know with Amok, a lot of those glitches boiling down to RNG and just bad fucking luck had people truly miserable. I imagine people will look back on that as probably the most agonizing 2 weeks of their life if they were competing in this challenge. And that means a lot to me, actually. That's kind of special. you know, I was able to contribute something in their life so profound that it'll last a lifetime for them. Not in the most positive way, I guess, but even still, just having that level of impact by setting them up with that game is, you know, how can you not be at least somewhat kind of proud, holding your chin high on that? But anyway, I don't think Exodus from the Earth will be nearly as grueling, but I guess we'll see. Maybe it will. Hopefully not. But that's it. Challenge is live. 2 weeks. Get wild. Go fucking crazy with it. I'm excited to watch. All right, that's about it. See ya. Stand back. I'm entering stinko mode. I was about to hop in the shower, but I started watching a couple of Twitch clips as the water was getting hot, and it just made me upset what was going on about a certain situation that I turned the water off and decided to march on over here like a toddler who just got told that he was put on Santa's naughty list so I could sit down and rant about something. So that's why I'm a little greasy right now, as you can tell. I've got my white t-shirt in sport mode, got some pit stains going on, and I just need to rant right now. I'm fuming. There's fucking steam coming out of my ears like a cartoon character. Why are people so fucking weird when it comes to disliking people online, where if someone they don't like does something good, they will find every excuse to hate the good thing they're doing? It is people's complete fucking inability to recognize that a good thing done by a person they don't like is still a good thing. You don't have to all of a sudden hate the good thing they've done. Why am I talking about this? 2 very large streamers are doing a really good thing right now, and there's still a pretty decent sized chunk of people that are shitting on them for it and trying to find any weaselly way of making it seem like it's a negative thing. The 2 big streamers are Hassan on Twitch and iShowSpeed on YouTube. Both are very controversial figures in the space, and right now they're both doing fundraising streams to raise money for people in Turkey and Syria. I'm sure all of you saw yesterday, Turkey and Syria were devastated by a massive earthquake that led to the deaths of thousands of people, and today both of these streamers went live to collect money for a fund to help out as much as possible. Right now Hassan has raised over $330,000 for the Turkey-Syria earthquake fund, which is a fucking ton of money in a pretty short amount of time, and somehow people are spinning that as a horrible thing. iShowSpeed also raised a tremendous amount of money for the fund as well, and he was getting text-to-speech donations that were fucking unhinged like this.
Pin message. Pin message. Thank you. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome.
Hassan Piker is taking all the money for himself. He lives in a mansion. All the money is going to him so he can buy a new pool for his mansion.
Yo, chat, what is going on? Nah.
Speed, it's a scam. I am being.
It's a scam? Bro, I don't. Oh my god, dog. Y'all see, look, bro. I don't know who.
Imagine hating an internet streamer so much that you will pay money, your own hard-earned doubloons, your own hard-earned clams, to donate it to a different streamer just so you can keep shitting on the one that you don't like, and then cook up your own little tinfoil butt plug conspiracy theory on why what they're doing is actually super shady and the money's not going to the charity, it's going to luxury items. That is a wild concept to me. And then also donating to call the whole thing a scam. Another very wild thing to me. Because from what I can tell, this doesn't appear to be an illegitimate organization or an illegitimate fund. It seems like this is money that's going to be extremely useful to the actual people in need to help out victims and help out. But, you know, for some reason, this is being spun by not a large group of people. I want to make this clear. It's not a ton of people. It is a pretty small, vocal group of people that are trying to find any way of spinning this as an overall negative thing that both of these streamers are doing because they don't like the streamers. Now, I'm not here to be the PR manager or tell you that you need to suck their dicks for this and fondle their balls for such a great selfless deed. I'm not trying to be that soldier in the meme who's like taking bullets while a baby is sleeping soundly right in front of me. Like, it's totally fine if you don't like either of these streamers. That is completely fine. In fact, Io still hasn't even gotten over iShowSpeed's last crypto scam with Paradox Metaverse. She's still very upset about that. She had to jump down. She was so sick from it. Of course, I'm kidding. Even my cat's not stupid enough to fall for a blatant crypto scam like that. What the fuck was that noise? Jesus Christ. Alright. Point is, you can dislike the streamers. You can say, iShowSpeed scammed and I'll never forgive him for it. But then you can still see what he's doing right now and be like, okay, big thumbs up. That's a good thing. You don't have to go out of your way to try and find any kind of like fucking wild, outrageous reason why what he's doing is bad.
Because it's just not. No matter how you spin it, getting money to people in need after a fucking tragedy like this is a great thing. And the same goes for Hassan. You can dislike Hassan till the cows come home. You can dunk on him on Twitter all you like. You can say El Bozo on every fucking tweet, whatever. But when he does something good like this, you don't have to try and find some kind of crazy way that it's a horrible thing that he's doing. Because again, it's just not. And if we're going to play ball with what I see a lot of people saying, and they said the same thing about Mr. Beast, where it's selfishly motivated, they're just doing it to grow their own brand and look good, it's a PR play. Let's just assume you're right. Who cares? If that money ends up going to the victims here and helping people in need, who cares what the actual motivation behind it was when the result, the outcome, is still a great benefit to people that absolutely needed it? Why is that an issue? Yes, of course you can still question the motives. Totally fine. I think that's totally reasonable as well. But at the end of the day, it's still just not a bad thing because the people that need the help are getting the help. It's just that simple. That's how I always view these things. I understand that's not going to be how everyone views it, but it always just makes me really fucking upset when I see people doing a good thing and then still getting shit on for it because people don't like them. I feel like good things can be done by people you don't like, and you can still acknowledge the good things without, all of a sudden needing to do a 180 and love the person who did it. For example, I don't really like Elon Musk. I think a lot of the shit he's done has been pretty underwhelming, and he hasn't done a lot of things that I think are good changes, especially for Twitter and shit. But I always give credit where credit's due. He did an incredible job on Twitter with getting rid of a lot of open pedophiles. The map community, the minor attracted person community on Twitter that operated out in the open and flourished for years on Twitter, literal pedophiles, got decimated once Elon Musk actually finally put it in his crosshair. He did a good job there, and I can recognize that while also still not being a huge fan of Elon Musk and the other changes he's made. I just view it as a super simple thing that a lot of people lack the ability to do for some reason. Now again, I want to make it clear, I'm not blowing this way out of proportion. I understand it's a pretty small group of people that are shitting on Speed and Hassan for the fundraiser, but even just any number of people, more than one fucking lunatic, is mind-boggling to me. How can people actually look at that and then just be like, yeah, but I hate the person, so I hate what they're doing, and here's why it's bad? It's just not. It's fucking simply not. You don't have to like the person who does a good deed, but you can appreciate the good deed that was done. And that's what it all boils down to. That's what I wanted to rant about today. I don't know if that whole take is super spicy and hot, or if it's pretty lukewarm or cold. Don't really know. I'm hoping it's not a hot take, though, because it seems like it really shouldn't be. But anyway, that's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the Super Mario Bros. Movie. So, a lot of you already know, they did try to make a Mario Bros. Movie in the 90s. Most people view it as an unholy abomination. I look back on it fondly. I grew up and I actually really liked that movie. I watched it a lot as a kid. I could recognize it had nothing to do with the games, but I couldn't help myself from just getting excited watching it for the 20th time. There was something about that film that was just kind of special. It was unique and very weird. It was a real avant-garde fever dream kind of movie. And I get why they stopped making movies after it, because it was received so horribly and is still considered one of the worst movies ever made by a lot of people. But I just wanted to get that out of the way right now, that I still have a very soft spot for that film. But anyway, I'm glad they're trying again, because, as a lot of people have mentioned, this opens up the door for Nintendo making other big budget movies on other IP they have, such as Metroid, Zelda, all of that. So they needed this one to slap. And I'm happy to say that it does slap. Now, I'm not going to tell you it's like a Vasily Kamatsky style slap where it's unreal and it's going to rock your world or fucking shake the foundation of animated films forever, but it is good. And I want to get this out of the way right now since there's already been controversy. I don't know what the movie critics watched, but it certainly wasn't this film. It had a 46% on Rotten Tomatoes yesterday, and I don't know what happened there. They must have been boofing crazy pills. That is outrageous. This is not by any means a bad movie. I wouldn't even consider it a mediocre movie. I would say it is good. Above all else, it's very fun and captures the spirit of the games extremely well. Going into this, I was apprehensive about Chris Pratt voicing Mario. It just seemed like a pretty silly fit, and in the trailers, I was
less than impressed. It honestly sounded like me delivering the lines when I first woke up in the morning. So I didn't think that was going to work, but after watching the whole film, it seems like they really just did a montage of his worst lines for the trailers, because the rest of it actually worked pretty well. I didn't have any like problems with Chris Pratt as Mario or any of the other voice casts for that matter, so that was a nice pleasant surprise because I expected that to be like the one thing that always rubbed me the wrong way about it, but it didn't. The film is extremely simple, which runs contrary to one of the popular reviews that said it's totally inaccessible or like hard to follow, which I'm hung up on these reviews. They've actually got me tilted. I'm fucking stun-locked on how stupid some of the reviews were for this movie. And then calling it somewhat offensive. I really don't know what happened there. If that doesn't prove that general movie critics are pretty worthless, then I don't know what will. Calling Super Mario Bros. Inaccessible or confusing. It's... Moving on. The thing about the film is it's extremely simple and is very clearly catered towards families as opposed to like hardcore gamers, right? This is an IP that's existed for fucking 4 decades now, pretty much. So a lot of the people that grew up with Mario and actively play it are adults. And this is not a film that's like geared towards them, but it is a film that they will enjoy. I am 28 years old, and I had a smile on my face a lot of times in this film. It's chock full of references and Easter eggs that you'll point and be like, I get that one, and it's cute. But it is a film that is very clearly for an entire family, younger audience, as well as something parents can enjoy too. The narrative is as simple as it gets. Mario and Luigi find themselves in Mushroom Kingdom, and they get split up where Luigi gets captured by Bowser and Mario's got to free him. And through that simple premise, they go on an adventure, they meet Donkey Kong, Princess Peach, and they go to free him. I will say that I actually do have a complaint about the narrative. I don't really understand what the point was in splitting Mario and Luigi up for this movie. I feel like that was just kind of a misstep. I understand Peach is usually the one that gets captured, and if they really didn't want her to be captured here and have her have moments to shine, that's fine. Just don't have someone get captured then. You could still have Bowser cruise up in the goddamn fucking war island and breathe fire and everything, and that's still an imminent threat that Mario and Luigi would be motivated to stop to help people. You didn't really need Luigi to be captured. For the most part, for the majority of the movie, Luigi's just the damsel in distress fucking hanging and putting his thumb up his ass with nothing to do. Which I think kind of sucks, especially because Charlie Day's performance as Luigi was really good. He does have some moments, but I just really think that was kind of a weird decision to have him be captured. Like, if you did want someone to be captured, I do think it probably should have been Peach, and if you didn't want Peach to be the one being captured, well then just don't have anyone be captured in the first place and everyone works together, you know, fucking power of friendship like anime's taught us, and they go stop Bowser for the good of the Mushroom Kingdom. That would have still been just fine. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I did find that a little stupid to have Luigi just be totally out of the equation for most of the film. But aside from that, it really does capture the spirit of just fun Mario shit. So there's a lot of like platforming moments where he's running like an obstacle course, or if him and Donkey Kong are teaming up to get to a destination, they're picking up power-ups on the way, shooting the, you know, fire flower and just going kind of crazy, killing, not killing, jumping on things and blasting them, kicking shells. There's even Mario Kart moments on Rainbow Road. And it's all really fun, and I think it really captures that essence. And it's beautifully animated. The movie is like shockingly gorgeous. They did not cut any costs on the quality of the animation here. That really impressed me as well. Everything in the film looks amazing. Now, the next thing I'm going to compliment might actually be something that some of you view as a problem, but I actually appreciated the pacing in that they didn't bother spending a whole lot of time fleshing out characters. The characters are super simple. Like, they don't really get much depth. For example, Mario shows up to Mushroom Kingdom. He's a total fucking stranger. He's being hunted by toads. Like, he's immediately, like, this problem that they're trying to, fucking kill and burn at the stake. The demon has entered the battlefield. But then he happens to run into Peach at the castle, and she's like, oh, human, like me. All right, great. You can join me in my cause here. And that's it. Then they immediately become best friends. They immediately hit it off, fucking fireworks falling all over the place. They love each other immediately. And they never really, bother exploring, their relationship or even, how they feel a lot of the time. It's just very surface level. And I like that because I've never played a Mario game for the story. I don't think there's many people in the world who have. It's all just about fun. So the film just being pretty short and very focused on like action and platforming and Mario references and fights and fucking karting, I think is for the best, as opposed to bothering with like this, 20-minute scene building up, Mario, his dad being disappointed in him, which is a plot point, but it's not something they harp on. It's something he mentions one time and then it's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe your dad's right. Maybe you are a disappointment. And like, oh, no, I'm not. Let's drop it. And then they drop it and they don't bother like really getting deep into it. And that's good. Like you have these little like sprinkled in moments of character development, but nothing too heavy-handed because the film didn't need it. That wasn't the primary focus. So for a lot of people, I do think that'll be a complaint. For me, I actually preferred it. Because, I wasn't going to this movie for some kind of wild narrative that was going to have me tearing up. I just wanted something fun. And that's exactly what they delivered. Also, hats off to the music. It was really nice seeing some of the most famous, iconic Mario tunes come to life in this film and even fit in different ways was very fun. But this is actually something I heard Chris Stuckman mention. This rubbed me the wrong way as well. There's a lot of moments of like 80s rock in here for some reason, which makes no sense. Fucking AC/DC Thunderstruck playing out of nowhere, or them running around to Beastie Boys. I don't know what the thought process was there. It really doesn't work at all. Like, even if you're a huge fan of those songs, seeing them in this movie, it's like, oh, that's not hype. That's just fucking weird. Almost feels like watching some kind of like YouTube AMV where they try and like make a song like that fit the atmosphere, and in this one it just didn't work successfully. But when they actually have like the Mario music that they've composed in different ways, it works very well. So they should have just sidelined that whole like 80s rock thing they toyed around with here. That probably shouldn't have made the final cut. But yeah, anyway, I just really don't have a whole lot of complaints about the film at all. Plugging Super Mario Bros. Movie into the Moist meter, I'm going to give it a nice 80%. I think it's a lot of fun, and that's all you should really expect going into it. It's nothing amazing, it's nothing that's going to blow you away, but you're going to have a fun time watching the film, and it really does feel like watching the game come to life. So I think they did a great job with it, and I'm hopeful that they'll continue to do this with other property. Most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com.